Chapter 556. The one who had caused the most trouble was not Wang Yan and his son, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and led an army into the city. It was Wang Chong, who had constructed Lion City. At the very start, the Uzun people had also ridiculed the Mengshi Zhao people. But after witnessing the formidable defensive capabilities of Lion City and experiencing its position on the Arai Plains and in the southwest of the Tang Dynasty, no one dared to ridicule the Mengshi Zhao people any longer. The Uzun people did not have much understanding of the people of the Central Plains. At most, they knew that the Tang people were commanded by Xinyu Zhongtong and Wang Yan. But in terms of fame, neither Xinyu Zhongtong nor Wang Yan could compare to Wang Chong. Now, even the lowest-ranking soldiers of Uzun knew of the name Wang Chong. This name was accompanied by all sorts of unfathomable and mysterious conjectures. Many people in the great Tang Empire were saying that this mysterious youth in the distant capital had long ago predicted that Mengshi Zhao and Uzun would start this war. Although Lion City was said to be built for merchants, its defenses and preparations were on the level of a war. Even the Uzun people had accepted this theory. Even Fenjie and Jiasidu had been rather curious about this youth called Wang Chong. Although the two of them did not believe that he had such foresight, the existence of Lion City had truly caused immeasurable damage to the Mengshi, Yusang army's tactics, and the course of the war. There was no doubt about this, and the name of Wang Chong had become an existence that the Mengshi, Yusang army could not ignore. But no one had expected him to descend from the heavens and appear here from the capital. Moreover, he had also defeated Jiao Sero and Fenjie, and even Huishu Wuzong, the lofty Uzun great general, had fallen for Wang Chong's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain and suffered a minor defeat. Impossible. The first to react and find this result unacceptable was not Jiao Sero or King Mengshi Zhao, but Fenjie. How could that kid be so powerful? His eyes were open and his emotions were fluctuating wildly. Constructing a city and commanding soldiers were two completely different concepts. Even when he had first heard that a brat of the Tang dynasty had constructed that vexing Lion City, Fenjie had only felt that this fellow posed a threat to Mengshi Zhao. However, this was completely different from Wang Chong leading an army to defeat him. "Prime Minister, are you sure it's him?" Jiao Sero suddenly raised his head, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Although he already completely trusted Daluan Ruozhen, Jiao Sero still felt that the Prime Minister was being a little too certain. "That's right, Prime Minister. That Wang Jiling is known as the brilliant minister of the Tang dynasty. When he was around, the Tang dynasty was in a state of splendor. Even the Son of Heaven of the Tang dynasty was supported by him. He has 3 sons and 1 daughter. His eldest son is an important civil official of the Tang dynasty, and his 3rd son, Wang Yan, is an expert in the art of war. His defenses are probably even tighter than Xinyu Zhongtong's. If you add on Wang Fu and Wang Chong, wouldn't the Wang clan be filled with elites?" Jelifeng's hands were pressed against the armrests of her chair, her eyes rippling as if she still found this news somewhat difficult to digest. Although the former prime minister of the Tang dynasty, Wang Jiling, had retired for more than 10 years, he still had a great influence in the Tang dynasty. He contributed greatly to the prosperity of the early Tang dynasty. Although he was now old, he still posed a great threat. As long as this person didn't die, there was no peace of mind. Although Wang Jiling was now old, there were many talented descendants under his name. All of them were elites, and he had the posture of a prime minister. Just thinking about it gave Jelifeng a headache. The 6th Zhao of Arai Lake was too small. Although he had always been ambitious and had some achievements. Although he had always been ambitious and wanted to achieve something, Mengshi Zhao was located on a plateau and the air was thin. It was not suitable for anyone other than Uzun. If Mengshi Zhao wanted to expand, and if Jelifeng wanted to realize her ambitions, break away from her position as a vassal, and become a true emperor, they could only expand north, toward the direction of the Tang dynasty. The southwest of the Central Plains was connected to Mengshi Zhao and the soil was fertile. This was the perfect place to expand their territory. This was also the reason why Jelifeng wanted to ally with Uzin. However, Jeluofeng had no choice but to admit that the difficulty of achieving his ambitions was far greater than he had imagined. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, it's actually not difficult to determine the identity of that young man. Xianyu Zhongtong only listens to Zhangqiu Jinqiong's orders. If anyone were to receive Zhangqiu Jinqiong's orders, he would immediately hand over his military authority. However, will Wang Yan hand over his military authority as well? The official account's exclusive War God So Young-sun one has been uploaded, and you are welcome to follow it. Add the WeChat account and search for Huang Fuqi. Click on the profile picture and you'll be able to view it in the history. Smiley face. I've heard that Wang Yan is inflexible and inflexible, and he doesn't know how to be flexible. Even Zhangqiu Jinqiong wouldn't be able to get him to hand over his military authority in the midst of a battlefield that is constantly changing and intense. Daluin Ruozhen surveyed the crowd. The crowd fell silent. Only Jelifeng and Duan Gechuan had contemplative looks on their faces. The people of Uzin didn't know much about the Tang dynasty, especially the affairs of the royal court in the Central Plains. However, Jelifeng was different. He knew the internal affairs of the Tang dynasty like the back of his hand, so he knew that what Daluin Ruozhen said was true. Also, have you ever wondered why the first thing that Child did when he first appeared wasn't to do anything else? There were so many people on the mountaintop. Instead, he headed straight for Wang Fu's mountain. If he didn't have a close relationship with Wang Yan, he wouldn't be so concerned about the matter, right? So, if you connect all these things together, then think about that Qilin son of the Wang clan. Tell me, besides him, who else could satisfy so many demands at once? With these final words, Daluin Ruozhen silently smiled at the people in the tent. Unlike Huishu Wizong, Daluin Ruozhen had always been concerned with matters of strategy. The death of 50,000 soldiers was a major event for Huishu Wizong, especially for the Mengshi Yusang army, but it was nothing to Daluin Ruozhen. If one wanted to gain, one had to make sacrifices. In truth, when one considered the illustrious reputation of the Tang dynasty at its peak, the death of 50,000 soldiers was completely within Daluin Ruozhen's expectations. On the contrary, it was Jelifeng's ability to defeat Xianyu Zhongtong at the start and his subsequent smooth sailing that made Daluin Ruozhen feel that something was amiss and out of his expectations. On the contrary, this result was the normal performance of the Tang dynasty. Prime Minister is correct. In order to fulfill all these conditions, it has to be a descendant of the Wang clan, and the most likely candidate is that youngest son of Wang Yan, Wang Chong. Although I've never interacted with him before, since he was able to construct Lion City to obstruct us and ruin our plans, he is the most likely candidate. Jelifeng sternly said, Ha ha ha, this war has only just begun to get interesting. I said before that the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains couldn't possibly only have this little ability after centuries of accumulation. Even 100 feet can die but not stiffen, much less the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains. Only now can I feel at ease about this war. Daluin Ruozhen waved his fan, his entire person exuding a carefree and tranquil aura. He did not seem at all like he had just lost a battle. Jelifeng imperceptibly creased her brow, but she said nothing. Although Jelifeng tolerated it, one emperor's Duan Gechuan was not so easy to deal with. Prime Minister, don't forget, the Tang dynasty is our enemy. Although he admired Daluin Ruozhen's ability to see through the minutest details and even predict the enemy's moves, Daluin Ruozhen's attitude of not being able to differentiate between friend and foe was really displeasing. He had just suffered a great defeat and lost 50,000 elite cavalrymen. Only Daluin Ruozhen could laugh about this. Haha, General, don't misunderstand me. Since our Uzin has sent out our troops, we are naturally prepared to work together with Mengshi Zhao to deal with the Tang dynasty. I'm just a little interested in that child. Although the Wang clan is a clan of ministers and generals, Wang Juling was born a civil official. He was able to move unhindered in the past because he relied on a group of loyal subordinates and extremely powerful warriors. In terms of the art of war, while he is top-notch, he has yet to reach the level that we imagine him to be. Otherwise, Wang Yan wouldn't still not have been made a duke or marquis. Daluan Ruozhen slowly walked forward, waving the feather fan in his hand and a playful look on his face. I'm just a little curious. If the Wang clan's art of war isn't enough to teach the level that you speak of, then where did that child learn his art of war? Let alone us, not even Wang Juling, Wang Zhongxi, or Zhang Shogui of the Northeast have ever learned the tactics used by that child. Where did he, a teenager, learn them? I know all the books of the Central Plains like the back of my hand, but I've never seen this sort of art of war. Daluan Ruozhen's eyes shone brighter and brighter. Almost instinctively, he sensed that this Qilin son of the Wang clan was completely different from anyone he had ever met. Daluan Ruozhen sensed immense potential in him. Huishu Wizong, Your Majesty, generals, ministers, when the war starts, I don't care how you deal with the Annam Protectorate, but you must capture that child alive. Are you joking? How can we hold back on the battlefield? Moreover, that child poses too great of a threat to us. If he stays here for another 15 minutes, many more of us will die. This sort of person should naturally be killed first. Why should we leave him alive? The veins on Huishu Wizong's forehead were bulging. Although Daluan Ruozhen was the prime minister of the great Ngari royal lineage and had a higher status than Huishu Wizong, Huishu Wizong had never truly treated him as his superior. And even if he was his superior, there was no need for him to listen to his every word. This had always been his personality. Ha ha ha, just listen to me. I suspect that that kid has a never-before-seen military strategy book on him. If we can capture him and interrogate him, it will be of great benefit to our Uzin. Moreover, in the end, the benefits will still be yours. When we meet on the battlefield, death and injury are unavoidable. Moreover, casualties are only a matter of a moment. But obtaining the military strategy book on that child is a matter that will last for generations to come. For our Uzin, the benefits we will obtain will be far greater than 50,000 soldiers. This is an opportunity that has been delivered to our doorstep. No matter what, we can't let it go. That is, if we don't want to face the likes of Wang Juling, Wang Zhongxi, Zhang Shogui, Gao Xinji, and Geshuhan. At the end, Daluan Ruozhen's gaze was profound. A great general saw victory in a war, but a prime minister saw the fate of the empire for the next few decades, perhaps even centuries or millennia. This was the difference between Daluan Ruozhen and Huishu Wizong. Buzz. The moment Daluan Ruozhen spoke, Jelifeng and Duangachuan were both shocked. They glanced at each other, but neither of them said anything. It was said that the prime minister of the Uzin Ngari royal lineage, Daluan Ruozhen, possessed a monstrous understanding of the Mengshi, Yusang army. While everyone was still discussing yesterday's defeat and the effect that mysterious youth of the Tang dynasty had on the Mengshi, Yusang army, Daluan Ruozhen had already determined the identity of his opponent, and he had even smelled an enormous opportunity from this defeat. Uzin is already powerful enough. One Daluan Ruozhen, one Huishu Wizong, and there are still the other 3 generals and 4 generals. If we obtain some formidable military strategy book, our Mengshi Zhao will have just sent away the tiger only to welcome the wolf. In the end, we'll still be vassals. As for that Wang Chong, we either have to kill him as quickly as possible, or we have to think of a way to get it for ourselves. No matter what, we can't let Uzin get it. Jelifeng sat motionlessly on the bench, his face expressionless, but countless thoughts were running through his mind. Mengshi Zhao and Uzin were both allies and enemies. Besides working together, they had to be on guard. Chapter 5:57. Jelifeng, Duangachuan, and Fenjie quickly left. In the tent, Daluan Ruozhen and Huishu Wizong were also preparing to leave. The 100,000 or so soldiers of the Annam Protectorate an allied army, had already left Lion City. Cutting them off meant cutting off the final obstacle to the southwest. Without Xinyu Zhongtong holding them back, the entire southwest would belong to Uzin and Meng Shizhao. This war between the three empires would usher in a conclusion. Moreover, both sides had already made up their minds that the youth of the Tang dynasty could not be allowed to leave this place. Prime Minister, why did you tell Jelifeng just now? Once Jelifeng and Meng Shizhao's generals had left, Huishu Wuzong suddenly turned his head to Daluan Ruozhen. Don't tell me that you don't know what Jelifeng will think if he learns of this matter. Ha ha ha! Fools have their own ways of using fools, and smart people have their own ways of using smart people. Haven't you noticed? Ever since he unexpectedly defeated Xinyu Zhongtong at Arai, Jelifeng no longer has much regard for our Uzin. Daluan Ruozhen's smile faded, his eyes suddenly turning profound. This Huishu Wuzong was dumbfounded. He truly had never thought about this problem. He was a general, a soldier, and what he considered was strategy and tactics, as well as victory and defeat in a battle. The things that Daluan Ruozhen had spoken of had already delved into the human heart, and he truly had not thought about them. With Jelifeng at this step, there's no way out. Does he still dare to betray us? Who knows? Didn't the emperor of the Tang dynasty, whose name was Zhao Zhao, also not expect Jelifeng to rebel? Daluan Ruozhen said as he waved his fan. With a light step, an invisible barrier burst out from his feet and quickly enveloped the surroundings. The human heart is the hardest to fathom. Jelifeng is full of ambition, and the southwest probably won't be enough to satisfy him. Even if he is unwilling to submit to Tang, he will not be willing to submit to our Uzin in the future. Since that's the case, it's only good for us to let him understand the threat of the Tang dynasty. Don't forget, we still need his Meng Shizhao and 300,000 soldiers to help us deal with the Tang dynasty. But what about that kid? Huishu Wuzong frowned. Although from last night, I don't think that he's as formidable as you make him out to be. But if he really does have some secret military strategy manual of the Central Plains, given Jelifeng's personality, he'll either take it away by force or kill that kid. Either way, it won't be good for us. Ha ha ha, you're the smart one. When I said that he has a military strategy manual, I was just saying it. Whether he really has one or not is another matter, and we'll find out very soon. As for Jelifeng and his son, since they're allies, it won't make a difference whether the military strategy manual ends up in their hands or ours. If it ends up in Jelifeng's hands, we can ask him for it. As long as Jelifeng's wise enough, he won't refuse. And if he doesn't have a military strategy manual, what difference does it make whether that child dies or not? Daluan Ruozhen lightly chuckled as he waved his feather fan. Huishu Wuzong helplessly shook his head at Daluan Ruozhen. He and Daluan Ruozhen had worked together for several decades, and his ability to command was on the same level as Zhangqiu Jianqiong. But Huishu Wuzong was still not very used to Daluan Ruozhen's way of thinking and style. Let's go. No matter what, the Annan Protectorate Army and that child called Wang Chong must die today. It's time for this war to end. Huishu Wuzong extended his hands. Clang clang. 2 cold rays of light flew out from the edge of the tent. Huishu Wuzong grabbed the 2 Uzin scimitars and strode out. Boom! The moment Huishu Huizong walked out of the tent, the inside and outside of the tent seemed to be 2 different worlds in a fierce gale. The entire camp was brimming with killing intent, and the army was on the verge of moving out. Begin! Hurry! All soldiers move out. Bring the supplies. Cavalry, get ready. Check the weapons, armor, and rations. As far as the eye could see, the Arai plains were densely packed with soldiers. The 300,000 soldiers of Meng Shizhao and Yuseng had added a somber air to the battlefield. Have you found any traces of the Tang soldiers? Huishu Huizong looked forward and waved his hand, not even turning his head. My lord, Although the Tang soldiers have used some tricks, we've already found their tracks. They're on a mountain in the southwest. Behind Huishu Huaitsong came the sound of hooves as an elite scout mounted his horse and respectfully said, "Very good. Pass on my order. The army will immediately move out." "Yes, my lord." The elite scout turned around and galloped away. The hoofbeats of the war horses were getting farther and farther away. Raising his head to glance at the dark clouds in the sky, Huishu Wuzong's eyes turned much colder and harsher. Regardless of politics, the duty of a soldier was to fight, to destroy their opponents. Everything else had nothing to do with him. "Zhangqiu Jinqiu, you've lost." A harsh light flashed through his eyes as Huishu Wuzong mounted his horse and galloped north. The official account's exclusive video, War God So Young-sun 1, has been uploaded. Everyone, please follow it. Add the WeChat account and search for Huang Fuqi. Click on the profile picture and you'll find it in the history. Boom! The blare of the horns pierced through the sky, accompanied by the beating of war drums and the neighing of Nei's war horses. The Mengshi Yusang army, the strongest army in the southwest, began to move north. At this moment, the dark clouds of war had reached an unimaginable level. Without the protection of Lion City, the Tang dynasty and the Mengshi Yusang army would face a decisive battle in the southwest. Rumble. The earth quaked. War had come far sooner than anyone had imagined. But when the final mountain garrisoned by the Annam Protectorate appeared before the eyes of the Mengshi Yusang army, everyone was stunned. What appeared before their eyes was not a barren mountain, but a completely different scene. At the top of the mountain, thick smoke billowed. Waves of green smoke rose into the sky and along the towering clouds. And around the towering mountain, from top to bottom, one could vaguely make out the image of a fortified fortress of steel. Countless Annam Protectorate soldiers were stationed on the summit, exuding a somber aura. What's going on here? Let alone anyone else. Even someone like Huishu Wuzong revealed a look of shock. This was completely different from what they had expected. What is that? It doesn't look like a fortress. Fenjie was also shocked. What did that brat do? Jiao Sero's eyes widened in shock. Everyone looked like they had just swallowed a fly. They had originally believed that in the wilderness, the Nam Protectorate would have no protection and would be no match for the Mengshi Yusang army. But the scene before them was completely different. Like a miracle, these Tang soldiers had managed to erect a fortified fortress in such a short time, and it seemed to be an extremely formidable one. At the very least, it was an extremely frightening sight from a distance. Just how did that brat do it? Lion City has already fallen, and the borders of the Tang dynasty can't even take care of themselves. There's nothing in this barren mountain range. So how did he manage to create all these things? It seems like if we want to deal with the Annam Protectorate, we have to kill that brat first. Longkinba spat, his face full of hatred. This style was far too familiar, almost identical to Arai's Lion City. It could only have come from the Wang clan's Qilin son. To the Mengshi Yusang army, this was not a good omen. This isn't good news at all. It seems like the Tang people made ample preparations before we came. The clattering of hooves could be heard from the vast army. Mengshi Zhao's king Jelifeng rode a black Arai steed. Her brow furrowed as she parted the crowd and slowly rode up from the rear. This should be another of that youth's handiwork, right? The Uzan army had pursued the Annam Protectorate through the snow, and Jelifeng had not seen a single one of the 2 battles that had been lost, so she could only speculate. Jelifeng had originally been somewhat skeptical of the Uzan army's words. But at this moment, as he stared at this desolate mountain peak, all of Jelifeng's doubts vanished without a trace. Even though the battle had not yet begun, at this moment, even Jelifeng could sense the thorny nature of the mountain range. That youth from the Wang clan was even more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. Ha ha ha, isn't this very normal? Since we know what this child has done, this shouldn't be surprising, right? Daluin Ruozin waved his feather fan as he rode over from the side on a majestic highland steed. Unlike the others, Daluin Ruozin's reaction to all of this was much calmer. Since he had already seen the damage that youth from the Tang dynasty had done to the Uzun army yesterday, Daluin Ruozin was not very surprised. To be honest, I'm getting more and more curious. Where did this child learn these things? A teenager shouldn't have this kind of ability, right? Moreover, no one in the Tang dynasty should be able to come up with such strange tactics. The Tang dynasty of the Central Plains has a history of over 1,000 years, and there are many extraordinary people hidden within. I'm more and more convinced that this youth has a formidable book on the art of war, or strategy on him. Jelifeng and Duan Gu both paled at these words, but neither of them said anything. However, no matter how many schemes he has or how many strategies he has, he can't change the fact that the Annam Protectorate will become history. Those things on the mountain, if my guess is right, they should be some simple fortifications. The construction of a city isn't that simple. Even that lion city took more than a year. There's no reason for him to be able to uproot a city in such a short amount of time. Daluin Ruozin's eyes were bright, and he appeared wise and farsighted. Prime Minister is correct. No matter how many tricks the Tang people have up their sleeves, today they will be completely wiped out. From today onwards, the Southwest will no longer have an Annan protectorate. Jelifeng slowly regained her composure. With a wave of her arm, roars filled the air, and the vast Mengshi, Yuseng army surged forward like a black flood of steel. Nay, the winds howled and the war horses neighed. When thousands of cavalry neighed in the wind, the atmosphere was grim and somber. In an instant, the atmosphere of war had become several times more intense. Advance! Advance! No, we can't let a single Tang people escape. Anyone who dares to retreat will be killed, without question. Line up and listen to orders. Anyone who dares to move without permission will be executed. The army awaits orders. Today is the day when our Mengshi Zhao army thoroughly defeats the Tang people. Level by level, orders were passed down from the upper echelons to the lower echelons. With the sounds of beatings and curses, all the leaders and officers began to get to work. Chapter 558. It's finally begun. As the massive Mengshi Yuseng army rumbled out from the horizon, Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. The vast army was like a surging sea, surging toward the lonely mountain in the center. Anyone who was not present would find it impossible to imagine the shock. Wang Chong had imagined countless times the war of the Southwest that would usher in the empire's destruction, but none of the battles he had imagined could compare to the shock of seeing it with his own eyes. Standing at the very top of the mountain, looking down at his surroundings, he could feel the stifling pressure coming from all sides. Although they had already defeated more than 50,000 Uzun cavalry to the Mengshi Yuseng army, which still had nearly 500,000 soldiers, this was only a small wave, far from being able to deal them any serious damage. Warning: major event, decisive battle of the Southwest has officially begun. The Annam Protectorate currently has 64,824 survivors. Once the Annam Protectorate survivors drop below 40,000, user will be obliterated and will be considered to have failed the trial. However, for every 10,000 Mengshi Yuseng soldiers killed by user will be rewarded with 50 points of destiny energy and 500 points of upper limit. When user kills 100,000 enemies in the decisive battle, user will be rewarded with a temporary reward of 1 level of upper limit. This reward is only effective during the decisive battle. Upon completion of the mission, it will be cancelled. Just as Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil, a familiar voice that only Wang Chong could hear suddenly rang out in his mind. Wang Chong froze at this voice, a look of surprise on his face. I can increase the upper limit. This news had truly taken Wang Chong by surprise. The Southwest war had already reached its final showdown, and Wang Chong only had 60,000 some Annam, protectorate soldiers, under his command. The rest were all reinforcements led by Wang Chong's father and Wang Chong himself. The 60,000 Annam protectorate could easily be reduced to 40,000 in a battle of this scale. However, it would be different if there was a limit to the reward. Although every 10,000 people could only increase the limit by 500, it was undoubtedly the best news that Wang Chong had heard in this desperate situation. Although 500 is a small number, it adds up. If he killed 20,000, he would be able to reach 1,000. If he killed 50,000, he would be able to reach 5,000. If you can reach 100,000, you will be able to obtain an additional reward of 5,000. Wang Chong's heart was in turmoil. Although 5,000 was a drop in the bucket in this kind of big battle, it was a huge improvement for Wang Chong's situation. Moreover, the Stone of Destiny mentioning the upper limit of the Halo level reward in the final battle was also an unexpected gain. Although it's only a temporary boost, it's enough. Wang Chong had thought about it a long time ago. The Stone of Destiny wouldn't blindly oppress its host and create an inevitable death. That wouldn't be beneficial to it at all. Moreover, this didn't match the Stone of Destiny's behavior. After all, it wasn't an intelligent life form. Now, everything had confirmed his initial guess. So that's how it is. Wang Chong took a deep breath and quickly regained his senses. No matter what kind of opportunity the Stone of Destiny had provided, it was only an opportunity. Whether it was the upper limit of the quota or the Halo level reward, he had to fight for it himself. In this battle, the most important thing was not the Stone of Destiny, but himself. Attention, everyone. Prepare to meet the enemy. Swordsmiths, speed up the welding. Inscribers, do it at the same time. Mr. Zhang, supervise the other smiths. Follow the blueprint and quickly assemble the wall modules. Wang Chong stood on the mountain peak like a statue. With a wave of his arm, he issued a series of orders. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk thick smoke roiled over the mountain peak. Following Wang Chong's orders, the fires rising from the furnaces grew several times hotter. Thick smoke blotted out the sun, wave after wave of heat rising, as if many monsters of the fire element were breathing into the heavens. And following Wang Chong's orders, the nearly 100,000 Tang soldiers, the smiths under Zhang Shouji's command, and the swordsmiths, inscribers, and smiths dispatched by Su Yiqin, began to move like a massive and precise machine. The entire mountain peak was in full swing. Roar! Ha! Following a series of chants from the top of the mountain to the bottom, huge black steel modules were erected one after another under the cooperation of countless soldiers and craftsmen. Each of these steel modules was as tall as a man, and they were riddled with holes, bolts, screws, iron bars. Nothing like this had ever appeared in the history of the Tang dynasty. Not even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as a master architect of the court, like Zhang Shouji, had ever seen something like this. Numerous child-sized horizontal bolts and nuts were inserted into the holes of the two huge and heavy steel modules. The horizontal bolts and nuts were covered with inscriptions of toughness. Then, scorching hot molten iron was quickly poured onto them. 1 block, 2 blocks, 3 blocks. Each of the heavy steel modules had many places where they could be clamped together, and the modules were quickly joined together to form the massive and sturdy wall. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing was incessant, and sparks kept bursting out. From top to bottom of this grotesquely rocky mountain, massive steel walls rose up from the ground like a miracle. Right under the eyes of the Mengshi Yusang army, a massive monster fortress was rapidly taking shape. Whoosh! Standing on the summit, Wang Chong unfurled a white paper that was more than 1 zhang long and 4 feet wide. On this paper was a towering mountain, covered with countless intricate designs that only Wang Chong could understand. This was the paper that Wang Chong had given to Su Yiqin several months ago. If one looked carefully, one would realize that the mountain Wang Chong had drawn for Su Yichin was exactly the same as the mountain they were currently standing on. And when one considered that this had been drawn by Wang Chong long ago, before the Southwestern War had even begun, it was even more astonishing. There was no doubt that Wang Chong had predicted this war before things had developed to this point, and he had even chosen this highest mountain in the southwest as the site of the final battle. The official account's exclusive video, War God So Young Sun 1, has been uploaded. Everyone, please follow me. Add the WeChat account and search for Huang Fuqi. Click on the profile picture, and you'll find it in the historical record. Chong'er, how is it? A voice came from the side. On the summit, Wang Yan and Xinyu Zhongtong were standing behind Wang Chong, grave expressions on their faces. The war was imminent, and Meng Shijiao and Uzin had mobilized their entire armies. Daluan, Ruozin, Huashu Wizang, Jelifeng, Duan Gechuan, these enemies of the southwest, who had once been locked in a stalemate with Zhangqiu Jinqiong for half his life, had led an army of 500,000 and was charging toward them. The lives of nearly 100,000 Tang soldiers, including the craftsmen on the mountain, the lives of everyone, and the nearly 1 million civilians of the southwest. All of them were tied to this war. The imperial court could no longer send any soldiers, and the Annam Protectorate had no path of retreat. This was a battle with their backs against the wall. In the face of these world-shaking opponents, both Wang Yan and Xinyu Zhongtong were under heavy pressure, but neither of them were the sort of people who would show their joy on their faces and easily speak their minds. Right now, the Southwest and the lives of the 100,000 soldiers can only depend on this child. Wang Yan and Xinyu Zhongtong looked at Wang Chong at the same time, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Strictly speaking, the war in the Southwest was already a failure. At the very least, in the early stages, the two of them had completely failed. The true turning point had only appeared after Wang Chong had appeared. If there was one person in the Southwest who could resolve this crisis, this desperate situation, then it could only be Wang Chong. Ever since last night's successful breakout, the two of them had actually handed over all the authority to command the army to Wang Chong. Even Wang Yan and Xinyu Zhongtong had completely followed Wang Chong's lead. Not a single superfluous word had been exchanged. Of course, the two of them had not made this decision without thinking. In yesterday's battle, Wang Chong had used his own method to prove himself, and even though they couldn't understand the blueprints in Wang Chong's hands, but there was one thing that the two of them could see. It was clear that Wang Chong had brought his army here because he had made ample preparations. These furnaces and the other steel castings were proof, and there was no need to mention the oiled paper covering the army provisions buried in the caves on the summit. As for these steel walls, they were the best cover for the army. It's about there, 80% complete. Based on the distance, not even Huishu Wuzong's elite cavalry will make it in time. Yesterday, when I led them around in circles, I had already calculated the time. Moreover, after last night's loss, Uzin's army can no longer split up with Meng Shijiao's army. Even if we give them a chance, they won't dare to come. Wang Chong said, his face brimming with confidence. In front of Wang Yan and Xinyu Zhongtong, facing Huishu Wuzong, two of the empire's elite generals. Only Wang Chong could say such words with such confidence. Confidence came from strength. Yesterday, if Wang Chong had dared to say such words, he would definitely have been laughed at. But now, even Wang Yan, who had always treated Wang Chong harshly, inwardly acknowledged the strength of Wang Chong's words. Speed up! Don't get careless. Last time, Huishu Wuzong didn't even know of your existence, but this time he's prepared, so it's completely different. In addition, Uzin still has Dalu and Ruozin, and this person's intelligence is as deep as the sea. On the surface, it looks like Jelifeng has sent emissaries to persuade Uzin, but in reality, Dalu and Ruozin is the true mastermind behind the scenes. Wang Yan clasped his hands together. Ah! Wang Chong turned his head to glance at his father, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He naturally knew that Daluin Ruozen was the true mastermind behind the scenes. To be more precise, the two of them were in cahoots. Jelifeng was ambitious and the mastermind on the surface, while Daluin Ruozen was the mastermind behind the scenes. But for his father to be able to see this was rather surprising. But perhaps I've underestimated father in the past. Although his personality is a little inflexible, he definitely doesn't lack intelligence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach his current level. Wang Chong quickly regained his composure. Although he was shocked, Wang Chong quickly realized that it was probably because he had understood his father too little in the past. Only now, fighting side by side with his father, was Wang Chong slowly beginning to understand a little. Father, be at ease. I won't let you down. Wang Chong turned his head and smiled, the light quickly returning to his eyes. To be able to fight side by side with his father had always been Wang Chong's deepest desire. Alas, he had never had the chance to realize it in the past. But now, it had finally become a reality. The fierce winds ruffled his black hair. Standing next to his tall and muscular father, Wang Chong felt incomparably gratified. At this moment, he felt no fear, no panic, no apprehension, only endless calm, like a deep pool. Daluin Ruozen, Wishu, Wizong, come, let me see just what tricks you have. Chapter 559. Pa. With a flash of light, a spear covered in dark gold veins and containing a destructive power lightly tapped the stone steel. Pa! The stone steel collapsed and cracked open like a spider web. Then it shattered into pieces. Humph! The steel of Emperor Wu of Han. It's one thing if you didn't know about it before. But now that you know, how could you still keep it? A general riding a horse with explosive power slowly walked over from behind. His eyes were extremely sharp. In the future, the Tang people will no longer be able to set foot on Arai. The Southwest will be our world. The general's eyes were filled with hatred as he glanced at the debris on the side of the road. Only Meng Shijiao's generals could hate the steel of Emperor Wu of Han so much. Haha, General, well done. The Han treated the Meng Shijiao people as slaves, so they naturally deserve to be smashed. But our Uzin is different. Uzin and Meng Shijiao are allies, so we naturally should work together to deal with the Tang people. Daluin Ruozen waved his fan as he slowly walked over from behind. There was a hint of a smile on his lips, making him look elegant and free. Humph, that better be the case. The general snorted and stood to the side. Prime Minister, please don't blame us. Generals are all crude people, and they always speak like this. King Jelifeng of Meng Shijiao walked over from behind with Crown Prince Jelifeng, Great General Duan Gechuan, and a group of Meng Shijiao generals. Ha ha ha, not at all. I don't blame you, I don't blame you. Daluin Ruozen laughed and waved his hand, but a strange look flashed through his eyes. The people of Uzin are the same. The two looked at each other and smiled, then turned their gazes to the opposite mountain peak. 500 feet above the foot of the mountain, huge steel city walls were scattered all over the place, towering like stars in the sky. Each of these steel walls was incomparably heavy and extremely thick. Thousands of these steel walls, section by section, layer by layer, were arranged in intervals from the foot of the mountain to the top. Behind these steel walls, tens of thousands of fully armed Tang Dynasty infantry hid behind them, fully on guard. Those eyes were staring down the mountain at the Mengshi, Yusang army like hungry wolves. Although the Annam Protectorate suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Arai, with less than 70,000 soldiers remaining, the remaining soldiers were all elites. Their combat power did not decrease, but increased. Purely in terms of fighting power, the current Tang army was not one bit inferior to the Mengshi, Yusang army. On the contrary, it was superior. Even Uzin could not compare to a single soldier in terms of quality. This is bad. Daluin Ruozen's eyebrows twitched. Even if he was not good at the art of war, he could tell at a glance that the Tang people were building tricky fortifications in this way. This was definitely not good news for the Yuzin, who were experts in cavalry charges. Wang Yan, Xinyu Zhongtong, come up and answer me. Daluan Ruozin suddenly raised his head to the summit across from him. Kakakakaka. The response to Daluan Ruozin was the clattering of gears. Countless ballistae emerged from behind the steel walls, their arrowheads gleaming with cold light as they aimed at Daluan Ruozin from all sides. Protect Uzin, Prime Minister! Loud shouts and bangs could be heard as several dozen Mengshi Zhao soldiers raised their shields and charged out of the army. The massive shields piled up in front of Daluan Ruozin, shielding Daluan Ruozin behind them. Right now, Mengshi Zhao and Uzin were grasshoppers on the same rope. Jelifeng had long ago ordered that no matter what, they had to protect these two important figures of Mengshi Zhao. Enough! Daluan Ruozin waved his hand. Just as he was about to speak, a voice came from the summit. Daluan Ruozin, there's no need to go through so much trouble. If you have something to say, just say it. We can hear you from here. Xinyu Zhongtong's sonorous and forceful voice came from the summit, so loud and clear that it could be heard even from far away. On the summit, the soldiers parted to reveal two imposing figures. They were Wang Yan and Xinyu Zhongtong. The wind was blowing fiercely. The two supreme commanders of the Great Hall were fully armed and stood at the top of the mountain. Their majestic figures were like gods, causing people to feel fear at the sight of them. Ha 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 ha. Brother Wang, Brother Xinyu, we meet again. The two of you are truly generous. You've actually built another city so quickly. If I'm not wrong, this should be the work of that little brother Wang Chong, who defeated us yesterday, right? As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Before the battle, can you let me see the little brother who defeated two of my generals in a row? As he said the last sentence, a sharp glint flashed in Daluan Ruozin's eyes. Behind Daluan Ruozin, Jiao Saro, Si, Jelifeng, Duan Gechuan, and the others all looked up. The army of 500,000 suddenly became much quieter, although they had long ago confirmed Wang Chong's identity. Even Jeliofeng and Jiasilio, who had already exchanged blows with Wang Chong, hadn't been able to clearly see him. Somehow, the two's attitude towards Wang Chong had completely changed. These guys, on top of the mountain, after hearing Daluan Ruozin's words, Wang Yan and Xinyu Zhongtong's minds buzzed. It was not difficult for Uzin's and Mengshi Zhao's people to know of Wang Chong's existence. After all, they had already met him yesterday. However, it was really surprising that they knew his identity and name. Even Wang Chong, who was behind Wang Yan and Xinyu Zhongtong, felt warmth in their hearts. I didn't expect to be exposed so quickly. Wang Chong took a deep breath and looked at the figure at the foot of the mountain. He was not very tall, and his heart was filled with fear. I knew this guy would not be easy to deal with, but I didn't expect him to be even more difficult than I thought. In any era, Daluan Ruozin was an extremely difficult character to deal with. Wang Chong had never met Daluan Ruozin before. This fellow has never even met me, but he was able to identify my identity and background with a single glance. He's truly frightening. If possible, I must think of a way to kill him. Otherwise, he will definitely become a major foe of my Tang dynasty. Father, Lord Xinyu Zhongtong, Daluan Ruozin has come to probe me. It's fine. He won't be able to find out anything about me. Let's see just what he wants to say. Wang Chong suddenly said, putting aside their opposing identities and standpoints. Wang Chong was actually quite curious about this Uzin Prime Minister, who had single-handedly led the Southwestern War. For a general to be able to fight against such an enemy, even if he died in battle, it would be an honor. Wang Yan and Xinyu Zhongtong had no idea what Wang Chong was thinking. As they gazed down the mountain at the Mengshi Yusing generals, their bodies tensed as if they were facing a powerful foe. Prime Minister, if you have something to say, just say it. My son is still young and does not deserve such praise from Great Minister. On the summit, Wang Yan suddenly spoke, his voice like a great bell. At the base of the mountain, the eyes of the Mengshi Yusang army flashed. Wang Yan's words had undoubtedly confirmed Daluan Ruozen's identity. Ha 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 ha, Brother Wang. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. The Tang dynasty can no longer send reinforcements. With your meager forces, you are no match for us. This being the case, why don't you join us? Perhaps you might even be able to survive. Chapter 560. Hearing Daluan Ruozen's words, Wang Chang's father, Wang Yan, only frowned and did not say anything. However, Wang Chong, who was behind him, could not help but feel a buzz in his heart. This Daluan Ruozen is so cunning. Now that things had come to this, there was no room for reconciliation between the Tang dynasty, Mengshi Zhao, and Uzin. There was no way Daluan Ruozen did not understand this. As soon as he said this, it was no longer important whether his father and Xinyu Zhongtong agreed or not. His goal was to disrupt the hearing and sound, and affect the morale of the army. Wang Chang's gaze swept across. As expected, the morale of the army, which was originally united, immediately changed slightly. Although it was not to the extent of weakness or actual surrender, there was no doubt that the morale of the army was not as strong as before. The human heart is subtle. No matter what the situation is, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, they will not give up, even if they know that this glimmer of hope does not exist. However, this is the subconscious and instinctive reaction of humans. Wang Chong sighed inwardly. A wise man would use words to move the heart, but a wise man would achieve his goal regardless of whether you would be moved or not. This was also the first time Wang Chong met this prime minister of the Uzin Ngari royal lineage. But it was this first meeting that Wang Chong immediately discovered that Daluan Ruozen was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. A heavy sword without a sharp edge. A person like Daluan Ruozen has a purpose in his every move. With a simple sentence, he is able to strike the morale of the army without revealing his identity. If this person does not die, he will definitely be a disaster for the Tang dynasty in the future. Wang Chong pondered inwardly. His father's personality was not suitable to argue with Daluan Ruozen. Wang Chong turned his gaze and quickly looked at Xinyu Zhongtong. "My lord," Wang Chong suddenly took 2 steps forward and whispered in his ear. Ha ha ha! Since ancient times, the defeated general surrenders to the victorious general. I've never heard of the victorious general surrendering to the defeated general. Uzin had always been known for his invincible cavalry. However, Uzin wasn't a match for us even when they had the upper hand. Instead, they had lost 50,000 soldiers. How could such an army be worth our surrender? Daluan Ruozen, don't you think you're overestimating yourself? Yesterday it was 50,000. Have you thought about how many more you want to die today? Xinyu Zhongtong laughed out loud, his voice resounding through the heavens and earth. Bastard! Before Daluan Ruozen could respond to Xinyu Zhongtong's words, Jiao Sero, Fenjie, and Longkinba couldn't help but turn purple, their expressions extremely nasty. Xinyu Zhongtong's words were clearly referring to their defeat last night. Don't worry about him. He's just trying to provoke you. Look around you, Daluan Ruozen sternly said. Everyone's hearts froze as they subconsciously looked around. The morale of the surrounding army instantly began to fluctuate. Ming! The soldiers were stunned and instantly speechless. It was obvious that this was a psychological attack. Humph! Daluan Ruozen sneered and quickly raised his head to the summit. Xinyu Zhongtong, you're still the mighty Protector General of the Annan Protectorate. When did you get the chance to speak for someone else and become their mouthpiece? Call that brat Wang Chong behind you to come out. On the summit, Wang Chong and Xinyu Zhongtong both felt their hearts tremble. Daluan Ruozen's gaze was extremely sharp, allowing him to see through the problem at a glance. Humph, Daluan Ruozen, I suggest you stop trying to talk your way out of this. Do you really think you can win something on the battlefield with your mouth? If you have any skill, let's see it on the battlefield. This time, there was no need for Wang Chong to say anything. Xianyu Zhongtong sneered and rebuked him. At this point, Daluan Ruozen's eyes turned and he began to walk back. Since that's the case, as you wish. How is it? A few steps away, Huishu Wuzong and Mengshi Zhao's king Jelifeng swiftly approached. This brat is more troublesome and cautious than I imagined. For someone like Xianyu Zhongtong to listen to him is truly beyond my expectations. In such a short amount of time, it seems like that child has already gained complete control of the army. Wang Yan and Xianyu Zhongtong are even willing to assist him in secondary positions. This isn't good news at all, Daluan Ruozen said with a frown. His original intention was to meet Wang Chong and test him. However, he didn't expect that Wang Chong wouldn't come out at all. Even Daluan Ruozen couldn't do anything about it. Although he already knew Wang Chong's identity, he couldn't see him face to face, so he couldn't gauge Wang Chong's strength. You have to be careful. This child doesn't look easy to deal with. Isn't Prime Minister overestimating him? Jelifeng frowned. She admitted that Wang Chong might be different from other children. After all, a normal child wouldn't have been able to beat up Uzin's cavalry last night. However, no matter how powerful a child was, he was still a child. Even if he had some kind of inheritance or some kind of military strategy, he was still a child. Jelifeng always felt that Daluan Ruozen thought that the child was more powerful than he really was. I hope I'm overestimating him, but we'll find out in a little while. With these words, Daluan Ruozen left with a flick of his sleeve. I don't believe that you'll be able to hide forever. Daluan Ruozen quickly vanished into the crowd. There was nothing left for him to do. Now it was time for the Mengshi, Yuseng generals like Huishu Wuzong and Duan Gechuan to appear. Just now, why didn't you appear? At almost the same time on the summit, Xianyu Zhongtong turned his head in confusion to look at Wang Chong. Daluan Ruozen had stated that he wanted to meet Wang Chong, but Wang Chong had refused to meet him. Although he didn't think that it was necessary to meet Daluan Ruozen, Xianyu Zhongtong still felt that Wang Chong was intentionally avoiding him, even though Xianyu Zhongtong didn't see this as necessary. No. In a place where the Mengshi Yuseng army could not see, Wang Chong shook his head, a cautious expression on his face. Daluan Ruozen is an extremely formidable person, though it can't be seen on the surface. But his every move has a deeper meaning. The entire army, including Father, and even you, Lord Protector General, is something that Daluan Ruozen knows like the back of his hand. Thus, he can target you based on your personalities. The art of war says it well. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. In the entire army, the only person that Daluan Ruozen doesn't understand is me. The less Daluan Ruozen knows about me, the more cautious he will be, and the less likely he will be to act rashly. This way, the only one you'll have to deal with is Huishu Wuzong. But if he also knows me like the back of his hand, everything will be completely different. Don't forget that the Uzin Ngari royal lineage has always been one civil and one military, one minister and one general. They have always supported each other, just like the twin walls of the empire of our Tang dynasty. When encountering this sort of person, it's never too much to be careful. Wang Chong had a cautious expression. His father Wang Yan and Xianyu Zhongtong might not be able to see it, but Wang Chong was well aware that in this war, Daluan Ruozen posed a far greater threat than Huishu Wuzong or Duan Gechuan. Any action that underestimated this Uzin prime minister would only invite humiliation. Father, Lord Xianyu, the Uzin and Mengshi Zhao are about to attack. I'll leave the rest to you, Wang Chong said. Hearing Wang Chong speak of serious matters, both Wang Yan and Xianyu Zhongtong had grave expressions in their eyes. Although Daluan Ruozen's persuasion to surrender was a psychological attack, it was also a true reflection of their current situation. The lives of 100,000 soldiers were tied to this decisive battle, and the lives of 1 million civilians were also entrusted to it. "I'll go down first." Xianyu Zhongtong flung his cloak and left the summit. As a commander-in-chief, he might not be qualified in terms of strategy and tactics, but as a general he was more than enough. Moreover, the steel modular wall that Wang Chong had set up was like a city leaning against a mountain. It was precisely the defensive terrain that Xianyu Zhongtong was most proficient in. In terms of understanding of the Annam Protectorate, no one was more proficient than Xianyu Zhongtong. On the day of the Battle of Arai, if Xianyu Zhongtong had not led his army away from the city he was defending, away from the terrain he was most familiar with and where he could display his might, he might not have lost so badly against Jelliofeng on the shores of the Arai. Xianyu Zhongtong's departure this time clearly showed his attitude. He had truly left the affairs of the empires southwest to Wang Chong. Once Xianyu Zhongtong left, only Wang Yan and his son were left on the summit. "Chong'er, although I did not wish for you to appear here, our Wang clan has always been a clan of ministers and generals. Whether a general or a minister, we must be loyal to the empire, loyal to the Tang dynasty. Since you have talent in the art of war, don't waste it. Your father believes in you." Wang Yan turned around and looked at Wang Chong said. There was a complicated look in his eyes, but more than that, there was hope. With the war in the southwest developing to this stage, Wang Chong had become everyone's hope. At the very least, he and Xianyu Zhongtong had essentially lost. "Yes, father." Wang Chong clenched his fists, his heart deeply moved. Not too long ago, he had also wanted to fight side by side with his father, but he had never been able to fulfill this dream. Although his father had always encouraged him to join the army, his father's harsh personality forbade him from carelessly stepping onto the front lines or his own battlefield. For someone of his father's personality to say such words and affirm his own performance was already quite good. Wang Yan quickly left. Just like Xianyu Zhongtong, Wang Yan also went to command the army. Other than the 60,000 some from the Annam Protectorate, the rest were soldiers under Wang Yan's command and reinforcements from the imperial court. Although Wang Yan did not understand the Annam Protectorate in terms of commanding these soldiers, not even Xianyu Zhongtong could compare to him. Two of the world's best defenders were willing to lower their stance to assist Wang Chong. In the entire world, no one but Wang Chong could enjoy such treatment. Boom! War drums and horns began to beat. The earth quaked as the vast Mengshi, Yusang army began to move like some prehistoric beast. The earth quaked as the vast Mengshi, Yusang army began to move like some prehistoric beast. A powerful killing intent burst out of the void and quickly engulfed the entire battlefield. Zhang Shouji, get ready. The final step. At the same time on the summit, Wang Chong waved his right hand and issued a final order. Walala! Fall! On the mountaintop, hundreds of blacksmiths and sword forgers opened the huge iron chests one after another. As they lifted them, countless iron caltrops of different sizes rolled out of the chests and fell down along the mountaintop that was more than 20 zhang wide. These caltrops were covered in sharp spikes, the longer ones several feet long, while the shorter ones were 5 or 6 inches long. Iron caltrops of all sizes poured down from the top of the mountain like a black carpet, filling up the last flaw of the mountain's defense system. Chapter 561. Nay, the winds howled and the war horses neighed. By the time Xianyu Zhongtong and Daluan Ruozen's conversation had concluded, the air around the mountain was surging and somber, the atmosphere extremely tense. The neighing of the war horses, the beating of the drums, and the blaring of the horns all made the atmosphere tense to the extreme. A Mengshi Zhao soldier was fully armored. Although his face was shrouded in armor, the clenching of his fingers on his spear betrayed his true emotions. The other soldiers around him were the same. Not far away, the fierce, courageous, and murderous Uzun soldiers were not faring much better. Their incessant blinking of their eyes revealed the unease in the hearts of these soldiers. The powerful Tang dynasty had left an indelible mark on the Uzun. When they were still children, they had heard that the foreign soldiers of the Tang dynasty had once killed their way to the plateau, even getting close to the Great Snow Mountain Temple. But that was a matter from a very, very long time ago, and the emperor of that time had not even been the same. The Uzun soldiers had already forgotten this memory. Just yesterday, they had even been jeering at the Tang people. But the deaths of 50,000 soldiers had caused these eagles of the plateau to once more recall this pain. Although no one believed that the Annam Protectorate could defeat the 500,000 soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army, there was no question that these people were worthy of respect. Move out! Daluan Ruozin, Hushu Wizong, Mengshi Zhao, and Jelifeng, the 4 commanders of the Mengshi Yusang army, rode in a line. Looking up to the summit, they swiftly gave the order to attack. Kaiyel! Kaiyel! The earth quaked as tens of thousands of fully armored soldiers surged toward the last stronghold of the Tang dynasty. Surprisingly, however, the first wave to attack was not the experienced Uzun cavalry, but the soldiers of Mengshi Zhao. Ready! Shields! Following a series of ear-piercing commands, huge steel shields that were as dense as clouds were suddenly raised high into the sky like fish scales, covering the sky. At the same time, the rings of light vibrated. Amidst the rumbling sounds of heavy steel, one after another, war halos shot out from the densely packed large shields. Tenacious halo, defensive halo, black iron halo, tempering halo, charging halo, attack halo. One after another, tens of thousands of halos vibrated and rumbled, connecting into one. In an instant, a huge battle intent erupted from the soldiers of Mengshi Zhao. Above these shield-wielding soldiers, the void distorted and a huge rock appeared, emitting a milky white light. Gradually it appeared. As soon as this huge rock appeared, the entire atmosphere of Mengshi Zhao's army instantly changed. It became much heavier and steadier. White Stone Legion. On the top of the mountain, the wind howled. Wang Chong looked down from above and saw the illusion of a huge white rock slowly appearing above the soldiers of Mengshi Zhao's front line. Wang Chong's expression instantly turned solemn. Jelifeng is very ambitious. He has indeed trained quite a number of troops over the years. The quality of these troops may not be comparable to the Annam Protectorate, but they are very similar in all aspects. White Stone Legion, one of the elite legions trained under Jelifeng. Although Wang Chong had never seen it before, it was a well-known name back then. This army contributed a lot in the Battle of Arai. The White Stone Legion was one of the armies with the largest number of soldiers in Mengshi Zhao. There were no less than 100,000 of them. Rumble. The sky and earth shook. Tens of thousands of Mengshi Zhao's White Stone Legion marched in an orderly manner. They divided themselves into phalanxes and moved slowly but firmly towards the Annam Protectorate from all directions. Seeing the scene, both Wang Chong and the other generals on the top of the mountain could not help but feel their eyelids twitch. Mengshi Zhao's White Stone Legion is almost the same as the Tang dynasty in terms of marching, the use of shields, and the way of marching. Back then, the Holy Emperor was benevolent and supported Mengshi Zhao with many things, including the training methods of the army and the way of battle formations. But now, these are being used by Jelifeng to deal with the Tang dynasty. This guy is really scheming and putting in a lot of effort. Wang Chong's sleeves fluttered in the wind. Thoughts flashed through his mind. With such a similar style of army, coupled with Jelifeng's understanding of the Tang dynasty, and the fact that they were fighting in a foreign land, it was not surprising that the Annam Protectorate suffered a crushing defeat. Unfortunately, Jelifeng, your opponent is me. Looking down the mountain, Wang Chong's gaze slowly turned cold and hard. The art of war was the combination of truth and falsehood. If Jelifeng really thought that he could defeat the Tang dynasty a second time just because he had defeated them once, then he was really wrong. Get ready. Wang Chong raised his right hand and quickly gave the first order. Following this order, the air rumbled, and like magic, one dazzling halo after another rumbled, shooting out wave after wave from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. The 100,000 Tang soldiers stood on different halos from the summit to the base of the mountain. With the help of the steel walls, the original mountain was gone, replaced by a mountain of steel formed from men and steel. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Micro-killing intent and baleful aura gushed out, exuding a dangerous aura. At this moment, the Tang army was dignified and silent. Everyone exuded the aura of a well-trained, battle-hardened, iron-blooded, and merciless. Anyone who saw this army would be able to sense the frightening strength and aura exuding from them. The tens of thousands of soldiers were solemn and motionless, not a single person making a sound. They were as orderly as a single person. The strength and aura of tens of thousands of people gathered together was not something an ordinary army could achieve. At this moment, the Tang army on the 100,000 mountains once more began to show signs of that invincible Tang dynasty army that had once swept through the world. More than 100,000 Annam Protectorate soldiers had died in the Battle of Arai, but not only had the Annam Protectorate not crumbled, it had even gotten stronger. These scoundrels! At the base of the mountain, the Mengshi Yusang commanders also widened their eyes at this sight. Even though they stood on different sides, they had to admit that the Tang dynasty's systematic training methods had produced soldiers of such high quality that not even the Uzun could compare. If not for the fact that cavalry were inherently superior to infantry and that the Uzun possessed the most cavalry, the Southwestern War would have ended in a completely different way. Fight! 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 A series of deafening roars rang out as orders were issued. Tens of thousands of Whitestone soldiers used their shields as cover and advanced in an orderly fashion. On the summit, the clattering of bows and crossbows could be heard. Unlike the Mengshi Zhao soldiers who were rapidly approaching, the Tang soldiers on the mountain remained motionless, as if they were statues. Their cold and bright gazes were focused on the base of the mountain. This combination of movement and stillness placed an even greater pressure on the soldiers. 50 zhang, 40 zhang, 30 zhang, 20 zhang. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Whether on the summit or the base of the mountain, all the Tang, Mengshi, or Yusang commanders were focused on the front line. Finally, bang! With this massive explosion, the Whitestone soldiers at the very front finally clashed with the Tang army and began to engage in a chaotic melee. Kail! 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 Heaven-shaking roars shook the world, rumbling like harvested wheat. The moment the two armies clashed, the soldiers of Mengshi Zhao's Whitestone army and the Tang army began to fall like wooden stakes. Chapter 562. Chapter 562. Introduction. Press forward. Without waiting for the battle to fully unfold, Jelifeng waved his hand, and another wave of Whitestone Legion pressed forward with tens of thousands of soldiers. Shields collided with shields, and the sound of steel colliding with steel rang out. Both sides were densely packed together. Press forward. Right when the second wave of people went up, Jelliofeng's third wave of people surged forward and covered the sky and earth. Don't give them a chance to breathe. Duan Wuji, you go up and personally hold the line. Yes, Your Majesty. At Jelliofeng's side was a heroic general with a white tasseled spear. He clamped the sides of his horse and immediately leapt forward. It was the commander-in-chief of White Horse Legion, Duan Wuji. Duan Wuji was the younger brother of Mengshi Zhao's general Duan Gechuan. He was also the commander-in-chief and valiant general of White Horse Legion. The entire White Horse Legion was trained by him. Sending out Duan Wuji at the beginning of the battle showed how much importance Jelifeng placed on this battle. Bang, 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 bang. The air shook and the rings of light rumbled. Layers of rings stacked on top of each other, pushing forward continuously. In a short period of time, the Tang Dynasty shield soldiers at the foot of the mountain were under extreme pressure. Every inch of land was covered with at least several times the number of White Stone Legion soldiers charging forward. Huge, thorn-shaped rings of light intertwined with each other, rumbling and shaking continuously. Battle cries rang out incessantly. Jelifeng didn't use any tricks. He just relied on his advantage in numbers to continuously press against the Annam Protectorate on the mountain. A single White Stone Legion soldier wasn't a match for the Annam Protectorate at all, be it in terms of strength, speed, or agility. However, when the numbers reached a certain level, the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change, and everything would be different. Let's see what they do. At the foot of the mountain, Jelifeng, Huishu, Wizong, and Daluan Ruozhen all looked at the top of the mountain silently. Everyone was silently waiting for the Annam Protectorate's response. The steel walls at the top of the mountain looked like a fortress. It looked like a city, but it was not a city. Even Jelifeng and Huishu Wizong had never seen such a situation before. The two of them couldn't figure out Wang Chang's pulse at all. The first wave was a test. "What do you think they will do?" Jelifeng suddenly said. "How to do it? You'll know soon enough." Huishu Wizong narrowed his eyes. In Zhangqiu Jianqiong's era, these two ambitious and ruthless figures of the Southwest had always kept each other in check. But after Zhangqiu Jianqiong's era, these two ambitious and ruthless figures of the Southwest actually stood together to deal with the Tang Dynasty. The White Stone Legion is a legion that I trained. Its defense is extremely strong. No matter what tricks they have up their sleeves, they will be greatly discounted in front of the White Stone Legion. As long as we can break through their defenses and destroy the Annam Protectorate, the entire southwest of the Tang Dynasty will be our world. This will be our final battle. Jelifeng said, gazing at the top of the mountain. The final battle. After eliminating these enemies before them, the entire southwest of the Tang Dynasty would be the world of Uzin and Meng Shizhao. At this time, even Jelifeng couldn't conceal the excitement in his heart. Everything he had hoped for would become a reality tomorrow. "Don't be too careless." A voice came from the side. It was Huishu Wizong's voice. "What? With our army of 500,000, do you think we can't destroy the last of their troops?" Jelifeng frowned and said, Huishu Wizong was Uzin's general. He was incomparably brave. Jelifeng originally thought that Huishu Wizong would agree with his point of view. However, he didn't expect that Huishu Wizong's attitude was completely different from what he had imagined. "I didn't say that we can't destroy them. I only said that we need to be cautious. I have a feeling that this matter won't go as smoothly as we think," Huishu Wizong said calmly. For some reason, Huishu Wizong had a bad feeling in his heart. Perhaps it was because the Tang people at the top of the mountain were too quiet. Perhaps it was because in Huishu Wizong's heart, the Annam Protectorate had fled all the way but chose to stop here only because there was a mountain here. In short, maintain sufficient vigilance. Don't be careless. Bang, bang, bang. On the mountain slope, the shields kept colliding with each other, and the sound of explosions was endless. Kill! Kill! Tens of thousands of White Stone Legion soldiers roared as they pressed forward. Squeaking sounds could be heard without end. Hold! Hold! On the mountain slope, the Annam Protectorate was constantly being squeezed down. One by one, the soldiers held onto their shields and kept retreating. Bang, bang! Stones exploded beneath their feet, the enormous pressure causing the feet of these frontline shield-bearers to sink deeply into the earth and rocks. It seemed that the collapse of the front line was only a matter of time. Keklak! The sound of shields rubbing against each other caused the faces of the Tang Dynasty soldiers to turn red. At the base of the mountain, Jelifeng, Duan Gachuan, Fenjie, Daluan Ruozhen, and Huishu Wizong were all looking up at the summit. As long as the Tang Dynasty soldiers on the front line could no longer hold out, everyone would rush in and attack the summit in one fell swoop. It's about time. Wang Chong looked down from his vantage point at the entangled Tang dynasty, Meng Shizhao and Uzun soldiers, and his gaze slowly turned sharp. Jelifeng and Huishu Wuzong were using the White Stone Legion to test him. But wasn't Wang Chong also testing him? Bang! With a heavy wave of his right hand, the Mengshi Yusang army suddenly found itself caught off guard. Just when the Annam Protectorate and the Mengshi Yusang army were in a stalemate on the verge of collapse. Rumble! The outermost Annam Protectorate in the first circle suddenly collapsed. Tens of thousands of soldiers fleeing in all directions. Buzz! The White Stone Legion soldiers in the innermost circle were all dumbfounded. What's going on here? At the base of the mountain, Jelifeng's expression flickered. Although he had also hoped that the Annam Protectorate would fail, he had not expected such a crushing defeat. This was happening much earlier than he had anticipated. But before he had time to think, the White Stone Legion surged forward. Wait! Jelifeng wanted to say something, but it was too late. The tens of thousands of White Stone Legion soldiers surged forward, throwing their formation into complete chaos. Kill! Kill them! Kill these Tang people, and the Southwest will be our world! The sight of the Annam Protectorate being routed on the front lines had everyone going crazy. With the Tang people in the front and the White Stone Legion in the back, it was like a chase. But no one noticed that other than the soldiers on the front lines being routed, all the Tang dynasty soldiers on the summit remained motionless. Begin! He waved his right hand, and before the White Stone Corps soldiers could react, countless Tang soldiers had charged in from the left and right flanks. Boom! 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 The first wave to arrive was not the Tang dynasty infantry, but the sound of tens of thousands of ballistae. These ballistae were all hidden behind the steel walls. From the foot of the mountain, no one could see them at all. Pft, pft, pft. Before the White Stone Legion could react, cold light flashed in the air, and the ballista bolts, flickering with the cold light of death, swarmed toward them. There wasn't even time to dodge, and the soldiers of the White Stone Corps were cut down one after another like wheat being cut down. The surging stellar energy and the thorny halos could not stop the ballista bolts at all. Ah! Screams rang out incessantly as tens of thousands of White Stone Legion soldiers fell in droves. Each ballista bolt pierced through at least 10 to 20 soldiers. Under normal circumstances, these ballistae would not have been able to cause so much damage if they were wielding large shields. But when a group of people swarmed forward, they were so densely packed that it was impossible for them to fall. And the dense crowd allowed the ballista bolts to display their full power. Retreat! Retreat! Run! Ballista bolts! This is an ambush! Everyone retreat! Chapter 563. Shields! 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 The leaders of the White Stone Legion screamed at the top of their lungs. But it was too late. Boom! Just as one of the White Stone Legion leaders screamed, the air whistled and a huge axe appeared. It spun violently and slashed into the head of the White Stone Legion soldier. Kill! A series of earth-shattering battle cries came from all directions. The front-line shield-bearers of the Annam Protectorate had already been defeated. But suddenly, countless axemen charged in from both sides. The huge axes glinted coldly in the air. Anyone who saw them could not help but feel their eyelids twitch. Boom! 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 The flying axes flew out like raindrops and slashed into the formation of the White Stone Legion. Bang! 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 Countless soldiers of the White Stone Corps groaned as they toppled to the ground in pools of blood. Hold on! Hold on! Hold on! The generals of the White Stone Legion shouted frantically. There were not many Annam Protectorate soldiers charging in from both sides. At least, their numbers were far less than the White Lion Legion. If they could withstand the frenzied assault of the Annam Protectorate, the situation could be changed. It's too late. On the mountain peak, Wang Chong looked down from above. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his lips curled into a cold smile. The armies of this era were still stuck in the pursuit of numbers. They did not know what the true art of war was. No matter what army, no matter how strong they were, if they only knew how to charge and kill, they were just a motley crew against well-trained opponents who advanced and retreated as one. There was no way they could resist. Boom! 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 The short victory on the battlefield quickly turned into a one-sided harvest. Thousands of Annam Protectorate soldiers charged down from the mountain peak. The White Stone Legion soldiers could not withstand them at all. This test was reversed in a short period of time. Retreat! Retreat! At the foot of the mountain, the face of the commander of the White Stone Legion, Duan Wuji, darkened. He had built the White Stone Legion himself, but he had never expected it to end up like this. Pass down my order. Reserve troops, prepare to press forward. Duan Wuji roared in exasperation. But before Duan Wuji could deploy his reserve troops, when the Tang army reached the edge of the mountain, the pursuit came to a sudden halt. Tens of thousands of soldiers seemed to have been frozen. All the soldiers stopped as if there was an invisible line there. Everyone was uniform as if they were one person. The spearmen and axemen were the first to retreat. Behind the army, the previously defeated shield-bearers once again emerged. Clang, 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 clang. Huge metal shields, each taller than a man, once again stood erect like a wall at the foot of the mountain. The shield-bearers were at the front, and the spearmen were at the back. It was as if the battle had never happened. Other than the corpses that littered the ground, there was no other evidence that this battle had ever taken place. Silence. Absolute silence. Jelifeng's and Daluin Ruozen's gazes turned nasty as they watched the orderly Annam Protectorate on the slope. On the side, Huishu Wuzong narrowed his eyes, his expression turning grim. In last night's battle, he had been lured away by Wang Chong, and he had sensed Wang Chong's crafty schemes throughout the entire process. Wang Chong's cavalry had never once directly clashed with him. By the time he arrived at the battlefield, the Annam Protectorate had already safely withdrawn. This was Huishu Wuzong's first time seeing Wang Chong's command in a frontal battle. In this battle, neither side had mobilized their entire army. The Mengshi Yusang army had only mobilized a portion of the White Stone Legion, which could not be considered their true strength. But on the summit, the Tang army had only mobilized a portion of the army at the foot of the mountain. From the middle of the mountain up, the rest of the Tang army had not moved. From start to finish, even in the most intense moments of the battle, they had not taken part. There was no question that this probing battle had resulted in a massive defeat for the Mengshi Yusang side. Bastard! Jelifeng stared at the Tang army on the mountain, his entire body trembling in anger. The White Stone Legion was one of the elite forces he had trained, and he had placed high hopes on Duan Wuji. He had never expected them to be so easily defeated, and in front of Daluin Ruozen and Huishu Wuzong. Just what is this bastard doing? Jelufeng was infuriated. In yesterday's battle, Uzun had lost 2 battles and lost more than 50,000 soldiers. While Jelifeng appeared fine on the surface and pretended not to care, deep inside, he was still somewhat disapproving. How was Duan Wuji's current performance any different from Uzun's? In front of Daluin Ruozen and Huishu Wuzong he had lost all face? Your Majesty, there's no need to be angry. This was only a probing battle. It doesn't mean anything. Daluin Ruozen shook his head and continued. Huishu Wuzong, this is your domain. What say you? He turned to Huishu Wuzong. This brat isn't simple. Huishu Wuzong was quiet for some time before speaking, his expression grave. The current Annam Protectorate in his hands is completely different from before. This battle will be rather troublesome. Ah. Upon hearing this, Daluin Ruozen's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. The relaxed smile on his face instantly disappeared. Daluin Ruozen and Huishu Wuzong had known each other for a long time, but he rarely saw such an expression on his face. He had never heard him say the word troublesome. Huishu Wuzong had a ferocious and combative personality. When he encountered a powerful opponent, he would only think of ways to defeat it. He would never think of any trouble. No trouble. Is this brat really that powerful? Daluin Ruozen's eyebrows slowly furrowed. He didn't know much about military matters, but if Huishu Wuzong was so cautious, then the nature of the matter was completely different. Congratulations to the host for killing 8,700 Mengshi Zhao soldiers. At the same time, the mood on the summit was completely different from the mood at the base of the mountain. Just as the battle was over, a familiar voice descended from the heavens like a sweet rain. Before the casualties of this battle had even been counted, Wang Chong already knew how many Mengshi Zhao had lost. In just a few moments, Mengshi Zhao had lost more than 8,000 soldiers. Wonderful! Chun Shu-sun looked down at the silent Mengshi Yusang army with an excited expression. It was no wonder that Chun Shu-sun found it difficult to maintain his composure. In this battle, Mengshi Zhao and Uzun had come with a torrential momentum. Their army of 500,000 covered the mountains and plains, exerting an enormous pressure. Although no one said anything, everyone, including Chun Shu-sun, felt the pressure weighing down on them. The Annam Protectorate had failed far too many times in the southwest. This battle was extremely important. If they failed in the first round, not only would the Mengshi Yusang army advance, the morale of the Tang dynasty would also crumble. They were already at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. If they failed in the first round, the morale of the army would be dealt a fatal blow. But as long as they could win, their mentality would be completely different. The two commanders of the army, Xianyu Zhongtong and Wang Yan, had remained unmoved. Half of the army had not participated in the battle, and this in itself was a manifestation of their strength. Wang Chong only faintly smiled, saying nothing. This was just the first test. It wasn't much at all. Alas, just a little bit more. This thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind as he looked down the mountain. Chapter 564. Pass on my order. Tell them not to get careless. This is only a test. The battle is still far from beginning. Wang Chong said, the first battle was extremely important, directly affecting the morale of the army. They had always been lacking in numbers, and if morale was lacking, the battle would truly be lost before it had even begun. But 8,000 some soldiers were nothing. Compared to the 500,000 soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army, this was truly a drop in the bucket. To the menacing Mengshi Yusang army, it wasn't even enough to float a bubble. In addition, don't get careless. Uzun and Mengshi Zhao have imperial great generals on the level of Huishu Wuzong and Duan Gechuan commanding them, and they have yet to move out. Yes, young master. Your subordinate understands. I will pass on young master's order. Chun Shu-sun bowed, a serious expression on his face. The 500,000 soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army and the two great generals that had yet to move out, Huishu Wuzong and Duan Gechuan, meant that the situation of this battle was truly grim, far from being optimistic. It's about time. Pass on my order. Prepare to carry out the second plan. It's about time for Jelifeng and Daluin Ruozen to move out. Wang Chong looked down at the slightly disorderly Mengshi Yusang army and suddenly said, in the fierce winds, the mood on the battlefield was far more intense than anyone had imagined. Jelifeng and Daluin Ruozen had moved far faster than anyone had imagined. Everything was as Wang Chong had predicted. 8,000 some casualties truly were not a serious blow to the Mengshi Yusang army of 500,000. Get ready. Jelifeng's expression was extremely cold. Tell Duan Wuji to have all the soldiers of the White Stone Legion throw in the battle. The entire Annam Protectorate doesn't even have 100,000 soldiers left. I don't believe that my 100,000 White Stone Legion can't open a gap in the Annam Protectorate. Yes, your subordinate will go. Wait, tell Duan Wuji that this time I want him to lead the army and be the commander, Jelifeng said coldly. More than 70% of the Annam Protectorate's forces had not been mobilized at all. Only a small portion of the forces stationed at the foot of the mountain had been mobilized. Under such circumstances, Duan Wuji still failed in front of everyone. It was a crushing defeat. Jelifeng was obviously extremely dissatisfied. Tell Duan Wuji that if the communists retreat, do not recklessly follow them, unless we can confirm that the Tang army is truly routed. Suddenly, a cold and emotionless voice rang in everyone's ears. Yes, my lord. Hearing this voice, the others didn't react, but the guard who passed the order stiffened. He quickly put his hands together and bowed, respectfully. He seemed to be very afraid. Along with that voice, the surrounding temperature also dropped significantly. This Duan Gechuan has quite a good eye. He's hit the nail on the head. Not far from Jelifeng, no one noticed a strange light flash through the eyes of Daluan Ruozhen and Hushu Wizong. This youth of the Tang dynasty, called Wang Chong, used a military strategy that was completely different from the other military commanders they knew of. A battle between two armies was a contest of spirit and courage, a contest of who could break through the defenses of the other side. This sort of method of intentionally showing weakness and retreating in order to advance was completely unheard of and unseen. Even Daluan Ruozhen and Hushu Wizong, who were ambitious and ruthless figures of the Southwest, had never seen such a thing before. As the great general of Mengshi Zhao, Duan Gechuan had always lived in seclusion behind the scenes, rarely revealing himself. He had acutely noticed that the White Stone Legion's recent defeat was due to the Tang army showing weakness. This was completely in line with their own views. However, Duan Gechuan only said these words before standing motionlessly behind Jiaofeng, like a lifeless statue, no longer making a sound. Thump, thump, thump. As the war drums rumbled, the vast sea of Mengshi Zhao soldiers at the base of the mountain began to move as well. With the rumbling of the war drums, the vanguard of the army began to move once more. In a few short moments, the White Stone Corps, with the towering mountain at the center as the center, quickly arranged themselves into orderly square formations. All soldiers, hear my order! Rolling stone formation. Gallop, gallop, galloped. Following a resounding sound, a tall and sturdy figure wielding a long sword raised high walked out from the back of the formation. With Duan Wuji's order, one figure after another, each of them brimming with majestic auras, slowly walked out of the formation and to the very front of the formation. These White Stone Legion commanders had all walked to the very front of the battle line. Boom! With a metallic clatter, a massive jade-white halo of thorns began to spread out from under the feet of Duan Wuji's horse and spread to the feet of the other White Stone Legion soldiers. Then, like some sort of signal, one halo of thorns after another began to spread out from under the feet of the other White Stone Legion commanders, reinforcing the entire army. Countless halos vibrated as if they were one entity. When the aura of 100,000 White Stone Legion gathered together, it suddenly turned into a beam of light, majestically soaring into the sky. Buzz! The void distorted. Under the gaze of countless people, a huge white boulder the size of a mountain once again appeared in the void. Fight! 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 With a series of earth-shattering shouts, the White Stone Legion once again gathered, standing like a wall, and pushed toward the top of the mountain. However, unlike the first time, this time the White Stone Legion's advancement was significantly slower, but the momentum and pressure they created did not decrease but increased instead. Duan Wuji! On the hillside, the commanders of the Annam Protectorate frowned. The White Stone Legion's attack power was definitely not the strongest among the legions of Mengshi Zhao, but their defensive ability was definitely the strongest. In the Battle of Arai, everyone had already experienced their strength. And as the leader of the White Stone Legion, the commander who created this army that perfectly imitated the style of the Tang dynasty, Duan Wuji had long become the enemy of the Annam Protectorate's generals, especially when they remembered that it was actually the Annam Protectorate's generals who taught Mengshi Zhao this method. If it was used against them, one could imagine how they would feel. "Duan Wuji, I'll fight you." "Nay," the war horse neighed, and in the blink of an eye, a pitch-black steed that was at least a size larger than the other steeds leaped out from the hillside, its mane trembling. With a single leap, it covered a distance of 70 to 80 feet. The official account's exclusive video, The Great War God So Young-sun, one has been uploaded. Everyone is welcome to follow. Add the WeChat official account and search for Huang Fuqi. Click on the avatar to view it in the history. Smiley face rumble. A trail of smoke and dust billowed, accompanied by endless thorns and flames. The Annam Protectorate General had already leaped down the hill. Beneath his body, a huge halo was vibrating and rapidly spreading forward as he moved. "General Zhao, I'm here to help you." Immediately after, the Annam Protectorate's generals leaped out one after another, stirring up a trail of smoke and dust as they charged down the hill together with the leader of the cavalry. "Who is that person?" Wang Chong raised his eyebrows slightly and asked without turning his head. He only said that he needed the cooperation of a high-ranking general who could lead an army, but he had no idea who the General Xinyu Zhongtong had arranged for him was. "That is General Zhao Wujiang. He is a veteran general of the Annam Protectorate. Back then, under the order of the Holy Emperor, the Annam Protectorate sent some generals to support and teach the Mengshi Zhao army the art of war. Zhao Wujiang was one of the generals who accompanied them. Back then, whether it was Zhao Wujiang or Duan Wuji, their ranks in the army were not high, and they were still very young. Back then, Zhao Wujiang and Duan Wuzong were bosom buddies, best friends. Many of Duan Wuji's art of war were actually taught by Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang taught him almost everything he knew. To a certain extent, the White Stone Legion was trained by Zhao Wujiang. There is almost no one in the Annam Protectorate who doesn't know this. In the Battle of Arai, we suffered heavy losses, and many of our heavy weapons and crossbows were unable to display their power. This is inextricably linked to the White Stone Legion. Chen Shusun gazed at the figure at the foot of the mountain and sighed, his heart heavy. So it's him. A thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind. The Annam Protectorate was a heavily fortified area in the southwest of the empire and had many generals. In this aspect, neither Mengshi Zhao nor Uzin could compare. This was a matter of the empire's military reserves. Mengshi Zhao and Uzin were barren wastelands of the art of war. In this aspect, they could not compare to the Tang dynasty. Because there were so many generals, it was impossible for Wang Chong to understand them one by one. However, among all the generals, Zhao Wujiang was definitely one of the most influential existences. Even back then, Wang Chong had heard of his name. This person had done very little, and his cultivation was not as powerful as Xinyu Zhongtong's, much less an imperial great general of Zhangqiu Jinqiong's level. But one thing was certain. Zhao Wujiang was a fierce general not one bit inferior to Duan Wuji. In the army, there are fathers and sons, but on the battlefield there are no brothers. Zhao Wujiang and Duan Wuji were once good brothers, but they single-handedly brought about the current situation of the Tang dynasty in the southwest. Now that Duan Wuji has appeared, he truly is more than enough to hold the line. Wang Chong quietly said to himself, the art of war was like the art of chess, soldier against soldier, general against general. Wang Chong had no understanding of Zhao Wujiang's abilities, nor had he ever interacted with him before. But none of this was important, because starting from now, the true manipulator of the war was no longer Zhao Wujiang, but himself. The affairs of the world are like chess, and the art of war is like chess. Whether it's soldiers or generals, they are all chess pieces on the board. Daluan Ruozin, Jelifeng. Come, let me see just how capable you are. Wang Chong looked down the mountain and waved his hand. Buzz. The mountain quaked. This time more than a third of the Tang army, nearly 30,000 soldiers, began to advance, preparing for the second round of battle. Bang! 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 Looking down from the sky, one after another dazzling war halos were like ripples on the surface of a lake during a rainstorm. They continuously spread out from one point on the battlefield in all directions. The halo of charge, the halo of defense, the halo of black iron, the halo of tenacity, the halo of reckless bull, the halo of offense, the halo of strength, tens of thousands of war halos joined together to cover the entire mountain. BZZZ. The entire mountain seemed to have become an impenetrable fortress, exuding an intimidating aura. Kill! 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 The metal shields slammed into the ground, causing the earth to rumble and all the Anan Protectorate army soldiers to roar in unison. The first battle had just ended, but the second battle was already upon them, and it was happening much faster than they had imagined. Nay, boom! With the fierce neighing of war horses, the vast sea of White Stone Legion and the Annam Protectorate on the mountain once more collided like two tides. Rumble! The moment the two armies collided, the entire earth began to groan. This did not seem like a battle between two armies, but more like a clash between two prehistoric beasts. Chapter 565. On the fierce battlefield, the strength of an individual had been weakened to the extreme. What was more important was the strength and cooperation of the army as a whole. In this battle, if the Annam Protectorate was a sturdy dam, then the White Stone Legion was the most ferocious wave, one wave after another. Although the Annan Protectorate army had the advantage in numbers and their training methods were extremely similar, in this battle the individual quality and overall strength of the Annan Protectorate army, as well as the teamwork between soldiers, had completely surpassed the Whitestone Corps, displaying an absolute advantage. Going up and down the slope, the tens of thousands of Tang soldiers, with the help of the steel walls that Wang Chong had brought, were perfectly distributed across the mountain range, displaying an unbelievable defensive strength. On the battlefield, it often required 3 or more soldiers of the White Stone Legion to put pressure on a Tang army. If they wanted to break through, they would need even more troops. On the plains, this sort of fighting strength was simply unimaginable. General has ordered that no one dares to retreat. Behead without exception. General has ordered that for every enemy killed, 10 taels of gold will be rewarded. For killing 10 enemies, you will be rewarded with the title of nobility, and your heirs will be protected. On the fierce battlefield, a White Stone Legion officer with a scar on his face shouted himself hoarse. Aiming at a soldier in the crowd who was thinking of retreating, he lashed out with his whip, shattering that soldier's armor and sending him flying with a scream. Dusker Luochi was a famous supervisor of the White Stone Legion. In battle, if he saw someone retreating, he would never hold back. This time, the commander-in-chief of the White Stone Legion, Duan Wuji, was personally taking the field. All the officers followed him, including Dusker Luochi. The officers suddenly became like an impenetrable fortress. Everyone was under pressure, and it was hard to tell how many officers were crazily supervising the battle like Dusker Luochi. First and second teams combined forces. Shields open the way, spearmen in the rear. Whoever can break through the Tang formation first will be heavily rewarded. Third and fourth teams, substitute. Don't retreat. His Majesty is supervising the battle from behind. Whoever dares to retreat will have their entire family executed. They're just putting on a brave front. They're no match for us. We know all of their training. If we can defeat them once, we can definitely defeat them twice, or even thrice. 100,000 soldiers. 100,000 soldiers. Our White Stone Legion has 100,000 soldiers, while the Tang regiments on the mountain range only have 100,000 at most. We don't believe that we can't break through their defense line with so many people. Charge! Charge! Steady! Hold on. All the generals of the White Stone Legion were supervising the battle from the front. Thorny halos flashed in the sky one after another. Unlike the first wave of attack, the White Stone Legion went all out this time. Compared to the frequent movements of the White Stone Corps, the Annan Protectorate Army was far less complicated. Giant shield formation. Spearmen get ready. Ready for battle at any time. As the model for the White Stone Legion, the Annam Protectorate was far less complicated. If the Tang dynasty claimed to be number 2 in infantry battles, no one in the world would dare claim to be number 1. In this aspect, they didn't even need much guidance from Wang Chong. Not bad. On the summit, Wang Chong nodded to himself at this sight. The Annam Protectorate had always been a well-trained army, and the Battle of Arai had eliminated many of the weaker soldiers, leaving behind only the elite of the elite. The greatest advantage of this elite was their individual strength, rich battlefield experience, and proficiency in teamwork. Most importantly, they had a strong ability to execute battle tactics. In the entire world, there was no general who didn't need subordinates that could command such a well-trained, highly capable, and elite army. Wang Chong had always believed in one thing: the quality of an army was first and foremost, and only quantity could be ensured. But if he could only choose one of the two, a well-trained and high-quality army was the best choice. Whether it was logistics, fighting power, or the pressure on the empire, they could all be minimized. In the entire world, the Anqi Protectorate Army commanded by Gao Xinji and Feng Chongqing, the twin paragons of the empire, is the strongest. It only has around 30,000 soldiers, but they are armed to the teeth with ballistae and weapons. Moreover, these 30,000 soldiers can be mounted on foot, and each soldier has a warhorse. Most importantly, they often cooperate with the cavalry of the kingdoms of Anqi, so they are extremely familiar with the tactics of nomadic tribes. Together with the elite, valiant, and strongest soldiers of the empire, the 30,000 regular soldiers, the 20,000 reserve soldiers in the rear of the Chishi Desert, and the more than 100,000 soldiers from the small kingdoms of the western regions that obey the orders of the Tang dynasty, this army is completely capable of intimidating the hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers. It's undeniable that the Anqi Protectorate Army is the strongest in terms of fighting power. But below the Anqi Protectorate Army, it's probably not much inferior to the Big Dipper Army commanded by Geshu Han of Longxi. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Geshu Han's Big Dipper Army was so powerful that it had stopped countless attacks from the Uzan Empire. Yet the mighty Uzan Empire had been unable to do anything to him, unable to advance east even when Geshu Han was standing in its way. One could easily imagine the strength of the Big Dipper Army. Of all the protectorate armies of the Tang dynasty, only the Annam Protectorate had the fewest battles. For this reason, the Annam Protectorate was the weakest of all the protectorates. But after the Battle of Arai, the 180,000 soldiers of the Annam Protectorate had been eliminated, and the remaining 60,000 had become the elite of the elite. Their fighting power had risen instead of falling. A single person could command 60,000 of the purest Annam Protectorate elites. Add on the thousands of Annam Protectorate generals, and add on the 2 fierce generals of his father and Xinyu Zhongtong. This was an extravagant dream that Wang Chong had never dreamed of. In the War of the Southwest, he could still maintain such a complete army. This was something that Wang Chong had never dared to imagine before. Daluan Ruozin, Huishu Wizang, Jelifeng, Duan Gechuan, as long as I am here, you will never be able to cross this mountain, and you will never be able to wreak havoc in the Southwest like you did in the past. Ambition comes with a price, and the greater the ambition, the greater the price. Now, it's time for you to pay that price. Let us see just who will be the final victor of the Southwest. Wang Chong's robes flapped in the wind as he looked down the mountain, a harsh light in his eyes. Rumble. With a heaven-shaking boom, a white figure, man and horse, flashing with thorns, slashed into the Annam Protectorate's defense line like a massive sword. Aya! With an earth-shattering explosion, the giant metal shield, as well as the shield-bearers and spear-bearers behind it, were all sent flying like kites with their strings cut. The great Tang defense line that had held out for so long had been broken in a flash. All soldiers, charge! Chapter 566. With Duan Wuji personally leading the charge, the Whitestone Legion was completely different from before. Compared to before, the destructive power and charging power they displayed were completely different. I don't believe that 100,000 Whitestone Legion can't break through the camp of these defeated generals. Everyone follow me. Whoever dares to retreat will be executed without exception. Duan Wuji waved his long sword. Behind him, all the personal guards of the Whitestone Legion formed a dense formation and surged forward like the tide. In front of Daluan Ruozhen and Huishu Wuzong, he was easily defeated by the Tang dynasty and reprimanded by Jelifeng. Duan Wuji's heart was filled with arrogance and anger. Kaboom! Duan Wuzong's dantian trembled, and the rolling Gang Qi transformed into millions of propitious Qi that shot out. Duan Wuzong sat on his divine chariot and raised his long sword. The void behind him changed, and a Buddha holding a medicine basket appeared. Bang, bang, bang. The void trembled and balls of light shot out from the surroundings of the son of Buddha. The light changed and turned into a medicinal pestle, a medicinal pot, a medicinal stone, a medicinal bottle, a medicinal vat, and many other kinds of instruments. It was the medicine king of Arai legend. The religion of Arai's 6 Zhao was completely different from that of the Central Plains. Everything had its own system. The medicine king was the medicine god and the god of strength of Arai. Duan Wuji cultivated the medicine king, and everyone in Mengshi Zhao knew about it. Kaboom! Duan Wuji activated the medicine king, and a huge halo of thorns surged, with Duan Wuji as the center, constantly vibrating and rotating. In an instant, the earth and mountains shook. Duan Wuji's robes fluttered, and the hair on his temples fluttered. In an instant, a majestic, storm-like aura exploded from his body. Boom! The halo shook lightly, and within a radius of more than 10 zhang, all the shield soldiers of the Annam Protectorate had their bones broken, and like kites with their strings cut, they flew in all directions. Everyone advance, with Duan Wuji at the center and all the Whitestone Legion generals supporting him. The entire legion was like a giant spider web, and they rolled toward the summit. Boom, boom, boom. Dust billowed and screams rang out. Not a single person in the mighty Annan Protectorate army had been able to stop Duan Wuzong. Kill! With Duan Wuzong leading the way, the morale of the Whitestone soldiers soared, all of them shouting as they followed Duan Wuzong up the mountain. Although Wang Chong had brought a large number of war machines from the capital and had constructed steel walls along the sides of the mountain, these steel walls were only meant for cavalry. They were of little use against infantry, and at the very least, they were of little use against the Whitestone Corps. Rumble. Like a breaching dam, a gap appeared in the impregnable Tang dynasty defense line, and under Duan Wuji's lead, this gap continued to grow. Not bad. Uncle Duan is truly doing his best. At the base of the mountain, Crown Prince Fenjie watched the battle on the summit, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Behind him, Jelifeng, Duan Gechuan, and the others also nodded their heads. It's better to provoke the general into action than to invite the general, was one of the most ancient proverbs of the art of war. With Duan Wuji personally taking the field, the Whitestone Legion's performance was on a completely different level. The Whitestone Legion truly does have some strength. Although they can't compare to Uzun's cavalry, they're still an elite force to be reckoned with. On the other side, Daluan Ruozhen and Huishu Wuzong said nothing, but they inwardly nodded in agreement. Daluan Ruozhen and Huishu Wuzong had not witnessed the Battle of Arai, only learning of the result after the battle. In truth, when the news of the defeat of the Annam Protectorate arrived, the two of them had been rather surprised. There was no doubt that the Mengshi Zhao Empire under Jelifeng's rule was completely different from any other time. The fighting strength they displayed was ample proof of this point. Ruor, Kaiyil, follow the general and kill all the Tang people. All the soldiers of the Whitestone Legion seemed to have been injected with a shot of adrenaline, roaring as they charged up the mountain. On the slope, the Tang dynasty was in an extremely bad situation. This was different from the first time. The first time, the Tang dynasty had held out for a very long time before collapsing, but this time the speed at which the defense line crumbled was much faster than anyone had imagined. Leading the way is a good thing, but the hard is easy to break. A mighty commander of an army should learn to charge into enemy lines before the outcome of the battle is clear and risk danger. This isn't a wise decision. On both sides, on the entire mountain, the only person who remained calm and unmoved was Wang Chong. Duan Wuji had led the way, raising the morale and drive of the Whitestone Legion. It was an astonishing sight, but in Wang Chong's eyes it wasn't even worth a glance. All he has is courage and strength, but no foresight. This Duan Wuji can't even be considered a third-rate general, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. For a general to personally lead the charge was definitely a strategic necessity, not just because the sovereign above had ordered it or to tear apart a section of the Tang army's battle line. In Wang Chong's view, Duan Wuji's grasp of the art of war was probably not even that of an ordinary general. If the commander-in-chief of an army never moved and always led the charge in every battle, then what difference was there between a general and a soldier? The official account's exclusive video, War God So Young-sun 1, has been uploaded. Everyone, please follow. Add the WeChat official account and search for Huang Fuqi. Click on the profile picture and you'll find it in the history. Smiley face, boom! Duan Wuji's massive charge did not last for very long. Boom! Just when Duan Wuji's momentum was at its fiercest. There was a massive boom as Duan Wuji's unstoppable charge came to a screeching halt, like a flood meeting a dam, or a gale meeting a steep cliff. In the middle of the vast army, between two lofty steel walls, a stalwart figure stood, like a pillar that held up the heavens, blocking Duan Wuji's attack and also blocking the path of the Whitestone Legion. A single general, a single black horse, had been able to block Duan Wuji's unstoppable momentum. Duan! Wu! Every word was squeezed out through clenched teeth. The sound of gnashing teeth could be heard, and every word was squeezed out from the gaps between his teeth. His red cloak flapping in the wind, the dark-faced general held his saber in front of him. His icy eyes glared viciously at Duan Wuzong, who was charging down the mountain, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Zhao Wujiang! Duan Wuji's expression froze when he saw the general who had appeared out of nowhere. But very quickly, a monstrous, murderous aura erupted from his body. When two armies fight, they each serve their own masters. Zhao Wujiang, don't blame me. Those who stand in my way will die. Rumble. The massive ring of light shuddered and exploded with a heaven-shaking rumble. Duan Wuzong's body exploded with a brilliant light, and he swung his long sword. In the air behind him, the medicine monarch's eyes narrowed, and countless medicine jars, pestles, and jars, each as heavy as a mountain, bombarded Zhao Wujiang like a storm. Boom! One of the medicine jars brushed past a steel wall that weighed several thousand kilograms, directly tearing it apart and sending it flying. Buzz! There was a flash of light, and all of the attacking medicinal stones, jars, and jars seemed to hit an invisible wall. They stopped when they were still 3 or 4 meters away from Zhao Wujiang, hovering in the air. The destructive medicinal stones, jars, and jars formed from stellar energy were completely unable to get within several meters of Zhao Wujiang. Traitor, if I had known that you would rebel today, I would have killed you back then. Zhao Wujiang's eyes were bloodshot, and they spat out towering flames of fury. Boom! A bloody flame flashed, and all of the medicinal stones, jars, and pestles formed from stellar energy were incinerated like wildfire, vanishing into nothingness. The bloody flame rebounded and fiercely collided with Duan Wuji's stellar energy. Rumble. A scorching essence chi shot into the sky, accompanied by the rumbling of metal. The stellar energy on Zhao Wujiang and Duan Wuji's bodies violently collided. In the blink of an eye, the moment the stellar energy collided, the two leaped forward. Clang! Saber and sword clashed, the horrifying stellar energy flames, accompanied by the clashing of the halo of thorns, instantly causing a violent explosion. Around the two, both the soldiers of the Tang Dynasty and the White Stone Legion had no time to react or dodge. Screams rang out as they were sent flying. Kill! Kill! Behind Zhao Wujiang, the other generals of the Annam Protectorate unsheathed their swords and roared, leading the vast Annam Protectorate soldiers down the mountain. At almost the same time, the generals of the White Stone Legion arrived. In the entire war of the Southwest, the two armies with the most similar styles and the deepest grudges were locked in a fierce battle. It's enough! At the summit of the mountain, Wang Chong slowly withdrew his gaze and looked in another direction. A battle between two generals would not decide the outcome of a war. The moment Zhao Wujiang appeared and intercepted Duan Wuji, the entire war had taken a different direction. The next phase. Now it's my turn. Jelifeng, Duan Gichuan, this time, your White Stone Legion won't just lose 8,000 some soldiers. Wang Chong coldly smiled as he gazed at those two unmoving figures at the base of the mountain. Etiquette would never be able to enlighten an opponent. Only war could leave an indelible mark. The Empire's southwest had already paid a heavy price in the early stages, and now it was finally time for them to pay the price for their actions. Although Wang Chong's current cultivation level was still not worth mentioning, the art of war had always been a contest of wits. Jelifeng, Duan Gachuan Fenjie, and even Daluan Ruozhen and Huishu Wuzong, no matter what glorious pasts these foreign warlords had, no matter what ambitions they had for the Tang Dynasty, Wang Chong would let them know what the might of a war saint was. Only the most painful of lessons could make these foreign titans learn to respect the Tang Dynasty. Pass on my order. Begin the operation. Wang Chong waved his right hand, waving the command flag. Chapter 567. Boom! The blood-red banner fluttered above the summit and then suddenly fell. A moment later, the mountain slope suddenly changed. The Annam Protectorate, which had been desperately resisting, suddenly relaxed, like a bowstring that had been pulled taut to its limit and then suddenly lost its strength. In a flash, all the White Stone Legion soldiers, except for Duan Wuji's line of defense, subconsciously gave chase. Not good. Duan Wuji's eyes and ears were focused on all directions. When he saw this out of the corner of his eye, his eyelids suddenly twitched. At any other time, he would have had enough time to stop this. But at this time, Duan Wuji had only just opened his mouth to speak when a blood-red light washed over him. A massive saber slashed down with destructive energy, cleaving the heavens and splitting the earth. Rumble. Stellar energy vibrated as the two tyrannical energies collided, transforming into a sharp pillar of energy that was several zhang thick. The order that Duan Wuji had been about to spit out was instantly swallowed by Zhao Wujiang's saber. Retreat immediately. Don't pursue. At the base of the mountain, Crown Prince Fenjie trembled as he saw this scene. His heart filled with panic. He involuntarily took a few steps forward. It was only when the cold wind blew that he realized what was happening. The battle cries on the summit shook the heavens. So how could he hear his own voice? Oh no, the same thing is happening again. It's this move again. At the base of the mountain, Daluan Ruozhen and Huishu Wuzong also paled. If they remembered correctly, not too long ago, the Nam Protectorate had used this exact same move to defeat the White Stone Legion. Kill! Kill! With the general holding the fort, the Annam Protectorate can't hold on much longer. The White Stone Legion soldiers at the back had no idea what was happening in front of them. They only felt that the space in front of them had loosened and immediately squeezed through. The brilliance of Wang Chong in choosing this mountain to fight the final battle was once again reflected. The incline of the slope, coupled with the layers of steel walls covering the surface of the mountain, greatly limited the vision of the soldiers at the rear, making it impossible for them to discover the battle situation in front of them in a timely manner. Furthermore, Wang Chong had changed his tactics slightly. Boom! A group of people swarmed forward, and the originally orderly formation was once again thrown into disorder. Duan Wuji's suppressive effect immediately disappeared. Kill. On the top of the mountain, the spearmen and axemen of the Annam Protectorate formed a tight formation. When the White Stone Legion's front line fell into chaos, they stood like a wall and quickly charged over. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly, and waves of miserable screams resounded through the clouds. An army that fought on its own, without any organization or formation, was like a mass of loose sand. In front of a regular army, it was completely vulnerable. Pooh! Pooh! Cold spears pierced through the chest and out the back. In an instant, the soldiers of the White Stone Legion could not dodge in time and fell one after another. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 100, 1,000. In the blink of an eye, thousands of soldiers of the White Stone Legion had fallen one after another. In front of the Annam Protectorate, the chaotic soldiers of the White Stone Legion could not resist at all. All troops in the rear, press forward with all your strength. All troops in the front, hold down the front line. Without orders, no one is allowed to pursue the enemy. Boom! In a flash, Duan Wuji fiercely pushed back Zhao Wujiang with a single slash of his sword. With a turn, he pulled away, and his entire face turned green. Before the battle, he had already planned to guard against this move of the Annam Protectorate, but he did not expect that even though he was prepared, he still fell for it. Boom! In a flash of bloody light, Zhao Wujiang's saber energy followed. Duan Wuji only had time to give this order before he was once more swept up by Zhao Wujiang's saber energy. Duan Wuji, you still have time to give orders? You should take care of yourself first. Take a strike from me. Damn it, Zhao Wujiang, do you think you can hold me down like this? I want you dead. Duan Wuji's furious roars reached the heavens. But no matter how angry he was, the moment Wang Chong had sent out Zhao Wujiang, his advantage had been completely nullified. But even so, Duan Wuji's order had still been effective. The White Stone Legion had learned everything from the Tang Dynasty and the Tang Protectorate Army. In terms of carrying out orders, they were not much inferior to the Tang Dynasty. Rear troops follow. Advance in force. Front troops pull back. Hold the line. Anyone who dares to charge into the formation will be immediately executed. Hurry! Anyone who dares to slack off will be dealt with according to military law. Hundreds of White Stone Legion officers revolved around Duan Wuji's order, and orders were quickly passed down through these leaders of the White Stone Legion. In a few short moments, the White Stone Legion was divided into two groups, using the crumbling front line as a base. The crumbling White Stone Legion soldiers on the front line were cut off, and in the rear, the White Stone Legion quickly formed a new line of defense. Behind them, layers upon layers of White Stone Legion soldiers pressed forward. In the face of the 100,000 White Stone Legion soldiers, the previous wave of dispersal was completely insignificant. Duan Wuji has already grasped the essence of commanding troops. This is no longer a simple imitation, but a true grasp of the art of changing formations, forming his own style. It seems that in the many years that Jelifeng has ruled the 6th Zhao of Arai, he truly has carried out many bold and decisive reforms. At the very least, Mengshi Zhao truly does have the strength to challenge the Nam Protectorate. Wang Chong stood on the summit, looking down at the soldiers of the White Stone Legion as they swiftly restored order and stabilized the front line. He couldn't help but nod to himself. Even as an enemy, Wang Chong had to admit that Jelifeng's rule over the 6 Zhao of Arai and Mengshi Zhao's empire to this extent had not been a fluke. The White Stone Legion, led by Duan Wuji, had caused great damage to Xinyu Zhongtong's Annam protectorate in the Arai Plains. This was definitely not a coincidence. Now, the Mengshi Zhao Empire indeed had the capital to expand its military. At the very least, in this wave of attack, the White Stone Legion was able to decisively abandon a portion of its soldiers and rebuild a new front line in a short period of time. This made the early tactical advantage of the Annam protectorate disappear. This was not something that any legion could easily do. But unfortunately, it's still useless. Wang Chong sneered, made a hand gesture, and conveyed another order. The blood-red flag once again danced on the summit. Bang, bang, bang. All the soldiers of the White Stone Legion who had fallen into chaos and were abandoned were harvested, one by one, falling down like wooden stakes. Roar! With a roar, the sabersmen, spearmen, and axemen retreated while the shieldsmen charged forward. From the middle of the mountain, tens of thousands of Annam protectorate soldiers once more charged at the White Stone Legion. But from the middle of the mountain up, the entire Annam protectorate remained motionless. Xinyu Zhongtong, Wang Yan, Chen Shu-sun, and all the high-ranking officers of the Annam protectorate, except for Zhao Wujiang, stood motionless from the middle of the mountain to the summit. It was like this battle had nothing to do with them. Kill! Kill! The countless Annam protectorate soldiers once more charged at the formation of the White Stone Legion. Pressing, constantly pressing. The same scene repeated itself as tens of thousands of great Tang soldiers continued to charge forward. Without Duan Wuji, the White Stone Legion could no longer pose a fatal threat to the Annam Protectorate. Bang! As the Annam Protectorate and the White Stone Legion charged at each other, the pressure and entanglement reaching their limits, the same thing happened once more. Retreat! Hurry and retreat! Caught off guard by the White Stone Legion, the Annam Protectorate at the very front suddenly began to retreat. And then the strangest thing happened. The tens of thousands of soldiers of the White Stone Corps subconsciously chased after Wang Chong like a heavy fist striking the air. In just a few seconds, the orderly and disciplined White Stone Legion once more fell into the same chaos. Daluan Ruozhen, Huishu, Wizong, Jelifeng, Duan Gechuan, Fenjie, right under the eyes of these formidable powerhouses of the southwest border, the White Stone Legion, under Wang Chong's command, once more fell into the same chaos and predicament. Hiss! At this moment, let alone these foreign powerhouses like Jelifeng and Huishu Wizong, even the motionless Xinyu Zhongtong and Wang Yan on the summit of the mountain sucked in a deep breath. Duan Wuji was already doing his utmost to avoid being seduced by Wang Chong and falling into the same predicament. All the commanders of the White Stone Legion were also doing their utmost to maintain order. But in the blink of an eye, the entire White Stone Legion was once more being played around in the palm of Wang Chong's hand. Hiss, this kid! Duan Wuji is simply not his match. He's completely being played around in the palm of his hand. At the base of the mountain, in the battle formation, Daluan Ruozhen had at some point stopped, gently waving the fan in his hand. The corners of his mouth, which had always been calm and carefree, slowly tightened into a solemn expression. "I'm afraid I've underestimated this kid." This was the only thought in Daluan Ruozhen's mind at this moment. All of Wang Chong's previous battles were meaningless to Daluan Ruozhen because he had never seen them at all. What he had really seen were the 3 battles between Wang Chong and the White Stone Legion. The first 2 battles did not leave too deep an impression on Daluan Ruozhen. At most, he discovered that Wang Chong had some talent. But when it came to the 3rd time, when it was the battle before his eyes, the feeling was completely different. No matter whether Duan Wuji was willing or not, no matter how hard the White Stone Legion generals worked, no matter how good their teamwork was, no matter how much the White Stone Legion had gone through, in front of the youth called Wang Chong at the top of the mountain, it was not worth mentioning at all. A casual and simple order from Wang Chong had rendered Duan Wuji and the White Stone Legion generals' efforts to naught. No matter how much vigilance and preparation the White Stone Legion soldiers had in their hearts, in front of the Annam Protectorate, they were completely unable to resist and once again fell into a trap. What a terrifying attainment in the art of war! This youth called Wang Chong is probably even more troublesome than we imagined. He will become the greatest obstacle for our Uzun Empire in the southwest. As this thought flashed through his mind, Daluin Ruozen's brows suddenly furrowed deeply. He never frowned easily, but now everything had changed. Chapter 568. Thump, thump, thump. While Daluin Ruozen Huashu was on, and the others were still in shock at the tactics and strategies displayed by the Tang troops on the summit, Wang Chong's tactics had already produced an immediate effect. Thump, thump, thump. Dense ranks of Tang troops charged down from the summit. The scene of harvesting like wheat once more appeared. One after another, the soldiers of the White Stone Legion screamed as they fell to the spears of the Annam Protectorate. Kill! Don't be afraid of them. The eyes of some of the valiant White Stone Legion soldiers turned blood-red as they roared and attempted to charge forward, fighting for their lives with the soldiers of the Annam Protectorate. But in a flash of light, swoosh, 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 sabers and swords stabbed at them from all sides, stabbing through their chests and emerging from their backs. In the blink of an eye, these fearless White Stone Corps soldiers dropped to the ground, their eyes wide open. This shouldn't be happening. When these warriors of the White Stone Legion fell at the last moment, their hearts were filled with a deep sense of unwillingness. On the shores of Arai, they had killed more than one elite of the Tang dynasty's Annam Protectorate. On the bodies of these fallen Annam Protectorate elites, they had built up a powerful self-confidence. The White Stone Legion was not the slightest bit weaker than the Annam Protectorate. No, it far surpassed them. But no one could understand why things had turned out this way in the blink of an eye. This battle had been fought in a complete mess. Although they had seen everything clearly, they had no idea what had happened when they were retreating. We clearly had the advantage, so why did things suddenly turn out like this? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the minds of these warriors of the White Stone Legion went black, and then they knew nothing else. Thump, thump, thump. Countless corpses covered the surface of the mountain like a sea. This time, the number of White Stone Legion soldiers who died was much higher than the last time, and the speed of the deaths was incomparably fast. When the number of people involved in a war reached the level of more than 10,000, the number of people dying in a breath's time was always beyond imagination. Warning: the number of Annan Protectorate Army soldiers killed in battle is 1021. The obliteration line has been lowered further. Congratulations, host. You have killed 20,000 warriors of the Mengshi Zhao Empire. You have obtained an additional 1,500 by 2 to the upper limit. The condition for the host to be erased has been changed. When the remaining warriors of the Annam Protectorate fall below 39,000, the host will be erased. On the mountaintop, a series of familiar voices poured down from his mind like a waterfall. When he heard these voices, Brain Wong stood on the mountaintop, his long hair and robes fluttering in the wind. A smile appeared on his face. The White Stone Legion only has 80,000 soldiers left. The army of the Mengshi Zhao Empire was very similar to the army of the Tang dynasty. It was primarily infantry, and of all the legions, the shield-like soldiers of the White Stone Legion would always stand on the very front lines of the battlefield. Without the protection of the White Stone Legion, the threat that the Mengshi Zhao Empire posed to the Tang dynasty would be greatly reduced. The Tang dynasty was famed throughout the world for the quality of its equipment, and all its soldiers were armed to the teeth. Without the existence of the White Stone Legion, the Tang dynasty's superiority in equipment would be able to be quickly displayed. 21 soldiers have died, a casualty ratio of nearly 20-1. Not bad. If this ratio can be maintained, the 100,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty will be able to wipe out the 500,000 soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army. Wang Chong inwardly sneered. When it came to those ambitious wolves who coveted the Central Plains, coveted the Tang dynasty. Only by teaching them a harsh lesson would they understand what people and what things could not be offended or coveted. Retreat! 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 On the mountain top, everyone was in a panic. At the start, the 8,000-some casualties hadn't meant much. But now that the death toll had reached 20,000 and was still rising, everything changed. 20,000 out of 100,000 soldiers was equivalent to 1 out of every 5 being killed. The number of corpses scattered across the mountain was not something that could be ignored. Hurry and retreat! Damn it, just what did these scoundrels do? 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves after being defeated 3 times by the Tang army using the same method. All the commanders of the White Stone Legion were terrified. They had completely understood their strategy, understood their intentions, but they had been utterly unable to stop themselves from being defeated by the same simple strategy. Bastard! Duan Wuji was both shocked and infuriated. The Medicine King behind him and the halo of giant strength of the thorns at his feet were pushed to their limits. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of stellar energy rumbled toward Zhao Wujiang. That sharp sword that could cut a hair was also swung to its limits by Duan Wuji, a storm of attacks raining down on Zhao Wujiang. It's useless. A bone-chilling voice came from the other side. Zhao Wujiang's deep gaze was fixed on Duan Wuzong. He had long since seen through the initiative and clearly understood what Duan Wuzong meant. Isn't it too late to escape me now? Bang! Zhao Wujiang stamped his right foot on the solid ground and charged forward like a god of war. His long saber fiercely chopped down at Duan Wuzong with the power to split the sky. The two of them once again engaged in a fierce battle. No matter how much Duan Wuji wanted to retreat, no matter how hard he tried to escape from Zhao Wujiang, he could not succeed. Bastard, you madman! Duan Wuji was furious. The losses of the White Stone Legion had left him bleeding. He had personally trained every soldier, and he had poured a great deal of blood and sweat into this White Stone Legion. Although the White Stone Legion had the numerical advantage, it was completely toyed around in the hands of the Tang dynasty. Wave after wave of White Stone Legion soldiers had died on the slope before they could even display their strength. Although the leading generals had tried their best to restrain the army and reorganize the formation, in the face of the Tang dynasty strategy, all their efforts were in vain. Ha ha ha! Duan Wuji, I know that you have been learning from the Tang dynasty, and I have always known that you want to surpass the Tang dynasty and surpass me. Mengshi Zhao has hidden his ambition. He has helped Mengshi Zhao so much in the Tang dynasty, from the military to farming, from Confucianism to silkworm weaving. And after all these, he still wants to touch the Tang dynasty. It is despicable and hateful. But Duan Wuji, Mengshi Zhao will not succeed in the end, and you will not succeed in the end. Do you know why? Do you know where the gap between us is? Looking at the anxious face of Duan Wuji, who wanted to leave and tried his best, but could not get rid of him completely at this moment, Zhao Wujiang only felt very happy in his heart. So many of his colleagues had died on the banks of a Rai, which made Zhao Wujiang's heart ache. He had once thought that it was his responsibility. Because of this, he deeply blamed himself. But now, seeing those Mengshi Zhao's people who had killed the Annam protectorate on the banks of a Rai fall one after another, and seeing Duan Wuji's twisted and furious face, Zhao Wujiang only felt very happy in his heart. Zhao Wujiang, your ting! Duan Wuji roared angrily. His eyes were red and bloodshot. Ha ha ha! Duan Wuji, you don't want to hear it, but I want to say it. Do you know why Mengshi Zhao and Jelifeng can never succeed? Do you know why you and your White Stone Legion can never compare to the Annam Protectorate? Because of us, because of the Great Tang, we have far more talents than you can imagine. Talented generals, talented ministers, talented officials. These people might not appear in the same place for a while or even for a very long time, and you might not even know of their existence. But as long as the empire is in trouble, as long as the empire needs them, they will descend from the sky, one after the other, and appear in front of you in an endless stream. You think that it's enough to surpass me? Ha ha ha, Duan Wuji, you're too naive. Although I am a high-ranking general of the Annam Protectorate, I am nothing in the Tang Dynasty. There are hundreds and thousands of people who surpass Zhao Wujiang, whether it is in cultivation or military attainments, and it is not just a small number. In the end, I, Zhao Wujiang, am just a nobody. Do you know who was the real commander of this war and the person who defeated you? It was a 17-year-old youth, a 17-year-old youth. Duan Wuji, can you imagine? An ordinary 17-year-old youth was able to beat all of you into a complete rout, able to toy with the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of your Mengshi. Yusang coalition in the palm of his hand. Bullshit. Duan Wuji finally couldn't help but curse. Although he knew that Zhao Wujiang was intentionally provoking him, Duan Wuji still couldn't suppress his anger. Defeating the Tang Dynasty, reviving the sixth Zhao of Arai, spreading the name of the Mengshi Zhao Empire to the entire continent, planting the banner of Arai throughout the 9 continents. This was not the dream of Emperor Jelifeng alone. It was the dream of millions of Mengshi Zhao people and Mengshi Zhao, Great General. Great General Duan Gechuan, Crown Prince Fenjie, Duan Wuji, the White Elephant Corps, the Arai Corps, and all the other generals. Every Mengshi Zhao general had this intense desire and dream buried deep within their hearts. Thus, this war had never been the dream of Emperor Jelifeng alone. This war had never been initiated by him alone. This was the long-cherished wish of all the people of Mengshi Zhao. As long as the Tang Dynasty remained on the shores of the Arai, as long as Mengshi Zhao remained a vassal of the Tang Dynasty and had not yet surpassed the Tang Dynasty, generals like him would continue to appear. Duan Wuji could tolerate Zhao Wujiang's insults, but he could not tolerate Zhao Wujiang's slander of his dream. Swish! Just when Duan Wuji was at his most agitated and enraged, swish! A blood-colored long sword surged with raging flames. Like a white steed galloping through a gap, it grew larger and larger. With a swish, it pierced through Duan Wuji's stellar energy and pierced deep into his shoulder blade. With a squelch, the bright red tip of the sword emerged from Duan Wuji's back. Ah! With a shrill scream, Zhao Wujiang's tyrannical, swift, and destructive stellar energy transformed into thousands of threads that pierced through his shoulder blade and into Duan Wuji's body, penetrating his meridians. All his rage was instantly extinguished. Zhao Wujiang pressed forward and slammed a palm into Duan Wuji's chest. Boom! Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Duan Wuji's body curled up into a ball and spun like a kite with its string cut. General. Chapter 569. Time seemed to have slowed down countless times at this moment. Countless pairs of eyes followed Duan Wuji's figure as he moved in the void. Even Wang Chong, who was standing at the top of the mountain, couldn't help but feel his eyelids twitch. Zhao Wujiang, a hint of surprise flashed in the depths of Wang Chong's eyes. Duan Wuji was definitely not a weakling. A person who could lead the White Stone Legion to rise suddenly and become one of the strongest legions in Mengshi Zhao, defeating the Annam Protectorate by the Chaotic Sea, and making a name for himself with the Annam Protectorate was definitely not a weakling. In fact, in the history that Wang Chong knew, Duan Wuji was a fierce general of Mengshi Zhao, and his reputation was like the sun in the sky. In fact, he actually surpassed Zhao Wujiang. Wang Chong originally thought that Zhao Wujiang could resist Duan Wuji and render him unable to play a role, which was already quite good. He hadn't expected that Zhao Wujiang would be able to completely block Duan Wuzong and even injure him with a single blow, sending him flying. In terms of strength, he completely overwhelmed Duan Wuji. Boom! Duan Wuji's figure fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground like a cannonball. Where Duan Wuji's back landed, the ground instantly collapsed like a spider web. Billowing smoke and dust soared into the sky and instantly covered the ground. General! General! All the soldiers of the White Stone Legion in the surroundings were all pale with fright, and they all swarmed away like clouds. Duan Wuji was the soul of the White Stone Legion. For the entire White Stone Legion, if anything happened to Duan Wuji, it would definitely be an earth-shattering nightmare. The White Stone Legion has lost. Wang Chong looked down from above. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes when he saw this scene. It wasn't that a general couldn't take the lead and lead the army into battle, but that would be too risky. If one wanted to set an example for others and take the lead, one must first be unbelievably strong. If they weren't strong enough, like Duan Wuji, and something happened to them, then the morale of the army would instantly collapse. A general who took the lead could easily raise the morale of the army, but he could also cause the morale of the army to plummet due to his own mistakes. Perhaps Duan Wuji himself did not realize that the morale of the White Stone Legion had collapsed. This is what it means to succeed and fail because of Xiaohe. Wang Chong held his hands behind his back as he looked at the place where the smoke and dust were rising from the foot of the mountain. Morale was never something illusory. When an ordinary soldier wanted to go all out and fight with you, it was completely different from when he was timid and only wanted to escape. If it was expressed in terms of morale, then the former was 100%, while the latter had fallen to 0. On the battlefield, morale was always one of the core factors that determined the victory or defeat of an army. Protect the general. You guys lead the general to retreat first. I'll hold them off. Brothers, the general treats us like brothers. No matter what, we can't let anything happen to the general. Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. The general has treated us well. Now is the time to repay the general. Rumble. Without waiting for Zhao Wujiang to continue his pursuit, countless soldiers of the White Stone Legion rushed toward Zhao Wujiang without any regard for their lives. No matter how rotten and corrupt an army was, it would never lack loyal and devoted subordinates. As the commander of the White Stone Legion, Duan Wuji had countless elite soldiers under his command, and there was no lack of such subordinates. Bang, bang, bang. The huge halo of thorns outside Zhao Wujiang's body rumbled, and the surging stellar energy shattered mountains, sending the White Stone Legion soldiers flying. Before these White Stone Legion soldiers could even land on the ground, they were already corpses. But even so, there were still fearless experts rushing over, frantically blocking Zhao Wujiang's path. Kill! Kill Duan Wuji! Don't run, Duan Wuji! Kill these rebels and open the way for General Zhao. Brothers, go. The time for revenge has come. Don't run, Duan Wuji! Duan Wuji had many loyal personal guards, and on Zhao Wujiang's side, there were also many capable and brave subordinates. On the hillside, when the elites of the White Stone Legion rushed over, Zhao Wujiang's subordinates also rushed forward to meet them. Both sides were fearless, and the grudge between Zhao Wujiang and Duan Wuji, as well as the hatred between the Annam Protectorate and the White Stone Legion, was enough to make the two groups fight to the death. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of energy swept in all directions. The two groups of elites were like a meat grinder, fighting each other. On the other side, a group of core members of the White Stone Legion was shocked to see the scene. They carried Duan Wuji and frantically fled down the hill. Bang, bang. Zhao Wujiang's stellar energy vibrated, sending more than 10 waves of White Stone Legion elites flying like the autumn wind, sweeping away the fallen leaves. But in the end, he could not help but sigh. What a pity that bastard Duan Wuji is not fated to die in the end. Even though the Annam Protectorate also had many experts, Zhao Wujiang was still one step behind. The White Stone Legion's frenzied interception finally allowed Duan Wuji to escape. Retreat! Retreat quickly! With Duan Wuji's defeat, the Annam Protectorate's momentum rose, and the White Stone Legion collapsed like a landslide. This was even more severe. Unlike the previous time, the White Stone Legion was truly defeated this time. Humph, want to leave? Do you think it's that easy? At the peak of the mountain, the wind was howling. Wang Chong stood at the top of the mountain, overseeing the entire situation. His eyes were on all sides and his ears were on all sides. How could he let them retreat so easily? With a wave of his hand, the entire battlefield changed. Countless Annam Protectorate soldiers covered the sky and the earth, and once again the two sides were entangled. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I advance. When the enemy attacks, I defend. When the enemy defends, I attack. Wang Chong was only using some simple military tactics, but it was enough to make the complacent and ambitious White Stone Legion play around in the palm of his hand. Kill! Countless Annam Protectorate soldiers covered the sky and the earth, howling as they charged down from the mountain. The long-term training of the Annam Protectorate revealed itself at this moment. Even in the midst of sprinting and charging, the Annam Protectorate soldiers still maintained a tight formation and tacit cooperation. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, layer by layer, the White Stone Legion soldiers kept slowing down as they were pinned down by the Annam Protectorate at the back, like folding a paper fan. Under the strategy of the Annam Protectorate, the number of White Stone Legion soldiers who were pinned down and unable to escape increased from 10,000 to 20,000, 20,000 to 30,000, and finally reached more than 40,000. As long as the White Stone Legion dared to not resist and blindly escape, then these people would all be killed, and they would die very quickly. Selling your back to the enemy, there was no faster way to die than this. However, if the White Stone Legion turned around to resist, they would once again fall into Wang Chong's rhythm of, when the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I advance. When the enemy attacks, I defend. When the enemy defends, I attack. This was another kind of slow death, and in the end, the number of casualties would only increase. Congratulations to user for killing 30,000 soldiers of the Mengshi Zhao army. The Stone of Destiny's familiar voice once more resounded in his mind. As Wang Chong looked down the mountain, a fierce light flitted through his eyes. We'll die if we advance, and we'll die if we retreat. Now it's up to you to choose. As this thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind, he stood motionless on the summit, his face cold and aloof. It was like he was standing in a different dimension. The choice was now in the hands of the Mengshi Zhao Yusang army. Zhao Sero, it's your turn. At the base of the mountain, Daluin Ruozin suddenly spoke in Uzin. This, Zhao Sero hesitated for a moment and subconsciously turned his head to look at General Huishu Wizong. Although the highest leader of the Uzin Ngari royal lineage was Prime Minister Daluin Ruozin, the real military commander was General Huishu Wizong. Moreover, although everyone knew that the Prime Minister was very intelligent, that was only in terms of strategy. In terms of actual military strategy and command, the Prime Minister was actually not that experienced. Didn't you hear what the Prime Minister said? Go. Huishu Wizong said lightly and waved his hand, his face expressionless. Yes, I'll go now. Zhao Sero made up his mind. He quickly bowed and turned to leave. Wait. Break through from the northeast corner. Huishu Wizong suddenly stopped Zhao Sero. Yes, my lord. Zhao Sero was greatly encouraged and his footsteps quickened. The Prime Minister is worried about Mengshi Zhao. Once Zhao Sero had left, Huishu Wizong suddenly turned to Daluin Ruozin, still speaking in Uzin as if no one else was present. Only he knew that what Daluin Ruozin had said just now was not an order, but a statement of his attitude, an attitude that indicated that the Uzin alliance should take action. Yes. Daluin Ruozin nodded, a hint of worry in his eyes. That brat is probably even more formidable than we imagined. If Mengshi Zhao's forces are defeated too badly and suffer too many casualties, it will be disadvantageous to us. Morale is a very subtle thing. In addition, although Jelifeng hasn't said anything, if we ignore him, he will probably hold a grudge against us in the future. This won't be very good for the Mengshi Yusang alliance. After all, we will need their help in many areas in the future. Since that's the case, let's just make our move. Huishu Wuzong indifferently said, his face unperturbed. Huishu, you've been in the army for much longer than I have. I heard that before you were made a general, you served under the command of the White Buddha, great general, other than Zhangqiu Jianqiong. You should have interacted with other generals of the Central Plains. Tell me the truth. Have you ever seen such a strange way of fighting before? Wang Chang's tactics were extremely bizarre. They were repeated over and over again, like maggots in the bone. You retreated, and I advanced, you advanced, and I retreated. His every move could be clearly seen by those outside. Even the White Stone Legion knew what he would do next, but they still fell for his tricks. Most frightening of all was that Duan Wuji's White Stone Legion could not retreat even if they wanted to. If Uzin's men did not intervene, the White Stone Legion would not have suffered 40 or 50,000 casualties, but a complete wipeout. Most people probably didn't realize this, not even Jelly Feng. No. A ripple finally appeared on Huishu Wuzong's calm face, followed by a long silence. After being locked in a stalemate with the tiger of the Tang dynasty, Zhangqiu Jinqiong, for decades, Huishu Wuzong was already in existence in the southwest that could shake 3 empires. And Daluan Ruozen's intelligence was as deep as the sea, an existence that all sides, including Zhangqiu Jinqiong, feared. Chapter 570. Damn it! At the northeast corner of the mountain, crowds were surging. Jiao Sero was leading an army of Uzin cavalry as he looked up at the densely packed steel walls that resembled fish scales. He felt his scalp going numb. This brat is completely targeting our Uzin. The infantrymen of Mengshi Zhao, like Duan Wuji, might not be able to feel it, but as the commander of the cavalry, Jiao Sero could tell that Wang Chang's defenses were completely targeted at Uzin. Where did this brat come from? This was the 3rd time Jiao Sero was about to fight with Wang Chong. The first time was when they were pursuing Wang Yan and part of the Annam Protectorate. The second time was when they were about to rendezvous with General Huishu Wuzong. This was the 3rd time. In the history of Mengshi Zhao, there had been some powerful opponents. For example, Geshu Han of the Longxi region of the Tang dynasty was an opponent that the Uzin was extremely wary of. But to be honest, after 2 consecutive defeats, Jiao Sero would have had the urge to turn tail and run when he saw the densely packed steel walls at the top of the mountain. If it wasn't for the general's order, he would have turned tail and run. This mountain was simply hell for a cavalry. Jiao Sero even suspected that the reason why the general and the prime minister allowed Mengshi Zhao to take the lead was not as simple as making use of them. This damnable kid. If I get my hands on him, I'll definitely tear him to pieces. Jiasuo fiercely raised his head and stared at that thin and weak figure on the distant summit. That figure, which didn't look very tall or burly, seemed to contain a power that made everyone tremble in fear. Even though everyone else was deceived, Jiao Sero knew that the one commanding this battle, including the battle with Duan Wuji, wasn't any other general of the Tang dynasty. It wasn't Wang Yan, Xinyu Zhongtong, or Zhao Wujiang. It was the mysterious young man on the mountain peak. The general's judgment is correct. Among the 4 areas on the mountain peak, only the northeast corner is the easiest to break through. Jiao Sero looked up at the mountain peak and thought. The entire mountain peak was filled with the soldiers of the White Stone Legion who were attracted by the Annam Protectorate. Of course, the northeast corner was the weakest and the easiest path for Uzin's army. Of course, there was actually a better path on the mountain. However, Jia Siluo glanced at the nearby passage that was 10 samzhong wide, his gaze sweeping over the hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions, of caltrops of various sizes, and he felt a chill in his heart. This was a path of death for cavalrymen. No cavalryman could step on the caltrops that were as big as millstones and as small as dates to charge up the mountain. Even if they were to clear them one by one, it would take at least several months to clear out such a large number of caltrops. Not to mention, Wang Chong had arranged groups of ballistae and sharpshooters at the end of the path. The arrows were all aimed at the foot of the mountain. Anyone who appeared on this path would be sending themselves to the feet of the god of death. Crack! Crack! Veins popped out on his forehead. But Jiao Sero soon calmed down. Everyone listen up. Follow me immediately. Jiao Sero suddenly swung the halberd in his hand. In the next moment, Nei's warhorse neighed. Jiao Sero and his horse became one and suddenly leaped up the mountain. Behind him, the black and red cloak fluttered in the air and flashed fiercely. Then, it quickly disappeared in the direction of the mountain. Hiya! Behind Jiao Sero, tens of thousands of Uzun soldiers followed Jiao Sero like a school of carps in the river. They charged up the mountain from the foot of the mountain. All the cavalrymen were skilled with bows and horses. They passed through the steel walls, as if there was no one there, and charged toward the Annam Protectorate. Kid, if you think these iron lumps can stop us, then you are gravely mistaken. In this world, there is nothing that can completely stop us, the Uzun. Jiao Sero clenched his teeth. His body leaned against the back of the tall and strong Highland steed, and he secretly swore in his heart. The cavalrymen of the grassland were skilled in horsemanship since they were young. The steel walls that Wang Chong set up on the surface of the mountain could indeed obstruct them, but it was impossible for them to completely stop the Uzun. Everyone follow up. Let us kill the Tang people and defeat them. Jiao Sero raised the halberd in his hand and shouted loudly. Roar! Behind him, the cavalrymen of the Uzun army responded with a thunderous roar. Looking down from the sky, one could see huge greenish-black dragons moving back and forth along the gaps of the steel walls, twisting and turning as if they were migrating at the bottom of a river. Since it was impossible to charge in a straight line, the cavalrymen would charge in a roundabout way. This was the method that Jiao Sero thought of to break through the steel walls set up by Wang Chong. They took the bait. On the top of the mountain, Wang Chong kept his eyes and ears open. When he saw Jiao Sero and the Uzun army charging in a roundabout way from the northeast corner, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. They really broke through from the northeast corner. Huishu Wizang, you have indeed read many military books from the Central Plains. Wang Chong sneered in his heart. There had long been rumors that Huishu Wizang had obtained many military books from Daluan Ruozin. Therefore, he knew the military styles of the generals of the Central Plains like the back of his hand, and could easily defeat them. However, since Huishu Wizang had always commanded pure cavalrymen, which was completely different from the Central Plains, which was mainly infantrymen, there was no way to verify this. However, Wang Chong had only casually tested it, and he immediately found out that Huishu Wizang had not only read the military books from the Central Plains, but also that it was indeed true. There was no way the rumors were false. Using the military books from the Central Plains to deal with the generals of the Central Plains, Huishu Wizang, how dare you think of something like this? Jiao Sero, since you're here, don't even think about leaving. I've prepared a great gift for you. If Jiao Sero saw Wang Chong's expression at this moment, he would definitely be terrified. General Luo, here. As Wang Chong's figure appeared, a dark-skinned general wearing black armor and a black cloak walked out from behind Wang Chong. He had a dignified and cold expression, and he was filled with an iron will. Young master, do you have any orders for me to transfer? I'm willing to go at any time. That general's face was pitch black, and it looked like it was cast in silver. His every movement revealed a powerful will, and he was completely different from the other generals. Luaji, nicknamed Iron Spear Luo, was one of the high-ranking generals of the Annam Protectorate, and his standing wasn't beneath that of Zhao Wujiang. However, unlike Zhao Wujiang, who was close to Xinyu Zhongtong, Luo Ji had never been on good terms with Xinyu Zhongtong. Even though they both served under Zhangqiu Jianqiong, Luo Ji had never gotten along with Xinyu Zhongtong. It wasn't just because Luoji was loyal to Zhangzhou Jinqiang. More importantly, Luoji had always believed that only Zhangzhou Jinqiang was qualified to assume the position of a Nam Protector General. Even though Xianyu Zhongtong was the candidate appointed by Zhangzhou Jinqiang before he was appointed, he wasn't capable enough to assume the position. The southwest bordered Mengxizhou and Uzin, and it was a place where three empires intersected. The situation was complicated, and it wasn't inferior to that of the western regions or Anong. Without a sufficiently powerful individual to guard the area, it was easy for problems to arise, and the subsequent developments had confirmed Luoji's conjecture. When Lion City was breaking out of the encirclement, Luoji immediately split with Xianyu Zhongtong and chose to lead a portion of the Annam Protectorate's army to follow Wang Yan. In Luoji's view, at least in terms of capability, the Wang clan's father and son were much more open-minded than Xianyu Zhongtong. At the very least, they had always known what to do in this war. They wouldn't be like Xianyu Zhongtong, leading the army into danger. He's indeed a valiant general. Wang Chang's eyes were sharp, and when he saw Luoji walking out from the back, he nodded his head in approval. The reason why he chose Luoji was very simple. Luoji was adept at using a spear, and his attacks were extremely powerful. On the summit last time, Wang Chong had realized that when his father had arrived with the Annan Protectorate army officers, Jie had feared no one except the commander of the Annan Protectorate army, Luo Ji, who had been the last to arrive. Wang Chong had realized that Jie was extremely apprehensive of him. During the battle, he almost completely avoided Luoji. Not long after Luoji arrived, he hurriedly left. When Wang Chong saw this scene, he sharply noticed that Jiao Sero's Xiphodon had an extremely strong defense, but Luoji's terrifying spear skills were precisely the bane of his Xiphodon. This was also one of the main reasons why Jiao Sero avoided him. However, Jiao Sero, it won't be so easy for you to leave this time. The corner of Wang Chong's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Qin Qiong, Li Ji, Fang Tang, Zhou Han. Yes, sir. Su Shiping, Su Anduin. Yes, sir. Go with General Luo. You know what to do, right? Yes, sir. Wang Chong waved his sleeves, and the 6 Black Dragon Gang elites that Li Sai had sent along with Su Shiping and Su Anduin immediately left to carry out the order. Luoji's strength was enough to pose a great threat to Jiao Sero, but it was far from fatal. These 6 Black Dragon Gang elites, Su Shiping and Su Anduin, were the best assistants that Wang Chong had specially prepared for Luoji. General Luo, wait a moment. Just as Luoji was about to descend the mountain, Wang Chong pondered for a moment and suddenly took out a spear barrel from his waist. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed it over. If we want to deal with Jiao Sero, we can't do without this. Take it. Even with Luoji's maturity and composure, he couldn't help but be moved by the retractable spear barrel. More importantly, the spear Wang Chong had given him was definitely no ordinary spear. There was only one thing that Luoji could think of. Wuzi steel weapon. Thank you, Gongzi. Luo Ji turned around. Even though his heart was in turmoil, his face remained calm and steady, without much of an expression on it. Go. Wang Chong smiled and didn't say anything else. This retractable spear barrel was a replica of Marchioness Yi's weapon. In truth, the material used to forge the spear barrel wasn't too high. It was made out of top-notch superior steel, mixed with the crushed metal from overseas, and inscribed with a large number of toughening inscriptions. The true crux of the spear was the spearhead. There was simply too little Wuzi steel in stock. That was why Wang Chong thought of crafting a spearhead made of Wuzi steel to conserve materials. Hung Long Long. Regardless of what Wang Chong was thinking, after obtaining the Wuzi steel spear from Wang Chong, Luoji was like a tiger that had grown wings. Riding on a massive black steed, he kicked up a cloud of dust and charged down the mountain toward Jiao Sero. Chapter 571. When Jiao Sero led tens of thousands of Uzin iron cavalry up the hill, it immediately caused a huge impact on the enemies fighting on the hill. Nay, the war horse galloped. An Uzun soldier became one with his horse and rushed up the hill. The heavy hooves of the horse slammed into the shield of an Annam Protectorate soldier. Ah! Amidst the screams, the huge force sent the Annam Protectorate soldier flying high into the air. Bang, 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 bang. One after another, Uzun iron cavalry rushed up the hill. Every time an Uzun iron cavalry charged up the hill, a Tang dynasty soldier would be sent flying. As the most powerful army on the mainland, the Uzun iron cavalry instantly displayed a combat strength that far surpassed that of the White Stone Legion. Even though their speed was greatly reduced due to the terrain and the steel walls, the power displayed by the Uzun iron cavalry still surpassed that of Meng Shizhao. Those who block me shall die. Following an earth-shattering tiger roar, the Xiphidan Jiao Sero of the 5 tiger generals also became one with his horse and charged into the battle on the hill. Rumble, a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions with Jiao Sero as the center. Ah! All the Annam Protectorate soldiers, horses, mud, rocks, and gravel were sent flying by Jiao Sero. Even some of the White Stone Legion soldiers who couldn't dodge in time were sent flying by Jiao Sero. Clang! Even a few pieces of steel walls that weighed thousands of kilograms and were pieced together by countless modules were uprooted by Jiao Sero and sent flying. The heavy steel walls came crashing down. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of Annam Protectorate soldiers fell. All of you die. The helmet on Giasilio's head exploded, sending his disheveled hair flying through the air. With a leap, he dismounted from his horse and entered the Annam Protectorate's battlefront. Boom! A huge, solid halo of thorns shook the crowd. Ah! Amidst the blood-curdling screams, the Annam Protectorate warriors were sent flying like rag dolls. Although these experienced Tang dynasty elites had gone through many trials and tribulations, they were still insignificant in front of a top-notch general like Jiao Sero. Boom, boom, boom. Jiao Sero charged left and right, but no one was a match for it. A captain of the Tang dynasty rushed forward and tried to stop him. However, when he was still 30 feet away, he was sent flying by Jiao Sero's vigorous energy. While he was still in midair, his chest had already caved in. He was breathing more in than out. Ha ha ha, brat, what kind of *T tactic is that? It's nothing in the face of absolute power. You're dead meat today. Jiao Sero seemed to have gone mad as he shouted in the Uzun language. He treated the Annam Protectorate before him as an incarnation of Wang Chong. All of the Annam Protectorate were treated as Wang Chong, becoming his target to vent his anger on. Bang, bang, bang. Jiao Sero was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, killing wherever he went. Behind him, the morale of the Uzun soldiers was greatly boosted. Tens of thousands of Uzun cavalry followed behind him, slaughtering the Annam Protectorate soldiers in front of them. Ha ha ha, so the Tang people are nothing more than this. Last time, they only took advantage of the storm and the darkness. These *stards don't dare to fight us head-on. Well said, ha ha ha. Kill them all. All of the Uzun soldiers regained their spirits. This was especially so for those who followed Jiao Sero and experienced 2 major defeats. Before this battle, everyone had a deep shadow in their hearts. But now everything was gone. Kill. The addition of the Uzun soldiers completely changed the course of this battle. It also changed the balance of power between the White Stone Legion and the Annam Protectorate. In the entire northeast corner, wherever the Uzun soldiers were, the Annam Protectorate strategy was almost completely disrupted. Feeling the momentum of the Uzun soldiers, the Meng Shizhao soldiers in other directions were also greatly energized. Everyone, don't be afraid. The Uzun soldiers are making their move. Block them. The Annam Protectorate is not invincible. The Uzun soldiers are their nemesis. Everyone, do your best. The Tang dynasty is about to lose. They are no match for us. All the White Stone Legion soldiers had originally been afraid and only thought about fleeing. But at this moment their morale soared, and they began to resist the Tang dynasty and the Annam Protectorate with all their might. For a moment, the Annam Protectorate was unable to do anything to them. The situation was rapidly turning for the worse, and with the Mengshi Yusang forces working together, the situation was extremely disadvantageous to the Tang dynasty. On the other side, a smile appeared on Zhao Wujiang's face. It really is, as young master said, the Uzin still can't hold back. As Zhao Wujiang listened to the fighting on the other side of the mountain, a smile appeared on his lips. Besides intercepting Duan Wuji, he had also received another order for this attack. Everything was going exactly as Wang Chong had predicted. Even the timing of the Uzin soldiers' attack was exactly the same. Jiao Saro, this time, you won't be able to go back. Sheathing his blood-colored saber, Zhao Wujiang smiled as he pulled on the reins of his horse. Ignoring the battle before him, he turned his horse around and rode toward Jiao Saro's position in the northeast corner. Jiao Saro, I've come to deal with you. This shout was like a great bell, resounding through the clouds and audible even from several li away. Humph, you overestimate yourself. A cold snort came from the northeast corner. At almost the same time, Jiao Saro led his army and charged in Zhao Wujiang's direction. Although Hushu Wizong had intended for him to break through from the northeast corner, that was only because the White Stone Legion had the fewest soldiers there. And it was also the best place for Uzin's cavalry to rush to the top of the mountain. But in Jiao Saro's heart, the most important thing was to defeat the White Stone Legion's commander-in-chief, Duan Wuji, Zhao Wujiang. What's the point of defeating the weak? Only by defeating the strong can I prove my worth. This had always been the principle and deep belief of Jiao Saro, the Zifidon. Bang! The divine horse galloped for more than 700 feet. The crowd on the top of the mountain was densely packed. In the end, Zhao Wujiang felt that the horse was too slow. He leaped up from the horse's back and with a flash, landed on a steel wall more than 10 feet high. He leaped into the air, and when he reappeared, he was already on top of another steel city wall that was over 100 feet away. Beneath Zhao Wujiang's feet was a thick halo of thorns, sparkling endlessly. It made the armored Zhao Wujiang look like a god, and he could be seen clearly even from several li away. This dazzling light immediately attracted the attention of the crowd on the summit. Even Hushu Wizong and Daluan Ruozin couldn't help but look over. As one of the high-ranking generals of the Annam Protectorate, Zhao Wujiang had an illustrious reputation in the southwest. There was practically no one who did not know of him. Even the illustrious king of Mengshi Pavilion, Jelifeng, and Crown Prince Fenjie had heard of his exploits. It's Zhao Wujiang. Crown Prince Fenjie's eyes widened. In Mengshi Zhao Wujiang was absolutely a special existence. After all, he had been a friendly envoy of the Tang dynasty to Mengshi Zhao, and he was inextricably linked to the establishment of the White Stone Legion. Before Mengshi Zhao and the Tang dynasty had fought, even in the 6th Zhao of Arai, Zhao Wujiang had an extremely high reputation. The people of Mengshi Zhao had a very complicated relationship with Zhao Wujiang. Thus, even though Zhao Wujiang had defeated Duan Wuji, the people of Mengshi Zhao did not feel too much hatred for him. But the War of the Southwest was of great importance, and Mengshi Zhao simply could not afford to lose. Imperial Father, I will lead the troops. Fenjie raised his brow and immediately prepared to go. Jelifeng was moved, but she glanced at Daluan Ruozin and Hushu Wizong and immediately restrained herself. Wait a moment. Now is not the time for us to act. If we interfere now, we will make Hushu Wizong and the others unhappy. And it is time for the Mengshi Zhao Yusang alliance to put in some effort. The first part was still in Mengshi Zhao, but the second part was spoken in a dialect that very few people in the 6th Zhao of Arai could understand. But, Imperial Father, if Jiao Saro acts, the Tang dynasty will probably also send a general. Before, when Duan Wuji acted, didn't he send Zhao Wujiang? Fenjie froze for a moment and then switched to a dialect that very few people could understand. Humph, that's not something for us to worry about. As long as Wang Yan or Xinyu Zhongtong doesn't act, Jiao Sero will be able to escape unscathed. Right now, Wang Yan and Xinyu Zhongtong are both at the summit. Don't you see that Huishu Wizong and Daluan Ruozhen are standing there unmoving? Fenjie was startled and subconsciously glanced at them. As expected, Huishu Wizong and Daluan Ruozhen were motionless, their expressions calm and relaxed. Yes, Imperial Father. Fenjie's tensed muscles slowly relaxed, and then immediately began to relax. Bang! Halfway up the mountain, a blazing white flame blazed. Jiao Sero had finally activated his clone. An enormous halo of thorns around his body suddenly turned and retracted into his body. In the next moment, Jiao Sero had disappeared, replaced by a massive Zifidon that was rapidly charging over the steel walls. Finally, boom! There was a heaven-shaking explosion. As countless people watched, Zhao Wujiang and Jiao Sero leapt high into the air from two steel walls that were separated by Tensum Zhang. Stellar energy blazed around their bodies, and they were like two meteors, one red and one white, that crashed into each other several dozen zhang in the air. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, two completely different types of stellar energy fiercely collided in the air. In that instant, the two of them simultaneously unleashed over 100 attacks. Just when everyone on both sides was staring at the sky, Zhao Wujiang suddenly screamed as the sword-fang beast Jiasilio's claw struck him in the chest and sent him flying. Boom! Dust flew into the air as the ground where Zhao Wujiang had landed cracked open. General. Chapter 572. Ha ha ha, what Zhao Wujiang? He's just S.O. Jiao Sero couldn't help but laugh after sending Zhao Wujiang flying with one claw strike. Zhao Wujiang was quite famous in the southwest, just based on his relationship with Duan Wuji and the White Stone Legion. Zhao Wujiang was one of the top figures in the southwest. To be able to send Zhao Wujiang, a famous figure of the Tang dynasty, flying with one palm strike was undoubtedly a great honor for Jiao Sero. If I kill Zhao Wujiang, I'll have killed 12 famous generals of the Tang dynasty. Jiasilio heartily laughed. Zhao Wujiang's war halo was obviously not as good as his Zifidon's halo. At least, his attack couldn't break through Jiao Sero's clone. As one of the supreme techniques of the Great Snow Mountain Holy Temple, unless Jiasilio encountered someone on the level of Wang Yan or Xinyu Zhongtong, or was surrounded by many powerful experts, very few people would be able to break through his powerful defense. Zhao Wujiang, don't even think about leaving. The Zifidon used all 4 of its claws and leaped high on the modular steel wall, pouncing directly at the place where Zhao Wujiang had fallen. Go! Zhao Wujiang's reaction was faster than Jiao Sero's. Before Jiao Sero could pounce, a blood-red light shot into the sky from the rolling dust, pouncing toward the mountain. Ha ha ha, you can't escape. Jiao Sero laughed loudly. His eyes narrowed, and a strong killing intent shot out from his pupils. Zhao Wujiang was still very far from the top of the mountain. Even if Wang Yan, Xinyu Zhongtong, or other generals of the Tang dynasty came to help, it would still take some time. Now is the best time to kill you. The killing intent in Jiao Sero's heart burned. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult to kill a person like Zhao Wujiang. Now that he was injured, his speed of escape was not fast at all. Moreover, this was the best opportunity to kill him. Die. Jiao Sero shook its claws. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Annam, protectorate warriors of the Tang dynasty, were sent flying in all directions. Protect the general. The surroundings were in chaos, and the soldiers rushed over in a frenzy. Get out of my way! Jiao Sero's earth energy exploded. His entire person was like a prehistoric giant beast. That vigorous earth energy was condensed into a solid substance. The thorny halo that was as sharp as a blade vibrated crazily. Almost no one could get within 3 feet of him. Bang! Jia Siluo pressed his 4 claws against the ground as he chased after Zhao Wujiang. Not good. Jiao Saro is being impulsive. At the base of the mountain, Fenjie couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw Jiao Saro charge into the Annam Protectorate's ranks by himself. Don't chase a cornered enemy was not only suitable for bandits, but also on the battlefield. Jiao Saro didn't even have a single guard by his side, and yet he wanted to chase after Zhao Wujiang. This was a great taboo. This guy doesn't understand the art of war. I have to get him back. Fenjie was extremely anxious. Unlike the other generals of the Yuzin, Fenjie did not have a good impression of the other Yuzin generals. On the contrary, he got along very well with Jiao Saro. Together, the two of them had killed no small number of high-ranking generals of the Tang dynasty's Annam Protectorate. On the battlefield against the Tang dynasty, their cooperation complemented each other. Wait a moment. Jelifeng called out to Fenjie. His expression was solemn as he stared in the direction of the mountain. Look over there. Don't you see anything? What? Fenjie's eyes focused, a hint of astonishment flashing through his face. You underestimate Jiao Saro too much. If he really didn't have any intelligence, do you think he could have reached his current position? And he's ranked second among the 5 tiger generals. Look carefully at those Tang dynasty soldiers around him. Do you really not see anything? Ah, Imperial Father, you mean. Fenjie's pupils constricted as he finally realized something. Those soldiers are charging forward to protect Zhao Wujiang with their lives. If there was an ambush, it wouldn't be like this. There are only 2 possibilities in this situation. The first is that there was no ambush at all. Jiao Saro saw this, which is why he dared to chase after Zhao Wujiang. The second is that there really was an ambush, but only Zhao Wujiang knew about it. No one else knew. This, Fenjie was dumbfounded. However, Jia Siluo was only recently transferred to this position, and Zhao Wujiang only appeared because of Duan Wuji. If it was the second possibility, then Zhao Wujiang would have had to have predicted that Jiao Saro would appear when he was dealing with Duan Wuji, and he would have been prepared to deliberately injure himself. But that would be too inconceivable, so I'm leaning toward the first possibility. Don't you see that Daluan Ruozin and Huishu Wuzong are also hesitating? Jelifeng said. Fenjie turned his head and saw that Huishu Wuzong had a hint of hesitation on his face. It was clear that he was thinking the same thing. As expected, Fenjie's brow quickly relaxed. Jelifeng's eyes and ears were on all sides. Fenjie's expression had long ago fallen into her eyes, and she inwardly nodded in approval. Fenjie was the crown prince of Mengshi Zhao, and also the son he favored the most. His martial prowess was outstanding, and he had received the orthodox education of the Tang people in the capital of the Tang dynasty. He had met the holy emperor of the Tang dynasty, studied the art of war, and had some understanding of the politics of the court. At his age, there were far too few people who could match him. But the crux of the matter was that he was too young, lacked experience, and lacked tempering. He could see through many things, but he didn't see through them enough. For example, he knew that he couldn't charge in alone and penetrate too deeply into the enemy ranks, but he didn't notice the reactions of the surrounding Tang dynasty soldiers. Given Fenjie's abilities, this shouldn't have been the case, but he was too concerned and confused, lacking a bit of maturity and steadiness. This was the disadvantage of not being old and not having enough experience. The official account's exclusive War God So Young's Son 1 has been uploaded. Everyone is welcome to follow. Add the WeChat official account and search for Huang Fuqi. Click on the profile picture and you'll find it in the history. Smiley face. That fellow Jiao Saro might really be able to kill Zhao Wujiang. Jelifeng muttered to herself as she gazed up at the mountain. The martial arts of the Great Snow Mountain Temple were completely different from those of the Central Plains, and even more so from those of Mengshi Zhao. Zhao Wujiang might be able to defeat Duan Wuji, but if he ran into the even more formidable Jelifeng, he really might suffer a crushing defeat. But even so, we can't just ignore this matter. Jia, make preparations. If the situation doesn't look good, go and support Jelifeng. Yes, Imperial Father. Fenjie immediately left to carry out the order. Wait a moment. Don't go too quickly, lest Uzin's people become unhappy. Jelifeng said. Uzin's people had acted in order to save Mengshi Zhao. If Mengshi Zhao's people acted now, it would inevitably cause Uzin's people to feel embarrassed. It would be fine if they helped, but if they didn't, it would instead cause others to feel that they had acted superfluously and would become unhappy. This child understands. Fenjie nodded and left to carry out the order. On the other side, Daluin Ruozin and Huishu Wuzong were also conversing in Uzin's language. Fenjie left. Daluin Ruozin's first words were, "I saw him." Huishu Wuzong nodded, his face expressionless. Their gazes were fixed on the mountain, and they didn't even turn their heads in the direction of Jelifeng and Fenjie, but their movements couldn't be hidden from them. Mengshi Zhao's crown prince seems to have a very favorable impression of Jiao Sero. Daluin Ruozin said, "That's normal. Jiao Sero is rough on the outside but delicate on the inside, so it's normal for Fenjie to act this way." Huishu Wuzong indifferently said, "If Fenjie could hear their conversation, he would assuredly be shocked, because the two were clearly talking about him. But we should also make some preparations. If Jelifeng takes action, the Tang dynasty can't just sit back and do nothing." Daluin Ruozin lightly waved his fan. Understood. I've already made the arrangements." After saying this, both Daluin Ruozin and Huishu Wuzong fell silent, no one saying anything else. On the summit, while Daluin Ruozin, Huishu Wuzong, Jelifeng, Fenjie, and the others were still discussing, the battlefield on the summit was rapidly changing. Jiao Sero and Zhao Wujiang's pursuit had already undergone a drastic change. Bang! Apparently because Jia Siluo had been in too much of a hurry, Zhao Wujiang had stumbled in his panic and almost tripped. This delay had immediately become a fatal opening. A good chance. Jiao Sero's eyes brightened when he saw this scene. How could he let go of such a chance? Boom! Jiao Sero's dantian shook, exploding with an earth-shaking metallic clatter that caused the earth beneath his feet to shake. Borrowing the rebounding force of this stomp, Jiao Sero's speed suddenly skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he chased after Zhao Wujiang at the speed of lightning. In midair, he pressed down on Zhao Wujiang's head like a mountain. Ferocious beast stomp! Jiao Sero's entire body's strength condensed into one, emitting an ancient bestial roar in the air. A huge ferocious beast's claw the size of a small mountain appeared in the air and pounced at Zhao Wujiang. "Ha ha ha, the 12th!" Jiao Sero laughed heartily. Zhao Wujiang at his peak was not his match, not to mention now that he was injured. "Ha ha ha, good." Just when Jia Seo was about to accelerate and catch up, the eyes of Zhao Wujiang, who had been stumbling around in a panic, suddenly shone with a light even more dazzling than the sun. "Jiao Sero, you've been tricked." Boom! A blood-red flame rose into the sky. In Jiao Sero's eyes, the injured Zhao Wujiang suddenly turned his palm over and pressed it under his body. In an instant, he and his horse became one. He exerted all his strength and pounced at Jiao Sero in the air at the speed of lightning. Almost at the same time, a few loud bangs came from Jiao Sero's ears. In Jiao Sero's perception, a few unusually powerful figures suddenly appeared among the vast Tang dynasty soldiers. He did not know how long they had been lurking there. It was only at this moment when he followed Zhao Wujiang into the ambush that they launched the ambush. "Jiao Sero, give me your life." Boom! In the deafening roar, a fierce qi soared into the sky. That qi was extremely terrifying. It was so sharp that it seemed to tear the sky apart. "Iron Spear Luo." Jiao Sero's heart turned cold. A thought flashed across his mind. In the entire Annam Protectorate, only that iron spear invincible Luoji could emit such a terrifying qi. I've been ambushed. Just as this thought flashed across his mind from all directions, Zhao Wujiang, Luoji, Su Shiping, Su Anduin, as well as Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Qin Qiong, Li Ji, Feng Tang, and Zhou Han, the 6 elites of the Black Dragon Gang, attacked at the same time. The 10 of them had surrounded Jia Siluo, cutting off all his paths of retreat. Although Zhao Wujiang and Luoji were the strongest among the 10, the real killer move was not Zhao Wujiang or Luoji. It was Su Shiping, Su Anduin, as well as Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Chen Qiong, Li Ji, Feng Tang, and Zhou Han. Looking down from the sky, the 8 people's bodies shone brightly. Everyone's stellar qi seemed to fuse into one, and within the stellar qi, the illusion of a black scythe could be vaguely seen. Chapter 573. There were many joint offensive formations in this world, especially in the military. Be it the Tang dynasty, the Uzin, or the Mengshi Zhao, they all had such joint offensive formations, be it in the open or in the dark. By gathering the strength of many weaklings and using the power of the formation, one could challenge or even kill a stronger opponent. However, this kind of joint offensive formation wasn't easy to cultivate. It required great teamwork. Thus, up until now, joint offensive formations had only been circulating in a small circle. It was only after the otherworldly invaders appeared that joint offensive formations became widespread. All the martial artists on the continent, be it the Tang dynasty, the Uzin, the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate, or even the Abbasid Caliphate and Karak Spazinu, realized that their attacks weren't very effective against the otherworldly beings. All of the attacks on them or the otherworldly invaders were only half the effect. Thus, everyone had no choice but to think of other methods. It was at that time that small-scale joint offensive formations suddenly became widespread. Be it the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains or the surrounding foreign countries, all of the empires and civilizations focused a large amount of manpower and resources on researching and developing joint offensive formations. A large number of formation combination techniques were invented at that time. Within a short period of time, this kind of small-scale formation combination technique had reached its peak, and the death sickle was one of the most outstanding of them all. Even though time was short and Su Shiping, Su Anduin, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Qin Qiong, Li Ji, Feng Tang, and Zhou Han hadn't undergone the strict training of Death God, yet the 8 of them were more than enough to deal with the Jiao Sero from the Great Snow Mountain Temple. Boom! Zhao, Wujiang, and Luoji worked together with Su Shiping, Su Anduin, and the others in their Death God Scythe joint offensive formation. In the blink of an eye, the 10 of them had surrounded the enemy. Even if Jiao Sero was prepared, it was already too late. The astral wind was strong, and the qi of the 11 people clashed fiercely in the void. With a shrill scream, Jiao Sero's huge Ziphodon incarnation was forcefully destroyed. The qi dissipated, and Jiao Sero directly exploded from the form of a Ziphodon into his human form. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere, and a dark red spear tip that was dripping with blood pierced into Jiao Sero's chest. The spear missed his heart by a hair's breadth, piercing through his internal organs and coming out from his back. Luoji, invincible Luoji. In the entire Annam Protectorate, only Luoji Iron Spear could execute such a powerful spear technique that completely ignored Jiao Sero's powerful physical body and astral energy protection. Wang Chang's woozy steel spear, combined with Luoji Iron Spear's terrifying spear technique, directly pierced through Jiao Sero's Danzhong acupoint, tearing apart his internal organs. What was even more frightening was that Luoji Iron Spear's extremely condensed and powerful astral energy had already entered Jiao Sero's body when the spear pierced through, blasting into his limbs, bones, and meridians. Jiao Sero! General! Waves of roars came from all directions. From afar, the eyes of many Uzin warriors instantly turned red. Suddenly, too suddenly, Jiao Saro had clearly been the one in pursuit, and he had been incomparably valiant, unstoppable in his path, killing gods and Buddhas alike. And just when it seemed like he was about to take Zhao Wujiang's life, the situation had suddenly reversed. Jiao Saro had gone from being the one in pursuit to the one being chased and ambushed. From the moment he leaped from the ambush to the moment he leaped into the air, before many people could even react, Luoji's invincible spear art had already pierced through Jiao Saro's Danzhong acupoint, killing him in a single blow. At the base of the mountain, the Mengshi Yusang commanders felt like their hearts were about to stop. An ambush. From start to finish, this had been an ambush. Zhao Wujiang's injury and defeat had all been an act, all for the sake of drawing Jiao Saro into the trap. Damn it, we've been tricked. Daluan Ruozen's pupils contracted, and the fan in his hand suddenly stopped moving. He raised his head and looked at the skinny young figure at the top of the mountain. Although Iron Spear Luo was famous for his spear arts, he was not known for his intelligence. Zhao Wujiang would never have expected that the one to appear after a few rounds of intense battle would be Jiao Saro. From Duan Wuji to Jiao Saro, to calculate from such a long time to Jiao Saro, Daluan Ruozen could only think of one person, that young Tang Dynasty youth Wang Chong. I've been tricked by him. Daluan Ruozen's robes fluttered, and his right hand held onto the feather fan. This was the first time he had lost his balance. In this world, there were very few things that could make him lose his balance, but this was definitely one of them. Daluan Ruozen's loss of balance was definitely not because of Jiao Saro. Jiao Saro was only a trigger. The real reason was that Daluan Ruozen felt that he had met a real opponent. Jiao Saro was sent out by Huishu Wuzong at the last minute. From the White Stone Legion's attack, to Duan Wuji's appearance, and then to Jiao Saro's attack, to be able to think of scheming against Jiao Saro in such a long time span while using Zhao Wujiang. This was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. Daluan Ruozen did not understand military affairs, but this time it had nothing to do with military affairs. Daluan Ruozen felt that he had encountered an opponent that was exactly the same as him. Even if the opponent was not at the same level, they were definitely at the same level of intelligence. This brat, I can't let him live any longer. Daluan Ruozen's pupils constricted, and his heart blazed with killing intent. He had originally been thinking that, if possible, he would take this brat's life and seize his knowledge of the art of war. But now, Daluan Ruozen had changed his mind. An opponent of this level could not be allowed to live. He had to be eliminated as quickly as possible. The official account's exclusive video, War God So Young Sun 1, has been uploaded. Everyone, please follow. Add the WeChat account and search for Huang Fuqi. Click on the profile picture and you'll find it in the history. Kaklak. A series of cracking noises came from the side. Huishu Wuzong remained unmoved, his stalwart body standing like a mountain. But his tightly clenched fists and his ashen face clearly betrayed what he was feeling. Although the offensive power of Jiao Saro's Zifidon was somewhat inferior to that of Longqinba, the leader of the 5 tiger generals, its body was tough, its defenses formidable, and its life-preserving methods formidable. Not even Longqinba could compare to it. The Zifidon was a supreme defensive art of the great Snow Mountain Temple, and Jiao Saro had chosen a completely different path from Longqinba. It was precisely for this reason that neither Daluan Ruozen nor Huishu Wuzong had been very worried when Jiao Saro had pursued Zhao Wujiang. But the scene before him was not what Huishu Wuzong had expected. Order Hubba Guiwan to prepare to attack. Yes, my lord. Putting aside the movements at the base of the mountain, Jiao Saro's situation had left everyone dumbfounded. As Luoji's spear pierced through Jiao Saro and the group began to plummet, Jiao Saro's right hand grabbed at the spear in his chest, preventing Luoji's spear from piercing any further. Bang! A palm suddenly shot toward Luoji. Bang! As everyone watched, the 2 palms clashed, and Giasilio borrowed the rebound force from Luoji's palm to free himself from the spear, leaving a trail of bloody light in his wake as he plummeted downward. "Get out of my way!" Giasilio roared and spread out his arms, sending a torrent of stellar energy out in all directions, bringing with it a great spray of blood. Ea! Screams filled the air as a large number of Tang soldiers were sent flying by Jiao Sero. Jiao Sero borrowed the stimulation of pain to increase his speed, carving out a bloody path through the crowd as he rushed down the mountain. "Don't let him get away!" Behind him, there was a thump as Luoji dropped to the ground, spear in hand, a hint of surprise in his eyes. His Danzhong acupoint had been pierced, and destructive stellar energy had jolted his limbs and bones, but he was still able to escape. This foreign bandit's defense was far more formidable than he had imagined. Bang! Without a word, Luoji's eyes flashed with cold light as he chased after Jiao Sero, his spear in hand. His opponent had already been pierced by his spear, but he was still able to escape. If he really did manage to escape, it would truly be a joke. "Hand over your life!" Luo Ji let out a roar, and half of the mountain range trembled under his furious roar. Jiao Sero was on his must-kill list. In this battle he had killed countless Annam Protectorate soldiers, and Luoji had always wanted to fight him. Alas, Jiao Sero was extremely vigilant and seemed to be consciously avoiding him. Moreover, he had many soldiers at his side most of the time, and he was practically inseparable from the crown prince of Mengshizhao, Fenjie. Although Luoji was extremely confident in his spear, he was not confident that he could deal with both Jiao Sero and Fenjie at the same time, much less the many Mengshizhao and Yuseng experts at their sides. Bang! 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 Luo Ji's movement technique was pushed to the limit, and he was able to leave behind a few afterimages. After him, Su Shiping, Su Anduin, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Chen Xiong, Li Ji, Feng Tang, and Zhou Han were stunned for a moment before hurriedly giving chase. This battle had gone far more smoothly than they had expected. Although Death's Scythe had been given to them by Wang Chong, there had been too little time for them to test out its power. It was actually able to blow apart Jiao Sero's stellar energy clone. Simply inconceivable. As this thought flashed through Su Anduin's mind, he increased his speed. The closer he got, the more he could sense Jiao Sero's power. This sort of ferocity and brutality was like that of a primordial beast, not something an ordinary person could deal with. Moreover, his stellar energy was extremely robust, far surpassing that of the vast majority of generals. But who would have thought that the attack would actually blow him up in an instant? Young Master's calculations are truly inconceivable. A brute like Jiao Sero was completely toyed with by Young Master. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Chun Xiong, Li Ji, and the others were all invigorated. Zhao Wujiang's feigned defeat had been fooled by almost everyone. Only they knew that this had been a trap from the very start, baiting Jiao Sero into a trap. It was precisely for this reason that they were all filled with admiration for Wang Chong. Chapter 574. Those who stand in my way shall die. Putting aside Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Chen Xiong, Li Ji, and the others in the back, Giasilio was roaring at the front, dragging a bloody path behind him as he charged with all his strength. Impossible! Impossible! My Ziphodon halo is the ultimate technique of the Great Snow Mountain Temple. Master said that with my ability, as long as I don't meet Wang Yan or Xinyu Zhongtong, no one can easily threaten me. How could I be defeated so easily? How could there be such a person in the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains? The panic in Jiao Sero's heart was indescribable. Their combined attack had completely shattered his confidence. Right now, the stellar energy in Jiao Sero's body was less than a third of what it used to be, and it was still being depleted at an alarming rate. This was the result of his beast body being destroyed and his stellar energy being destroyed. Combined attack? What kind of combined attack is that? In this battle, Only Jiao Sero knew that the one who dealt the fatal blow and destroyed his stellar energy was not Luoji's spear, nor was it Zhao Wujiang's. It was the combined attack of those few people. When Luoji's spear pierced through him, his stellar energy had already been destroyed. The Tang dynasty definitely doesn't have that kind of formation. It must be that brat. It must be that brat. Jiao Sero was shocked and afraid. His entire body was trembling. Almost subconsciously, a figure appeared in his mind. If there was one person who could design that formation, it would undoubtedly be that brat. Jiao Sero had never seen this combined attack formation in the past month in the Tang dynasty. If they had it, they would have used it long ago. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Jiao Sero's entire body was trembling. There was no anger in his heart, only deep fear. He was sure that the reason why Zhao Wujiang had feigned defeat to lure him was definitely that young man's idea. In Jiao Sero's entire life, he had never been so afraid of a youth who was inferior to him. Although the young man's strength was obviously weaker than him, Jiao Sero couldn't bring himself to take revenge at all. He was only left with a deep fear. He wanted to leave this mountain far away from him, from his battle with Fenjie to being ambushed in the rain, to being ambushed by Zhao Wujiang and 10 others. Jiao Sero no longer had any desire to fight in front of this youth. Jiao Sero had experienced such a feeling before. That was when he was the prime minister. Boom! A peal of thunder came from the base of the mountain, the neighing of countless horses mixed with the clattering of armor. Jiao Sero could sense that the great general's side had begun to move. A new batch of Uzun cavalry and experts were charging up the mountain, but it was already too late. I have to hurry back to the main army. Only by returning to the Mengshi, Yusang army will I be able to fight for a chance at survival. Jiao Sero's heart was thumping, the thick scent of death wafting from his nose. Never before had Jiao Sero felt so close to death. That sharp aura was like a blade on his back, following him like a shadow. No matter how he ran, he could not shake it off. Hand over your life. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar rang out. After such a long time, Luo Ji had finally caught up from behind. Clang! A dragon's cry resounded through the air. As countless people watched, Luoji stomped his foot, his entire body shooting into the air like a cannonball. The spear in his hand danced to its limit. It was no longer a spear, but a dragon, a flood dragon that had soared into the sky from the depths of a lake. Roar! Luoji's eyes chilled as he leaped into the air. The spear in his hand let out a long cry, transforming into a flood dragon that shot toward Jiao Sero's back. Not good. Jiao Sero was stunned, his soul leaving his body. In the past, he might have been able to block Luoji's spear, but now his strength was simply not enough. No one noticed that an Uzun scimitar had come flying out of nowhere and struck Luoji's spear. That spear, imbued with destructive energy, was sent flying. Protect the general. A war horse neighed. An Uzun general with a mustache narrowed his eyes and suddenly became one with his horse. He brushed past Jiao Sero and rushed toward Luoji in the air. Kubadawa! Jiao Sero's eyelids twitched and he was stunned. He knew this general, but this general was definitely not under his command. However, Kubadawa did not understand Jiao Sero. Clang! Before he arrived, he had already slashed his scimitar at Luoji. Presumptuous! Luoji's strength was so strong that even Jiao Sero had to be wary of him, not to mention these Uzun generals. Bang! With just one palm strike, the horse's head was smashed. The tall and sturdy Highland steed, along with the Uzun general, were sent flying by Luoji. However, just as one Uzun general was sent flying, a series of neighs cries could be heard. In an instant, another 7 or 8 Uzun generals on Highland steeds rushed over. These Uzun generals had fierce looks in their eyes. They were brave and aggressive, and there were thorny halos under their feet. They were fighting with their lives on the line. Luoji had blocked 5 or 6 ferocious Uzun generals in a row, but facing so many fearless Uzun generals, even someone like Luoji, who had peerless spear skills, was momentarily held back and could not continue to chase after Jiao Sero. The official account's exclusive video, The War God So Young's Son, 1, has been uploaded. Everyone is welcome to follow. Add his WeChat account and search for Huang Fuqi. Click on the avatar and you can see it in the history. Smiley face. Bang, bang, bang. Luoji wasn't the only one who was held back. These Uzun generals who had appeared out of nowhere rushed over. Su Shiping, Su Anduin, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Chen Xiong, Li Ji, all the people who were chasing after Jiao Sero were stopped. Damn it, he still managed to escape. On the summit, Chen Shu's son was about to stomp his feet and shout. A person like Jiao Sero was an enormous threat on the battlefield. Countless Tang soldiers had already died at his hands. If he still managed to escape after Wang Chang's trap, then it would be even more difficult to kill him in the future. Moreover, even though Luoji's spear had pierced through his chest and severely injured him, he was still unable to move. However, this kind of injury was not enough to kill him. In addition, the Uzun army had quite a few pills from the Great Snow Mountain's secret storehouse. As long as Jiao Sero didn't die, he might return to full of vigor and vigor. At that time, given his caution and viciousness, countless people would die at his hands. But this was not the only thing that worried Chen Shu's son. While Luoji, Su Shiping, and Su Anduin were being held back by a group of Uzun generals, they heard a scream. This scream did not come from Jiao Sero, but from Zhao Wujiang in the rear. Longkinba! Zhao Wujiang let out a loud cry. Suddenly, he flew high up from the crowd, and like a kite with its string cut, he was flung towards the mountain top. Bang! The steel vibrated, and Zhao Wujiang's body violently smashed into a thick modular steel wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his complexion became much weaker. And across from Zhao Wujiang, a stalwart figure exuding a destructive aura had appeared. His hair was disheveled, and he exuded a wild aura. In his hand was a dazzling scarlet scimitar of Uzun. Longkinba! This sudden sight left everyone dumbfounded, and even Luoji paled. In his panic, he was almost struck in the arm by an Uzun general. He recognized this stalwart figure. There was no high-ranking officer of the Annam Protectorate and the Uzun army that did not recognize each other. Longkinba, the leader of the 5 tiger generals, the strongest general under Huishu, Wuzong's command. This person was even more terrifying than Jiao Sero, and his martial arts far surpassed Jiao Sero's. But this was far from what Luoji was concerned about. Why is he here? Luoji's heart chilled as he suddenly sensed an intense danger. Longkinba was the leader of the 5 tiger generals, but he had not sensed him at all. Moreover, only a brief moment had passed since Jiao Sero had been ambushed and pursued. Even if the Uzun army wanted to save him, it would have been too late. Unless Daluan Ruozan. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the same thought flashed through the minds of Luoji and Chen Shu's son. 2 people in different parts of the formation. There was only one possibility for Longkinba to appear in such a short time. Before Jiao Sero had been ambushed, he had already stealthily entered the mountain. And only 2 people could have made this sort of arrangement. If it wasn't Daluan Ruozan, it was Huishu Wuzong. Luoji is in danger. There was no time to think. On the mountain, the upper echelon of the Annam Protectorate roared and neighed as they rode toward Zhao Wujiang. But it was all too late. Jiao Sero was no fool. So in order to lure Jiao Sero out, Zhao Wujiang had truly taken a blow from him. Longkinba had clearly seen this point in his plan to ambush Zhao Wujiang. Now Jiao Sero was not dead, but Zhao Wujiang was about to die. Bang! Longkinba bent his right foot and stomped on the ground. His entire body was like a taut bow suddenly released. He lunged straight at Zhao Wujiang, his fierce energy piercing through the air and locking onto Zhao Wujiang. Boom! The steel wall weighing several thousand jin was sent flying by Longkinba, but Zhao Wujiang barely managing to dodge the attack. Stop him! Hurry and save Lord Zhao! This sudden development took everyone by surprise. At almost the same time, Luoji, Su Shiping, Su Anduin, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Qin Qiong, Li Ji, and the others cast aside Jiao Sero and charged at Longkinba. Jiao Sero had already escaped this calamity, and the other experts of the Mengshi Yusang army had already gathered around. Continuing to pursue him might not necessarily yield any results, but if Zhao Wujiang was left unattended, he might really end up dead. Longkinba was not an easy character to deal with. Ha ha ha! Prime Minister, Great General. Chapter 575. Prime Minister, I just knew that you wouldn't remain unmoved. Jiao Sero instantly relaxed, the uneasy feeling at his back completely vanishing. Jiao Sero knew that he had escaped a calamity. This time, Jiao Sero did not linger, nor did he think about making a name for himself or going back to work with Longkinba in another battle. His first priority was to preserve his own life. As he charged down the mountain, Jiao Sero failed to notice that a pair of eyes in the air was watching him, but they quickly vanished. Daluin Ruozin and Huishu Wuzong, these two pillars of the Uzungari royal lineage, truly aren't easy to deal with. In the crowd at the base of the mountain, Jelifeng suddenly gave a long sigh. Even she had been fooled by Longkinba's appearance. It was obvious that Daluin Ruozin and Huishu Wuzong had planned this out long ago. The youngest son of the Wang clan had clearly been schemed against by Daluin Ruozin. The reputation of a wise minister is truly well-deserved. An indifferent voice came from the rear. At this time, only Mengshi Zhao's great general Duan Gechuan, who was standing behind Jelifeng, could hear it. His voice was as calm as water, as tranquil as an ancient well. Even Longkinba's appearance had not caused him much of a stir. But not even someone with intelligence could have predicted that Zhao Wujiang would scheme against Jiao Sero. Even without the matter with Jiao Sero, Longkinba would still have found a chance to ambush the Tang people. When Daluin Ruozin did things, he would never just make preparations. It now seems that the rumors were true. Jelifeng sighed. This time, she was using a sound transmission technique. It was no secret that an expert of this level could control sound waves and conduct it at close range. Obviously, Jelifeng did not want her conversation with Duan Gechuan to be heard by Daluin Ruozin and Huishu Wuzong. Guquan, you have to be especially careful when dealing with people from Uzin, especially Daluin Ruozin. Jelifeng said, being allies with them is enough. With the Tang dynasty around, they don't have the time to deal with us. Duan Gechuan said lightly. The situation on the mountainside had become extremely dangerous. Quick, protect the Lord. The moment Longkinba appeared, all the Tang soldiers in a radius of several hundred zhang began to move, their phalanxes charging at the leader of Uzin's 5 tiger generals. Boom! But before they could get close, a majestic stellar energy exploded from Longkinba's body. Ea! Screams filled the air as the elite soldiers of the Annan Protectorate Army were sent flying before they could even get close, their bones broken and their tendons severed as they crashed to the ground, their bodies covered in blood and their fates unknown. Longkinba's attacks were much more powerful than Jiao Sero's, so the Tang dynasty soldiers he had attacked were much more seriously injured than Jiao Sero. Bang! After destroying a phalanx in a single move, Longkinba once more charged at Zhao Wujiang. Stop! Su Shiping anxiously lunged at Longkinba. In the pursuit of Jiao Sero, he had been the last to arrive, so he had been the first to arrive. Zhao Wujiang is heavily injured and definitely won't be able to last for long. He has to be stopped. Su Shiping quietly said to himself. He had never felt so anxious before. Shiping, careful. Lord Su, careful. Hurry and protect Lord Su. At this moment, cries of alarm came from all around. Su Shiping froze, his mind flabbergasted. Before he could react, boom! An enormous energy, was rapidly approaching. Not good. Before Su Shiping could react, an iron elbow imbued with destructive power slammed into his chest. Aya! Su Shiping let out a blood-curdling scream. Half of his chest caved in on the spot, and blood spurted out from his mouth. Die! In the air, Longkinba did not pursue Zhao Wujiang. Instead, he suddenly turned around and struck Su Shiping with his elbow, sending him flying. Catch, my lord! Everyone paled in fright as the Annam Protectorate soldiers rushed forward to catch Su Shiping. In the air, Luoji, his eyes red, also charged forward. Stop! Raising his spear, Luoji leaped forward to block Longkinba's saber strike at Su Anduin. Dang! As the saber and spear clashed, Luoji's hand went numb and he was forced back 7 or 8 steps. Meanwhile, Longkinba stood like a mountain, sneering at Luoji. Oh no! At that moment, Luoji's heart was incomparably heavy. Longkinba's attacks were even sharper and fiercer, his strength firmly suppressing him. But this was not what Luoji was most worried about. Young Master's formation has been broken by him. A thought flashed through Luoji's mind. Longkinba was much more crafty and difficult to deal with than Jiao Sero. On the surface, he pretended to deal with Zhao Wujiang, but in reality, he had seriously injured Su Shiping with a single move. As soon as Su Shiping was seriously injured, the 8 people's joint attack formation immediately collapsed. And without Young Master's formation, the Scythe of the Death God, everyone present, including himself, would find it very difficult to deal with the leader of Uzin's 5 tiger generals. Humph! Like a demon god, Longkinba stared at Luoji and Luo Tietjang in the crowd and sneered, making no attempt to conceal the contempt in his eyes. Then his body swayed as he ignored Luoji and began to charge up the mountain. Not good. Luoji's expression tensed as he immediately began to pursue Longkinba. General, I'll help you. At the same time, Su Anduin, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Qun Xiong, and Li Ji also arrived, the 9 of them working together to attack Longkinba. The official account's exclusive video, War God So Youngsun 1, has been uploaded. Everyone is welcome to follow. Add the WeChat account and search for Huang Fuqi. Click on his profile and you'll be able to see his history. There were 2 sides to the story, each expressing its own opinion. While Longkinba was pursuing Zhao Wujiang on the summit, on the other side, Jiao Sero was about to reach his warhorse. His body was bleeding profusely, and his injuries were worsening. Luoji's domineering stellar energy was bursting into his limbs and bones. But Jiao Sero was not very worried. The Prime Minister had an extremely close relationship with the Great Snow Mountain Temple. Moreover, he had many of the secret medicines of the Great Snow Mountain Temple. Just one would be enough to stop his injuries and greatly alleviate his internal injuries. In just a few days, he would be able to recover 50 to 60% of his strength and enter the battlefield once more. And if he could ask nicely and have the Prime Minister bestow him that divine medicine, he would probably be as lively as a dragon or a tiger in no time. The Great Snow Mountain Temple had an ancient heritage that even surpassed the Uzan Empire. The power of some of the top-class medicines there far surpassed the imagination of outsiders. Buzz! Just when Jiao Sero was only a few zhang away from his warhorse, a figure suddenly flashed by. A fully armored Mengshi Zhao soldier had seemingly inadvertently blocked his path. Get out of my way! Jiao Sero extended his right hand, impatiently trying to push aside the Mengshi Zhao soldier. But just when Jiao Sero was about to move, the Mengshi Zhao soldier seemed to move, raising his head to glance at Jiao Sero. At that moment, Jiao Sero suddenly saw a piercing cold light in the soldier's eyes. His 2 hands paused in the air, and Jiao Sero felt a chill in his heart as he suddenly had an extremely ill foreboding. Ah! Halfway up the mountain, while Longkinba was pursuing Zhao Wujiang and single-handedly blocking Su Anduin, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Chen Xiong, Li Ji, and the rest of the Annan Protectorate army, no one was a match for him. He had attracted everyone's attention and had even torn apart the Anan Protectorate Army's defense line. Suddenly, a scream rang out. This was a heart-rending scream that made everyone jump in fright. This was not a scream that a normal person could make. Only a person on the verge of death could make. Jiao Sero, at the base of the mountain, in the middle of the horsemen, Daluin Ruozen paled and turned his head in the direction of the voice. He recognized this voice. It was Jiao Sero's voice. But hadn't he already dispatched Longkinba to save him? And hadn't he already returned to the Mengshi Yusang army? Why was he still screaming like this? At this moment, Daluin Ruozen suddenly had an extremely ill foreboding. Jiao Sero is finished. At almost the same time, in the Mengshi Zhao camp, Zhao strongest subordinate, Great General Duan Gechuan, spoke up, his voice trembling slightly. Let's go. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Finally, everyone noticed where the voice was coming from. At the border between Mengshi Zhao and Uzin, a young Mengshi Zhao soldier had thrust his spear through Jiao Sero's heart, and then hung his stalwart body on the spear and raised it high into the air. The Zifidan Jiao Sero, who had once rampaged through the southwestern battlefield of the Tang dynasty and killed many Tang soldiers, was now like a lifeless rag sack hanging from the tip of the spear of that Mengshi Zhao soldier, his arms and legs dangling down, swaying in the wind. Killed. Jiao Sero had been killed, and he had been killed by a Mengshi Zhao soldier closest to his highland steed. But even so, everyone knew that this was no Mengshi Zhao soldier. Wang Chong. For no reason at all, when he saw that slender figure and that savage and tyrannical aura, Daluin Ruozen suddenly thought of a single person. To be able to calculate Jiao Sero's escape route in this complicated battlefield and successfully kill him at the last moment, Daluin Ruozen could only think of one person, Wang Chong, that youth of the Tang dynasty who had caused so much trouble for the Mengshi Yusang army. Swish! A dark red sword stabbed into Jiao Sero's body, sucking away every last drop of stellar energy in Jiao Sero's body. The strength of that Mengshi Zhao soldier swelled, his aura constantly rising. With a shake of his spear, Jiao Sero's body was thrown several zhang away like a piece of trash. Taking advantage of the stunned Mengshi Yusang soldier's lack of time to react, that Mengshi Zhao soldier immediately charged toward the summit. Capture him. Spy. He's one of the Tang people. Don't let him get away. Furious roars resounded through the heavens as all the soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army roared in their own languages as they pursued that Mengshi Zhao soldier. The Mengshi Zhao soldiers in particular were so angry that their faces were green. A valiant general of the Uzin had actually been killed by a Mengshi Zhao soldier. If the Uzin army were to misunderstand, it would pose an enormous threat to Mengshi Zhao. More importantly, Chapter 576. Jiao Sero is dead. Duan Wuji is wounded. All generals, hear my order. Ignore Longkinba. Attack with all your strength and destroy the Mengshi Yusang army. As the Tang soldiers were pursuing that Mengshi Zhao soldier, a thunderous voice exploded in the air, echoing in all directions. Everyone was extremely familiar with this voice. It was none other than Wang Chong's voice. If the Mengshi Yusang army had been unmoved the first time, then when Wang Chong spoke in the language of Uzin and Mengshi Zhao a second time, everything changed. Bang! There was a massive boom, and after a brief silence, the entire Great Tang army began to undergo a complete transformation. All the Tang dynasty phalanxes suddenly abandoned Longkinba, acting as if the leader of the 5 tiger generals, Uzin, did not exist at all. They suddenly turned and charged down the mountain. Kail. At the same time, the tens of thousands of soldiers of the Anan Protectorate Army that had been waiting for orders halfway up the mountain suddenly began to roar and charge down the mountain like a tide. When Jiao Sero led the Uzin army out, when Longkinba appeared on the mountain, the nature of the battle changed. This was no longer a probing attack, but a true battle. Buzz! The soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army that had been pursuing Wang Chong finally began to show signs of fear. Even some of the fiercest soldiers showed fear in their eyes when they saw the fresh army of the Tang dynasty charging down the mountain like a flood of steel. That voice had been completely correct. Duan Wuji had been heavily injured and had left. Jiao Sero had been killed, and the only person who could still fight and command, Long Kinba, was still on the mountain ambushing Zhao Wujiang. The White Stone Legion and the Uzun army were truly leaderless. No matter what Long Kinba's initial plan was, when he began to infiltrate the Tang army and pursue Zhao Wujiang, he had already left his army. Long Kinba's existence was practically non-existent. Damn it! In the roiling tide of people, Long Kinba's body was like that of a behemoth, his tyrannical aura intimidating. But at this moment, when he saw that flood of steel howling down the mountain, Long Kinba couldn't help but grimace, a hint of apprehension appearing in his heart. Even ants could bite an elephant to death. Given the current situation, no matter how strong he was, if he could not retreat in time, once he went too deep, it would be too late for him to retreat when people at the level of Wang Yan and Xinyu Zhongtong appeared. Although Wang Chong had said that he was ignoring him, this made Long Kinba even more apprehensive. Humph! No matter what, let's kill Zhao Wujiang first. Long Kinba's expression hardened as he finally made his decision. No matter what decision the Tang dynasty made, he had to kill Zhao Wujiang first. Jiao Sero was dead, and Zhao Wujiang had to die as well. Moreover, he was heavily injured and not far from death. Buzz! Long Kinba brought his palms together. Clang, clang, clang. There was a shrill clattering of metal, like the turning of gears. Behind Long Kinba, a massive 10-armed Bodhi tree appeared. The 10 sword-like, dark golden arms spread open like a dark golden sun, blooming in the void. At the same time, a series of grinding sounds came from under Long Kinba's feet. Supported by the light of the black thorn, Long Kinba seemed like a demon god. Boom! Long Kinba's body swayed, and then a black storm swept through the area. Boom, boom, boom. Fierce winds swept through the area, sending Luaji, Su Anduin, the other core members of the Black Dragon Bandit, and even the surrounding warriors of the Annam Protectorate of the Tang Dynasty were all sent flying. Long Kinba's strength had already reached a level that would make anyone pale in shock. Clang! A cold light flashed through the air as Long Kinba leaped forward, his Uzun scimitar leaving a long scar in the air as he slashed at Zhao Wujiang, 10 samjang away. This scimitar was swift and fierce, and the moment it appeared, it stirred up a fierce gale that seemed capable of tearing apart the sky. After suffering Long Kinba's sneak attack and the injuries he had suffered while fighting Jiasiluo, Zhao Wujiang had already exhausted all of his stellar energy and was powerless to dodge. Just as Zhao Wujiang was about to die to Long Kinba's scimitar, boom! There was a flash of light as a sword filled with stellar energy collided with Long Kinba's scimitar. The enormous energy sent both man and sword flying back. But Long Kinba's sure kill strike had also been deflected off course. Thump, thump, thump. A muscular Annam Protector General was forced to take several steps back, the blood in his chest in turmoil. It was clear that he had suffered quite a bit. Lin Wushou, Luaji softly called out, a look of pleasant surprise on his face as he, Su Anduin, and the other core members of the Black Dragon Bandit charged forward. He stood shoulder to shoulder with a high-ranking Annam Protectorate General called Lin Wushou, blocking Long Kinba's path. Humph, it's useless. None of you can stop me. Long Kinba's eyes flashed with a savage light as majestic stellar energy surged through his body like a storm. He didn't have much time left, but it was enough for him to kill a few people. Luaji, Su Anduin, Zhang Hu, attack his right ribs together. Lin Wushou, Sword of Annihilation, move the Bai Hui above your head 2 inches to the left. Just when Long Kinba was preparing to go on a killing spree, he suddenly heard a voice. Boom! Before anyone else could react, Luoji was the first to react. Boom! In a flash of light, a halo appeared under Luoji's feet, and he instantly became one with his spear. The thick silver spear in his hand shot through the air and stabbed at Long Kinba's ribs. Lin Wushou also reacted. Boom! A ray of light stabbed at Long Kinba's head. "Milord, young master." The last to react were Su Shiping, Zhang Hu, and the other core members of the Black Dragon Bandit, finally recognizing Wang Chang's voice. Clang, clang, clang. The 7 of them shot forward, their woozy steel weapons stabbing at the muscular Long Kinba. After the 7, the last to act was Wang Chong. Clang! A ray of light zigzagged through the crowd, and before anyone could react, Wang Chong had become one with his sword and used his strongest technique. Leaping dragon art. A massive flood dragon flew through the air like a bolt of lightning. When it reached a certain height, it suddenly shot down like a bolt of lightning, slamming into Long Kinba's head. Boom! There was a heaven-shaking boom as Luoji's spear, Lin Wushou's sword, Wang Chong's leaping dragon art, and the attacks of Su Anduin and the others were all blocked by an invisible barrier. In a flash, a majestic and firm wall of stellar energy expanded from Long Kinba's body. Hiss! Gasps could be heard, and all the Anam, Protectorate warriors who saw this sight felt a chill run down their backs. Long Kinba's stellar energy had reached an inconceivable level. Although he didn't have a tough avatar like the Zifidon Jiao Sero, he was able to rely on his thick stellar energy to achieve a similar effect. Swish! While everyone was stunned by Long Kinba's powerful stellar energy, there was a flash of bloody light. Without the slightest warning, a sword chi pierced through Long Kinba's stellar energy, heading straight for his head. In a flash, Long Kinba's head tilted to the side, narrowly avoiding this fatal blow. The sword chi struck his back, and with a swish, a bloody wound appeared on his back, blood gushing out. Stellar energy piercer. Wang Chong's attack had actually triggered the rare effect of stellar energy piercer. What sort of martial art is this? Long Kinba roared. Even with his usual composure, he couldn't help but pale at this moment. Even though he had come from the great Snow Mountain Temple and had seen many martial arts, he had never seen anything like this. His stellar energy had clearly blocked Wang Chong's attack, but that sword chi had inexplicably pierced through it. Not even Luoji had been able to do this, but the unworthy Wang Chong had. If he hadn't reacted so quickly just now, Wang Chong's stellar energy would have pierced his head. Bzz. Wang Chong didn't answer. His left hand suddenly reached for his waist, pulled out a sword, and thrust it at Long Kinba. The more times the stellar energy piercer was attacked, the more times it would trigger. Although there was no way to determine the effect, there was one thing that could be confirmed. As long as one attacked 4 times, the stellar energy piercer would definitely trigger once. This was the best way to deal with a martial artist with thick stellar energy, like Long Kinba. It was also the only way Wang Chong could threaten him. But this time, before Wang Chong could strike, Long Kinba pushed out his arms, unleashing a fierce and tyrannical wave of stellar energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Boom! The air exploded with a heaven-shaking boom. Wang Chong, Luoji, Lin Wushou, Su Anduin, everyone was sent flying. Long Kinba's strength had reached an inconceivable level. But this time, there was no joy on Long Kinba's face, much less any of his previous composure. Damn it, this brat's skill in the art of war is one thing, but just where did he learn this bizarre technique? Long Kinba stood like an iron tower on the slope, his frightening eyes fixed on Wang Chong, making no attempt to conceal the killing intent in them. With Wang Chong's participation, this battle had suddenly become extremely disadvantageous to him. It wasn't just because of Wang Chong's bizarre and indefensible stellar energy piercer. More importantly, all of the places that Wang Chong had pointed out were weak points that he had yet to master. The martial arts of the great Snow Mountain Temple were famed for their formidable prowess, but they were also famed for their difficulty in cultivating them. Longkinba had cultivated for 10 some years and had long ago reached the level of major success. But he was clearly still some distance away from the level of perfection. And below his ribs and at the top of his head were precisely the weak points that he had yet to master. Anyone else would have been fine, but Wang Chong had even pointed out 2 inches to the left of the Bai Hui above his head. Longkinba couldn't help but feel apprehensive, because that was where his fatal weakness lay. In a flash, Longkinba's heart seethed with killing intent. But Wang Chong had apparently anticipated this move. He was standing behind Luoji and Lin Wushou, making it impossible for Longkinba to strike even if he wanted to. Longkinba, retreat! All of a sudden, a thunderous voice rang out. At the base of the mountain, Huishu Huizang, who had been standing like an immovable mountain this entire time, suddenly stepped forward and gave an order in Tibetan. Buzz! This order was so sudden that let alone Longkinba, even Wang Chong was shocked. Chapter 577. What a pity! Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh as he watched Longkinba suddenly charge down the mountain. That's right. Truly a pity. If he had waited just a little longer, Longkinba wouldn't have been able to escape. Although he didn't react in time, Huishu Wizang reacted. Luoji added, "What a pity for this chance." A voice came from nearby. In the rear of the army, 50 some zhang from Wang Chong's group. One figure after another slowly walked out. Now that Longkinba had left, these people no longer needed to conceal their auras. Storm after storm of energy began to rise from their bodies. All of them had an aura that was not one bit inferior to that of Luoji or Lin Wushou. It was obvious that these people were the highest-ranking generals of the Annam Protectorate. The Annam Protectorate didn't have many other things, but it had the most high-ranking generals. If Longkinba had reacted just a little later, the 10 some generals working together with Wang Chong, Luoji, and the thousands of Annam Protectorate elites around them would have been more than enough to keep Longkinba here. Kaiyel! Only after escaping from the battle and hearing the roars of fighting did they realize the thick aura of the battlefield. Without Duan Wuji, without Jiao Sero, and even with Longkinba's retreat, the remaining White Stone Legion and Uzun Cavalry could no longer hold against the charge of the Annam Protectorate and began to retreat down the mountain like the receding tide. Young master, what do we do now? Everyone turned to Wang Chong. Humph, if Huishu Wizang wants to retreat, do you think he can retreat without leaving something behind? Wang Chong, still wearing the armor of the Mengshi Zhao soldiers, sneered as he looked down the mountain. In the previous defeat, the Mengshi Yuseng army had been so densely packed that they had reached the midpoint of the mountain. On the surface of the mountain were 80 to 90,000 Mengshi Yuseng soldiers. Wang Chong's initial strategic goal had been achieved. At a time like this, Huishu Wizang would be underestimating him if he wanted his army to retreat easily. Activate the plan. Generals, return to your positions and begin the harvest. Yes, young master. Everyone had complete trust in Wang Chong. One by one, they turned around and left. Even Luoji had left. At least Zhao Wujian and Su Shiping, who were seriously injured, would be taken care of. Shouts and shouts could be heard from the base of the slope. The Tang dynasty soldiers, charging down from the summit, had already delayed a large number of Mengshi Yuseng soldiers. Almost there, Wang Chong smiled coldly, and then began the most important scene of this battle. Bang! Wang Chong raised his right foot high and then stomped it down. Rumble! The entire world fell silent, and even time seemed to stop. As Wang Chong's right foot descended, ripples began to spread out from Wang Chong's foot. Wherever these ripples passed, the Tang dynasty soldiers showed no reaction. However, 100 zhang from Wang Chong, a Mengshi Zhao soldier's foot flashed, and a milky white halo suddenly appeared. Then a second, a third, a fourth. In the end, the halo spread from the entire White Stone Legion to all the Uzun soldiers on the mountain. Without any warning, all the Mengshi Yuseng soldiers on the surface of the mountain suddenly dropped in strength. their cultivation dropping by several levels. What's going on here? Everyone paled in fright. The Mengshi Yusang soldiers had originally been around the same level as the Annam Protectorate soldiers, but now their strength had dropped by several levels. Their strength, speed, and dexterity were all reduced, and even their speed of escape was clearly reduced. No one had expected this. On the other side, all the Tang Dynasty soldiers of the Annam Protectorate were invigorated. As mortal enemies of the southwest, the Mengshi Zhao soldiers and the Uzun soldiers were all too familiar with each other. The change in the Mengshi Yusang army was immediately sensed by the Annam Protectorate of the Tang Dynasty. Kail! Kail! A heaven-shaking war cry resounded through the sky. All the Annam Protectorate soldiers were invigorated and began to madly attack. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, Mengshi Zhao and Uzun soldiers fell. These opponents, who had been like gods of slaughter, suddenly became incredibly weak. Their defeat and the massive drop in strength meant that in just a few moments, the Mengshi Yusang army had lost nearly 10,000 soldiers. Welcome to my WeChat account and Weibo. You can search for Huang Fuqi. There is much content not found in novels, including characters. Run. Panic spread through the Mengshi Yusang army like a plague. Even the valiant Uzun cavalry began to panic. Kill. The Mengshi Yusang army fled in a frenzy, while the Annam Protectorate soldiers pursued from behind. Corpses piled up on the ground, blood gushing out like rivers. There was no need for Wang Chong to direct or push the army. Dalu and Ruozhen, let's see what you do next. With a cold smile, Wang Chong turned his back and began to stride toward the summit. At his side, the fully armored Tang soldiers surged forward like a tide. But when these soldiers got close to Wang Chong, they would automatically move to the sides. Young master, on the summit, Qin Shusun was completely convinced and respectfully bowed. This attitude was even more respectful than when he was facing Xinyu Zhongtong or Wang Yan. In this aspect, Qin Shusun was completely subservient to Wang Chong. Dalu and Ruozhen had arranged for Long Qinzan to infiltrate the army in order to gain the upper hand by a show of strength and kill the great Tang commanders. But in the end, he had failed by a single move. Not only had his plan been foiled, he had even lost Jiasiluo. Jiao Sero had escaped calamity after calamity, finally retreating to the ranks of the Mengshi Yusang army. He was only several zhang away from his mount, but in the end he had still fallen in front of Wang Chong. From start to finish, he had never been able to escape Wang Chong's schemes. This valiant Uzun general, who had killed countless Tang dynasty soldiers since the War of the Southwest, had ultimately fallen to Wang Chong. If Wang Chong had not killed him, who knew how many more people would have died at his hands? There's no need for such courtesy. Wang Chong waved his hand, taking off the Mengshi Zhao helmet from his head and tossing it to the side. In the battle with Fenjie, he had obtained several pieces of Mengshi Zhao armor, and now they were finally put to use. In the war between the Tang dynasty and Mengshi Zhao had disguised themselves as Tang people many times to gather information, spy, and even assassinate. Mengshi Zhao knew how to use this tactic, and Wang Chong was simply giving them a taste of their own medicine. After taking off the Mengshi Zhao armor, Wang Chong extended his right hand to the banner on the summit, to the other Wang Chong standing motionless on the banner. Young master, this subordinate has succeeded. The guard pretending to be Wang Chong lowered his head, took off his helmet, and respectfully placed it in Wang Chong's hand. Although Wang Chong was very young, no one in the army dared to look down on him because of this. General Qin, are you ready for what's coming next? The Mengshi Yusang army has suffered a loss and definitely won't let the matter rest. This war is far from over. Wang Chong took the armor from the thin guard's hands and slowly put it on. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the nearby summit, where the brave and skilled elites of the Tang dynasty were still standing like a forest of spears, motionless. These 40,000 soldiers were Wang Chang's final trump card, his final reliance. Now was not yet the time to use them. Young master, be at ease. Everything has been ordered. Qin Shu Sun sternly said. He was currently treating Wang Chong like a god. No matter what order Wang Chong gave him, even if he was told to jump off a cliff, Qin Shu Sun would do it without hesitation. Wang Chong only smiled and gave a slight nod of his head, saying no more. Daluan Ruozhen, it's your turn. Zhao Wujiang and Zhao Sero had only been the first clash between Wang Chong and Daluan Ruozhen, the intelligent Uzin. This was only the second. Wang Chong was well aware that he had completely attracted the attention of this Uzin prime minister of the Ngari royal lineage. Longkimba's appearance was the best proof of this. I'm truly looking forward to it. Daluan Ruozhen, with me here you will never succeed. Wang Chong once more stood on the summit, gazing at that figure at the base of the mountain, wearing a wide-sleeved robe and a feather fan. Even to great generals of the Central Plains like Geshu Han and Fomin Linta, Daluan Ruozhen was an extremely difficult existence to deal with. In the War of the Southwest, it was said that Uzin had moved south at the request of the king of Mengshi Zhao Jelifeng. But to Wang Chong, even without Jelifeng's request, Uzin would still have moved south. The more than 200,000 cavalry had left the plateau and descended had all been orchestrated by Daluan Ruozhen. Huishu Wuzong was nothing more than a sharp blade in his hands. The southwest was far from his goal. Unlike Jelifeng, Daluan Ruozhen's ambitions were far greater, and what he wanted was far from what Jelifeng could give him. If no one came to stop him, Daluan Ruozhen would become a mortal malady for the Tang dynasty. So come, this will be your final stop, Daluan Ruozhen. Wang Chong's robes flapped in the wind as he stared at that figure down the mountain, his eyes shining with a scorching light. Meanwhile, at the base of the mountain, Daluan Ruozhen stood in the midst of the fierce winds, every strand of his hair blown about in the wind. At this moment, Daluan Ruozhen was as restless as the turbulent winds. On the summit, large swathes of the Mengshi Yusang army were toppling like weeds, their corpses rolling down the mountain. This sight left everyone deeply stunned. At this moment, the 500,000 soldiers of the army could clearly sense the strength of the 100,000 soldiers on the summit. But it was different for Daluan Ruozhen. Daluan Ruozhen could sense a wordless challenge in the air. He's challenging me. As Daluan Ruozhen gazed at that figure on the summit, his expression slowly turned grave. No one had ever dared to use this sort of method to challenge him on this battlefield. Not even Zhangqiu Jinchong had done this, but this youth from the capital of the Tang dynasty had done it. Zhao Sero's death was not an isolated incident. This was a silent declaration and challenge. Chapter 578. All soldiers, hear my order. Prepare to attack. On the mountain, both the Whitestone Legion and the Uzin cavalry were being routed. At this time, even a fierce general like Longkimba was powerless, as countless soldiers of the coalition army were being cut down like weeds. Huishu Wuzong finally gave the order. Wait a moment. Daluan Ruozhen suddenly came to his senses and called out to Huishu Wuzong. There's no need to send any more soldiers. There's no meaning in sending any more soldiers. Didn't we get a batch of celestial wolf bows from the Western Turks not long ago? Prime Minister means... Huishu Wuzong suddenly understood Daluan Ruozhen's meaning. It's about time to use those celestial wolf bows. Have them enter the field. Daluan Ruozhen said. This time, Huishu Wuzong did not object. Although Daluan Ruozhen, as a civil minister, was somewhat overstepping his bounds by intervening in the war, Huishu Wuzong was well aware that this person had never been a purely civil minister. Even the military books of the Central Plains that Wang Chong had been obtained by him. Daluan Ruozhen's method might not have been suitable at other times, but it was completely appropriate at this moment. It was just that his methods were a little cruel. Didn't you hear? Celestial wolf cavalry, hear my order. Prepare to fall into line. Huashu Wuzong's eyes flashed as he quickly made his decision. Galloping galloped through the air, stirring up a cloud of dust. A few moments later, a fully armored Uzun cavalry galloped out from the vast army. Unlike the other Uzun cavalry, each member of this army carried a massive celestial wolf bow on their back. These celestial wolf bows were made from high-quality nanmu, each of them 4 to 5 feet long and more than half their height. The gray wolf skin used to wrap the bow clearly indicated the bow's identity. Only the Western Turks, who occupied the steppe and desert lands of the northwest of the Tang dynasty, would use this bow. Although the Western Turks were far inferior to the Tang dynasty in smelting metals and forging weapons, and they had always been lacking in metals, they were far superior to the Tang dynasty when it came to the creation of bows. Even though the bows of the Western Turks were far inferior to the ballistae of the Tang dynasty and did not have the technology to use them, they still possessed a power beyond the ballistae. And even better than ballistae, they were much easier to make. Get ready! With a high-pitched sound and a creaking sound, the serious bows were pulled taut to the extreme. Countless arrows were as dense as a forest, and all of them were aimed in the direction of the mountain peak. Release! Pang! Pang! With a series of deafening explosions, tens of thousands of arrows streaked across the sky like rain. After drawing arcs in the air, they fell toward the battlefield on the surface of the mountain. Ah! Ah! Suddenly there was a scream. A Mengshi Zhao soldier had barely taken 2 steps when he was struck dead by a sharp arrow. The arrow had pierced through his throat, pierced through his collarbone, and struck his organs. The Mengshi Zhao soldier only had time to take 2 steps before he fell to his knees, soaking in his own blood. And this was like a signal, swish, swish, swish. Right after this arrow, thousands upon thousands of sharp arrows, flickering with cold light, covered the sky and covered the earth. They were as dense as rain, shooting down from the sky. Mengshi Zhao's men, Uzun's men, Tang dynasty's men, Huashu Wuzong's assault had encompassed everyone. The area where Mengshi Zhao's, the Tang dynasties, and the Uzun's entanglement formed a rain of arrows. Regardless of friend or foe, regardless of who was the target, everyone within this range was the target of the attack. Ah! Screams resounded over the mountain as countless Mengshi Zhao's, Uzun's, and Tang peoples fell to this sudden volley of arrows. Enemy attack! Careful! When they realized that the arrows were not coming from the Tang dynasty, but their own camp, all the Mengshi Zhao soldiers who were still entangled were dumbfounded. Shooting at the Tang dynasty's Annam protectorate soldiers was understandable. But why were they also being targeted? What's going on here? Soldiers and servants collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide open. It's the Turks' celestial wolf bows and celestial wolf arrows. Careful! Dodge! On the mountain, all the Annam protectorate soldiers dodged the attacks of the Uzun's celestial wolf bows. The attacks behind them also came to a halt. Your Majesty, what are the Uzun's doing? Have they gone mad? Why are they attacking their own people? Damn it, these madmen! Seeing the White Stone Legion's soldiers falling to their own arrows, the eyes of the Mengshi Zhao generals turned red. The White Stone Legion soldiers had been the main force in this attack. The Uzun soldiers on the summit had only brought 10,000 some soldiers at most. The majority of those killed in this attack were Mengshi Zhao's. Moreover, the Uzun soldiers wore plate armor, the strongest in the region. Not even the armor of the Tang dynasty's Annam protectorate could compare, much less the soldiers of Mengshi Zhao. The Uzun soldiers had always been few in numbers, and with the addition of plate armor, the casualties were even lower. Your Majesty, allow me to take some men to negotiate with the Uzun. Otherwise, I can take the army to rescue my brothers. The Mengshi Zhao generals were extremely excited to see the casualties on the mountain. There's no need. Jelifeng waved her sleeves, her expression extremely cold. With the White Stone Legion in such a state, it doesn't matter whether we send troops or not. The Uzin's method is the best one. Only with this method will we have the least casualties. Otherwise, the White Stone Legion will really be wiped out. Ah! The group of generals open their mouths in shock. Your Majesty is right. This is indeed the best way now. A cold voice suddenly came from behind. Hearing this voice, the generals fell silent. It was fine if His Majesty said so, but even the great general said so, which meant that it was probably true. Jelifeng is indeed a good partner. On the other side, Daluin Ruozin saw that the Mengshi Zhao generals had calmed down very quickly. He smiled and nodded. Although Jelifeng was ambitious, she had the vision of an ambitious person and could see the essence of the problem at a glance. There were many things that didn't need to be said too much. As a partner and ally, Jelifeng was indeed very suitable. Get ready. The probing is over. Next, it's time for the real battle. As Daluin Ruozin spoke, he slowly turned his head to look at Hushu Wizong. As the saying went, benevolence does not command wealth, and compassion does not command troops. A general needed a cold heart and always put the bigger picture above all else. Although the battle on the mountain peak seemed unusually intense for Daluin Ruozin and Hushu Wizong, it was far from the beginning. This was all just the foreplay. After saying this, Daluin Ruozin quickly turned around and walked back. Just as he turned around, a loud and clear voice came from the peak of the mountain far behind him. Ready, fire! Daluin Ruozin fiercely turned around, just in time to see a volley of arrows descending like locusts. But this time it was not a dense volley of arrows, nor did it come from the Uzin army. Rather, it came from the Annam, protectorate on the mountain peak. Ah! Screams filled the air as the Mengshi, Yusang army collapsed at the base of the mountain. Daluin Ruozin froze for a moment, and then he glanced at that thin figure on the summit, a hint of surprise in his eyes. But he quickly grinned, waved his sleeve, and vanished into the army. Congratulations to User. You have killed 7,780 Uzin soldiers. Congratulations to User. You have killed 69,861 Mengshi Zhao soldiers. On the summit, a string of voices howled out of Wang Chang's mind. As he gazed at the Mengshi Yusang army at the base of the mountain, a faint smile slowly appeared on Wang Chang's lips. Chapter 579. Young Master, we've won. On the mountain, Chen Shusun was overjoyed at the sight of the tens of thousands of Mengshi Yusang soldiers fleeing in disarray. This was no small battle. Now that the Mengshi Yusang army had retreated, the mountains and plains were covered in corpses, their bodies piled high like a sea. The war banners of the White Stone Legion were strewn across the battlefield, their corpses sticking out of the ground. This cruel scene was the best symbol of the Tang dynasty's victory. 100,000 Annam, protectorate soldiers, against 110,000 Mengshi Yusang soldiers, 40,000 of whom were stationed on the summit and had not taken part in the battle. But in the end, 70,000 soldiers died, nearly 80,000 soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army. On the Arai plains, the White Stone Legion that had once caused the Annam protectorate a great deal of trouble and killed many Tang soldiers was almost crippled. Even Duan Wuji had been heavily injured. To the soldiers of the Annan protectorate, this was an unimaginable victory. And in this battle, the Tang dynasty had lost less than 10,000 soldiers. This was simply unimaginable to those who had experienced the cruel battles on the shores of the Arai. On the summit, the eyes of the guards flashed, their gazes on Wang Chong brimming with respect, even worship. Although Wang Chong was only a teenager and his figure was extremely thin, in the eyes of the crowd, the voice of the youth before them seemed to be unprecedentedly majestic, as if it was a heavy mountain. Reporting, the old general has sent word. On the battlefield, one must not be arrogant and conceited. He hopes that Milord can guard against arrogance and continue to maintain it. Reporting, Lord Protector General, a message has been sent. Young master's achievements are obvious to all. This seat will report everything that happened today to the imperial court and recommend young master. 2 messengers with banners on their backs appeared on the summit one after the other, passing on the will of the 2 highest commanders of the Southwest Army. Hearing these words, Wang Chong subconsciously turned around and looked at the dense and motionless army not far away from the mountain peak. Although the summit was crowded with soldiers, Wang Chong was still able to recognize the backs of his father and Anin, Protector General Xinyu Zhongtong, at a glance. The 2 of them, one on the east and one on the west, faced each other with their backs to him. Although he couldn't see their expressions and they hadn't even glanced in his direction, Wang Chong could sense that their gazes had always been focused on him. Father! Wang Chong looked at his father's tall and sturdy back that was as heavy as a cliff, and his heart was filled with warmth. His father rarely praised him, and it was not in his nature to say such things. There wasn't a hint of praise in the words the orderly conveyed to him, but Wang Chong knew very well that given his father's personality, it was already a great compliment. There was no doubt that his father had also seen his own merits. In those few words, Wang Chong could sense his father's deep support. Young master, look. What's that? Suddenly, a startled voice interrupted Wang Chong's thoughts. Zhong turned his head, but before he could clearly see what was going on, Zhong could hear the rumbling of thousands of people shouting at the same time. From his vantage point on the summit, he could see countless porters, peasants, and laborers busying about in the Mengshi, Yusang army. It's Mengshi Zhao's people. This thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind. Uzin was a long distance away, and the people of Uzin made a living as herders. If they wanted porters, peasants, and laborers, they could only recruit Mengshi Zhao's people. My lord, what are they doing? On the summit, Luoji and the Black Dragon bandit members walked up, their eyes filled with confusion as they looked down the mountain. Because of the distance and the cover of the army, even from the summit, they couldn't see what was happening clearly. Wang Chong said nothing, countless thoughts flitting through his mind as he stared at the distant shouts. It's a siege weapon. Suddenly, as he saw half a piece of wood flash by, Wang Chong suddenly realized something. What? Chun Shusin's expression flickered at Wang Chong's words. Siege weapons? Wasn't that what the Mengshi, Yusang army had used in Lion City? But siege weapons were large and cumbersome, making them extremely inconvenient to transport. As a result, many armies used local materials, abandoning them after a single use. But there weren't any large siege weapons in the area, much less any trees that could be used as materials. Where had the merchants gotten siege weapons? Daluin Ruozin truly is formidable. Wang Chong was not as confused as Qinshu-san. After a moment's thought, Wang Chong understood. Modular assembly was a technology that belonged to another world. The steel walls that Wang Chong had set up on the mountain had been built using this technology. Every tall steel wall was actually made up of countless small steel modules. Daluin Ruozin's technology was clearly not that advanced, nor did his siege weapons need to be so complex and advanced. But there was no question that he was thinking along the same lines as Wang Chong. The Tang dynasty was renowned for its valiant infantry and defensive formations, and Xinyu Zhongtong was even more skilled in city defense. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Daluin Ruozin had undoubtedly predicted this in Lion City, which was why he had dismantled those siege weapons and brought them here to reassemble them. Without a doubt, the current situation was exactly as he had predicted. The steel walls that Wang Chong had brought here had transformed this place into a massive city, even larger than Lion City. At the very least, Lion City had not been this tall, nor had it been this tall. Even if Uzin's cavalry had charged into the city, they would not have been so heavily restricted and weakened. As expected, he's a formidable foe. Wang Chong said to himself, if the commander today had been Xinyu Zhongtong, the Nam Protectorate would have been doomed. But unfortunately he had run into him. Pass on my order. Have the entire army get ready." Wang Chong said with a wave of his sleeve. "Yes, your subordinate will obey." Layers upon layers of orders were passed down from the top of the mountain. Daluan Ruozin, let's see who's more formidable. My friend, let's see how you destroy my city wall formation. Whoosh! A fierce wind blew, and at some point, dark clouds had gathered in the sky. These dark clouds shone over the Annam Protectorate and the mountain. Winds foretold a storm, and at this moment the great Tang army was deathly still. Deep within the enemy army, the shouts and chants were growing more and more ear-piercing. A stifling atmosphere pervaded the air, although the war had come to an end. At first it was already over, but the tension that followed was simply suffocating. Rumble. After what seemed like an instant, but also like countless eons, there was a flash of light from the Mengshi Yusang army. A massive ball of fire rose up from the enemy ranks like a blazing sun, and then it began to grow in size as it flew toward the mountain where Wang Chong's forces were. Aya! 1. Chapter 580. But before any of the fireballs could hit the ground, massive fireballs began to rise up from the rear of the Mengshi Yusang army, and then they began to fly toward the mountain where the Mengshi Yusang army was located. Time seemed to slow down countless times as the massive fireballs floated in the air, slowly making their way toward the summit like snails. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dozens of huge fireballs were scattered all over the place, interweaving into a scorching sea of fire in the sky. Even the dark clouds in the sky were dyed with a layer of red light. Enemy attack! Dodge! A wave of screams came from the summit. Even though all the soldiers were dumbfounded by this sight, all the commanders, the high-ranking generals, the small groups of 5, 10-man squad leaders, 5-man squad leaders, all of them maintained absolute calm. Everything that could possibly happen had already been transmitted down layer by layer from the top of the mountain. Although no one had expected Meng Shizhao and Uzin to attack in this manner, Wang Chong had already made detailed plans to deal with the possibility of a siege attack or a rain of arrows. Everyone dodge. Pay attention to concealment. Voices that were full of energy and sounded like a great bell rang out one after another on the surface of the mountain range. Rumble. In an instant, all the Tang Dynasty soldiers reacted, using square formations as units. All the Tang Dynasty soldiers charged toward the massive steel walls of the mountain. The mountain had always been sloping, and Wang Chong's modular steel walls had even been equipped with horizontal bunkers. At this moment, all the steel walls immediately revealed their other function. Boom! A huge fireball fell from the sky and heavily crashed into the mountain behind them. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, and the flames raged. The rolling dust rose more than 10 feet high, and the whole mountain trembled violently under this attack. Feeling the power of this attack, everyone's expression changed. The power displayed by this fireball was enough to instantly turn any soldier of any level into ash. No true martial realm warrior could withstand such a blow. Even a high-ranking captain like Su Anduin might not be able to withstand it. On the mountaintop, Luaji and the other generals of the Annam Protectorate also changed their expressions. This kind of attack from Uzin's people was enough to pose a threat to generals of their level. Each of those huge fireballs weighed thousands of kilograms. Falling from such a great height, one could only imagine how powerful they were. However, this was only the beginning. Boom! 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 Time seemed to have sped up at this moment. Countless huge fireballs fell from the sky. Boom! A huge fireball fell from the sky and smashed into a steel city wall that was several meters tall. The incomparably hard steel city wall caved inwards, and a huge depression instantly appeared. The immense power contained in the fireball even caused the entire steel city wall to sway and tremble violently, as if it would be overturned at any moment. These fireballs are too powerful. Behind the steel city walls, the Tang Dynasty elites all paled. They felt like these massive fireballs could topple over the steel city walls at any moment, pulverizing the soldiers hiding behind them. "Young master, watch out!" On the summit, a massive fireball suddenly descended from the sky, hurtling toward Wang Chong. Chun Shu Sun was alarmed and immediately pushed Wang Chong away with a palm. Rumble! The fireball struck a spot several zhang behind Wang Chong, sending a rain of fire mixed with shrapnel exploding in every direction. The place where Wang Chong had been standing was now a massive pit, its interior scorched black, billowing with thick smoke. Arabian fire oil. A powerful ring of stellar energy, as tough as steel, enveloped Wang Chong, blocking out the rain of fire and shrapnel. Wang Chong quickly retracted his stellar energy and walked out, his expression grave as he gazed at the still burning pit in the ground. Arabian fire oil was a product of the Far West, a product unique to Arabia and Carrick Spazinu. Based on Wang Chong's memories, this product was still a small-scale existence that had not been fully developed. Even Arabia and Carrick's Spazinu probably didn't have much of it. Uzin was located on the plateau, separated from Arabia and Carrick's Spazinu by Sinu. Logically speaking, this product should never have appeared in the Uzin army. The current situation could only mean one thing. Uzin had already colluded with Arabia. The two sides were still far from reaching the level of Uzin and Meng Shijiao's alliance, but there was no doubt that Arabia and Carrick Spazinu were supporting Uzin from behind the scenes. Arabia's ambitions in the Central Plains have probably started even earlier than I imagined. As Wang Chong gazed at the pit, countless thoughts flitted through his mind. The true conflict between Arabia and the Central Plains had actually occurred a very long time ago. In Wang Chong's memories before his conflict with Gao Xianji and Feng Chongqing of the Anxi Protectorate, the Abbasid Caliphate and Carrick Spazinu had never displayed any ambitions for the interior of the empire. Arabian fire oil should have been a strategic resource that would only appear a very long time later. But now, the situation had clearly changed. The official account's exclusive video titled War God So Young Sun 1 has been uploaded. Everyone, please follow it. Add the WeChat account and search for Huang Fuqi. Click at the bottom so Young Sun will be able to see it. Right now, there are only two possibilities. The first is that my appearance caused this change that doesn't conform to history. The other is that Uzin and the Abbasid Caliphate and Carrick Spazinu have been secretly communicating and colluding with each other for a very long time. This Arabian fire oil was sent to Uzin long ago. However, Xinyu Zhongtong and the Annam Protectorate simply didn't have the right to make Uzin use these siege weapons, and they were completely wiped out on the Arai Plains. Thus, the Tang dynasty never knew that Uzin possessed fire oil. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. The war in the southwest had undergone a massive change due to his intervention. At the very least, he had never heard of a war of the southwest lasting for so long, nor had he heard of a war with the Annam Protectorate requiring Uzin to use siege weapons. But no matter what the truth was, there was no doubt that the Abbasid Caliphate and Carrick Spazinu had sent reinforcements to Uzin. The Abbasid Caliphate and Carrick's Spazinu definitely harbored malicious intentions toward the Tang dynasty. Boom, boom, boom. In the rear of Uzin and Meng Shijiao's armies, one colossus after another rising into the air, massive fireballs were hurled from the rear of the army, crashing into the mountain with thunderous speed. These fireballs kept exploding on the mountain. The flames spread and burned rapidly on the mountain peak. In a short time, the entire mountain peak was turned into a sea of fire. All the corpses and horses on the mountain began to burn. The flames were so large that even the distant Uzin and Meng Shijiao armies at the base of the mountain could feel the waves of heat. Ha ha ha! We've completely suppressed the Tang people. The generals of Meng Shijiao's army began to laugh, their expressions much more relaxed. The pressure from the previous battle had almost suffocated them. Although it had been the White Stone Legion and Duan Wuji who had taken part in the battle, and not them, the teeth would feel cold without the lips, and the dogs would be cooked after the cunning hare was killed. The White Stone Legion was one of the top-class armies of Mengshi Zhao, but even they had been beaten into such a state. With less than 30% of the army remaining, one could easily imagine the pressure on the other generals. The power of these fireballs is truly not bad. It's no wonder we mobilized so many peasants, laborers, and porters to make so many thunderstone. As the sea of fire burned, all the Mengshi Zhao generals became excited as they gazed at the blazing mountain range. Although the kerosene had been provided by the Uzin, the entire plan, including the mass production of these siege weapons, had also been the idea of Daluin Ruozin and Uzin. Daluin Ruozin had even provided the blueprints for the improvements. But when it came to the actual operations, the fireballs, and the construction of the siege weapons with the half-nomadic, half-agricultural nature of the Highlanders of Uzin, it was impossible for them to produce such things. Without Mengshi Zhao's cooperation, even if Daluin Ruozin was said to be the most intelligent of the Ngari royal lineage, and even Zhangqiu Jinxiong was said to be somewhat afraid of him, even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook a meal without rice. Not to mention that the things the Tang people had built on the mountain were meant to deal with the Uzin cavalry. As for the Mengshi Zhao people, they were mainly infantry, so they weren't affected much. Don't celebrate too early. These fireballs have only suppressed them. It's still too early to talk about victory. Jelifeng looked at the mountain and suddenly said. His brows were deeply furrowed. In the distance, the flames soared into the sky, and the burning mountain looked like hell, suppressing all the Tang people. As far as he could barely see any Tang people, but Jelifeng was far from relaxed. This young man is more difficult to deal with than I thought. Jelifeng thought to himself. He could see far more than the others. The mountain in front of him was a sea of fire, and he could hear the shrill cries of death from time to time. But if he thought about it carefully, the number of Tang people who actually died in the fireball attacks was actually much fewer than he had imagined. The actual lethality of the fireballs was unbelievably low. In such a dense rain of fire, it was inconceivable that the 100-odd siege weapons that Uzin and Mengshi Zhao had spent a great deal of effort to build would die in such a battlefield. Jelluo Feng's gaze swept over the mountain peak, then quickly returned to the steel walls that were scattered like stars in the sky and covered the entire mountain like fish scales. Each of these steel walls was several feet tall and weighed thousands of kilograms. Thousands of such steel walls, layer upon layer, from top to bottom, covered the entire mountain, forming a solid defense and barrier for the Annam Protectorate. That was why there were 100,000 versus 500,000. Duan Wuji led 100,000 White Stone Legion soldiers up the mountain, but they lost less than 30,000 of them. Even he himself was seriously injured. Thinking back to yesterday when it was raining cats and dogs, this place was actually bare. But today it was only a day's delay. In just one night, these magnificent steel walls appeared like a miracle. Chapter 581. Lion City, A Strange Art of War. And those steel fortresses on these mountains. Jelifeng had no idea how many more secrets this Tang Dynasty youth had on him, how many more unknown things he was hiding. Everyone says that Wang Jiling is the pillar of the Tang Dynasty. As long as Jiling doesn't fall, the Tang Dynasty won't fall. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems that if we want to deal with the Tang Dynasty, we first have to eradicate the Wang clan. Jelifeng slightly closed her eyes, an irrepressible killing intent surging in her heart. He had met Duke Jia once when he was in Shangjing, but at the time, she had only met him briefly. She had always felt that his face was mediocre and only SO. Moreover, he was too benevolent, completely different from Duke Jio's way of doing things. Later on, she had not taken it to heart. But Jelifeng had not expected that many years later, his son and grandson would all become stumbling blocks in her campaign to unify the Southwest and conquer the Tang Dynasty. Moreover, they were the most powerful ones that could not be ignored. Father, let me lead an army. Now is the best time to deal with the Tang people. A voice rang out by his ear, bringing Jelliofeng back to the present. Fenjie was seated on the back of a majestic white horse, his eyes spitting vengeance as he stared at the summit. As the crown prince of Mengshi Zhao, Fenjie had always been farsighted. In his eyes there were only imperial great generals like Huishu Wizong, Zhangqiu Jinqiong, Geshu Han, Gao Xinji, Zhang Shogui, and Wang Zhongxi. Fenjie had never imagined that he would place any importance on a youth who was only 10-some years younger than him. Moreover, this fellow was a nameless nobody. But Wang Chong had succeeded in all of this. You want to avenge Jiao Saro? Jelifeng's eyes widened. Although she showed no emotion on her face, she felt a deep displeasure in her heart. Jiao Saro was one of Uzin's people. No matter how close Fenjie was to Jiao Saro, this fact would not change. If someone were to say that Jiao Saro was seeking revenge, it should be the people of Uzin, not the crown prince of Mengshi Zhao Empire. This was simply putting the cart before the horse. If Fenjie was willing to lead the people of Mengshi Zhao into danger for the sake of a valiant general from a foreign country, then he truly would have to reconsider who the future successor to the Mengshi Zhao Empire would be. Yes, father, but not all of them. Fenjie stared blankly for a moment before sternly replying, "Oh." Jelliuo's brows twitched, and his expression relaxed. "Imperial father, my relationship with Jiao Saro is a private matter, and I can distinguish between public and private matters. If Jiao Saro had died somewhere else or for some other reason, even if this child wanted to help, he would have done so alone. But this time, our Mengshi Zhao is fighting against the Tang dynasty. Jiao Saro died on the mountain while helping us attack the Tang dynasty. His death was not a private matter, but a public matter. Jiao Saro died for the public, so I, Fenjie, am absolutely duty-bound to avenge him." Fenjie's words caused both Jelifeng and Duan Gechuan to instantly have a whole new level of respect for Fenjie. "Not bad. For you to be able to think of this, your father's high regard for you is not in vain. However, it is not our turn yet. In our previous contact, we have already probed and nearly lost the entire Whitestone Legion. Now it is Huishu Wizong and his Uzin army's turn. It's not that I don't want you to avenge Jiao Saro, but now is not the time for you to do so. In the future, we will have even more opportunities to cooperate with Uzin. You must learn to look further and see a higher level." Jelifeng said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, even if you want to help, appearing at this time will only make things worse. It will make Uzin think that we are looking down on them. This will only be detrimental to our future cooperation." Duan Gechuan also spoke up from behind. It was like he didn't exist, forever standing in Jelliofeng's shadow. "Just look at Uzin's side and you'll understand." Fenjie turned his head and saw a fierce Uzin general at Huishu Wizong's side, a saber hanging from his waist in one hand, bowed and then walked out. Although he was short, not even Mengshi Zhao, let alone the Tang people, this Uzin general exuded a fierce aura that was like the wind or fire, like the mountains or the sea. It's him. But the aura exuded by this Uzin general was like the wind or the fire, like the mountains or the sea, a stark contrast to his short stature. It's him. Fenjie's mind jolted as this thought flitted through his mind. In this battle, almost all of Huishu Wizong's generals had been killed or wounded. Of the 5 tiger generals, only the strongest, Longkinba, remained. But this didn't mean that he didn't have any soldiers under his command. The people of the plateau, like Uzin, were completely different from Mengshi Zhao and the Central Plains. The fact that their empire was divided into 4 royal lineages that controlled for major regions was strange enough. But what was even stranger was their foundation and base. When it wasn't at war, the Uzin were actually divided into tribes, each tribe doing its own thing and having its own leader. Normally, they weren't subject to any jurisdiction. Only when a large-scale war involving the Yuseng Empire and the other empires was called upon would they gather from all over and form a massive army. In normal circumstances, if this method was used, whether it was the Tang dynasty or Mengshi Zhao, their morale would crumble and they wouldn't be able to fight at all. But the Uzin were different. Their people were valiant, and they took pride in fighting and fierce battles, even more so than the Turks. The Turks were fierce by nature, while the Uzin revered ferocity and longed for war. The two were completely different, but their fighting prowess was equally outstanding. Thus, the fighting prowess of the Uzin soldiers was not affected in the slightest. Their fighting prowess was on the level of an army. Moreover, although the tribes of the Uzin Empire were usually scattered throughout the lands, their way of life was not very different from that of an army. From birth, each person would begin military training, cultivating the military martial arts passed down from the great snow mountain temple. Thus, despite this strange tribal system, the Uzin soldiers were by no means weak in terms of fighting prowess. The only problem with this system was that Huishu Wizong, as the great general of the Ngari royal lineage, was unable to control all the generals of the Ngari royal lineage. Only the 5 tiger generals under his command were able to provide him with a high punishment. But the Uzin actually had many fierce generals. Chapter 582. In terms of pure strength, Tumi Sengza might not be on the level of Longkinba, but he was definitely not one bit weaker than Jiao Sero, and he was even more ferocious than Longkinba. He was also a fierce general of the Uzin. Fenjie had tried to get in touch with him, but this person refused to speak and seemed very difficult to deal with. Jiao Sero once said that although Huishu Wizong doesn't have many subordinates, as the great general of the Ngari royal lineage, he has the right to choose his subordinates. This is how the 5 tiger generals were originally chosen. But as long as the 5 tiger generals are present, Huishu Wizong has no right to make a new choice. But now that most of the 5 tiger generals have been killed, this Tumi Sengza is definitely one of them. Fenjie quietly said to himself. Clang. While Fenjie was still speculating about Tumi Sengza's strength, Tumi Sengza sat on his horse, his dantian sinking. Clang. With a metallic clang, a massive black halo of thorns descended and spread to the entire army. This was not the halo of fortress that the Uzin were accustomed to, but a pure and powerful offensive halo. Soon after, Tumi Sengza reached out with his hands and slowly pulled out 2 curved scimitars. Attack! Rumble. Tumi Sengza took the lead, charging forward without the slightest hesitation. Behind him, the thousands of Uzin cavalry roared as they transformed into a black flood of steel. Aided by the massive fireballs, they charged up the mountain with thunderous speed. Kail! Kail! Behind him, the thousands of Uzin soldiers swiftly spread out into formation. 1 echelon, 2 echelons, 3 echelons, hundreds of echelons aimed at the gaps between the steel walls and charged up the mountain. This time, there were no Mengshi Zhao soldiers on the mountain, nor were there any of the Tang people's shield men. There was nothing left to stop the hooves of the Uzin cavalry. The victor is king and the loser is a thief. Those who retreat die. Tumi Sengza's killing intent soared to the heavens as he led his vast army up the mountain. Kail! Kill! Kill! Under the attack of the huge fireballs that were as dense as rain, the entire mountain was shrouded in a sea of fire. The Annam Protectorate was almost suppressed to the point that it could not even lift its head. The army led by Tumi Sengza was like a sharp blade stabbing towards the Tang people. Although Wang Chong had hidden nearly 100,000 soldiers on the mountain, they could not unleash their full power at this moment. Now, let's see how the Tang people deal with it. Feng Jianyuo, Duan Gachuan, Fenjie, Huishu Wizong Longkinba, and all the other Mengshi. Yusing officers in the army were focused on the mountain. The first wave of probing had ended, and now it was time for the real attack. Although the commanders of the Annam Protectorate were Wang Yan and Xinyu Zhongtong, everyone now knew that the only person who could truly threaten the Mengshi, Yusang army, was at youth on the summit. Aim the fireballs at the midpoint of the mountain and divide the front and back so that the Tang people can't send any soldiers. kill all the Tang people below the midpoint of the mountain, and then deal with the army on the summit. I'd like to see just what this youth will do next." In the rear of the army, where the massive siege weapons were erected, Daluin Rosen stood, his gaze locked with Wang Chong on the distant summit. Last night, he and Huishu Wuzong had come up with all the offensive plans. Wave after wave of attacks would come like a tide, and they would continue until the Tang people's army was drowned out and the remnants of the southwest were destroyed. This plan could not be said to be his, nor could it be said to be Huishu Wuzong's. It was the crystallization of their wisdom. Huishu Wuzong's military strategy and his own intellect. This was a tacit understanding that the two of them had developed over a very long time. Long ago, the two of them had relied on this method to subdue the ambitious Zhangqiu Jianqiong and his 180,000 Annam protectorate. Now, Zhangqiu Jianqiong had been transferred to the capital, and his target had been that teenager on the other side of the mountain. 50 zhang, 30 zhang, the distance was getting shorter and shorter, but there was still no sign of activity on the mountain. When the distance was only 20 zhang, rumble! Suddenly, a rumble came from the mountain. Just when the Uzun cavalry were about to charge up the mountain, the Annam Protectorate soldiers suddenly appeared in the gaps between the steel walls. At the same time, a huge steel object was pushed out. Barricade! The Uzun soldiers' eyelids twitched at the sight of the metal object that had suddenly been pushed out. The object that had suddenly been pushed out was a massive steel platform. On the inclined surface of the platform were rows of long, chilling teeth that looked like the sharp teeth of a giant beast. All of them were aimed at the foot of the mountain. Thousands of these heavy steel barricades appeared in everyone's field of vision, circling around the mountain. This is impossible. The army had already charged to the foot of the mountain. Seeing these heavy metal barricades, even the ferocious Tumi Sangza couldn't help but pale. He had clearly seen the battle from the foot of the mountain. Duan Wuji had led so many warriors of the White Stone Legion, and Jiao Sero had led 10,000 cavalry. So many soldiers had charged up the mountain, but they hadn't seen any barricades at all. Where did these barricades come from? Tumi Sangza's eyelids twitched. Let alone him. Even the calm and steady Huishu Wuzong couldn't help but raise his head to look at the mountain. This again. It seems like he's prepared. The steel walls had been created by Wang Chong overnight, and now, in front of everyone's eyes, he had created these heavy barricades. Huishu Wuzong was rarely moved by anything, but the fact that Wang Chong had been able to create these heavy barricades in such a short time without anyone noticing, even a great general like Huishu Wuzong couldn't help but be moved. There was no doubt that Wang Chong had been prepared. Huishu Wuzong had fought for so long in his life and encountered all sorts of formidable opponents. But this was the first time he had encountered such a difficult opponent. Alas, my opponent is Tumi Sangza. A sharp light flashed through Huishu Wuzong's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. At the same time, as if in response to Huishu Wuzong, Tumi Sangza roared, "Humph, do you think this will work? Childish. Break for me." When everyone's speed slowed down in front of the barricades, Tumi Sangya gave a loud shout, his entire body erupting with a majestic aura. His speed did not slow down, but instead increased, allowing him to stand out from the crowd. Rumble. The earth quaked, and invisible ripples spread out in all directions from Tumi Sangza. These black ripples seemed to have a life of their own. Through the void, they wrapped around the steel walls and the barricades. Black Iron Jin, get up. Tumi Sangza's eyes turned sharp as he roared and slammed down. Rumble. Boom. The entire mountain seemed to tremble. In front of everyone's eyes, the air became blurry, and huge steel walls that weighed several thousand jin and were nearly as tall as two people suddenly collapsed inwards, shrank and twisted. Roar! In front of both friend and foe, within a radius of several dozen feet around Tumi Sangza, for massive steel walls suddenly rose from the ground and transformed into 4 steel giants that were several dozen feet tall. Thick arms, huge heads, and terrifying strength. A storm-like aura emanated from these 4 steel giants. In a flash, everyone, including Wang Chong, who was supervising the battle from the summit, slightly paled. No one was more shocked than Meng Zhao's crown prince, Fenjie. This fellow's black iron halo has reached this level of cultivation. Fenjie had never known that Tumi Sengza cultivated the same black iron halo as himself. And most frightening of all was that Tumi Sengza's black iron halo had reached a higher level than his own. At the very least, Fenjie's ability had not reached the level where he could transform the Tang people's steel walls. "Young master, what do we do?" At the same time, Chen Shu-sun turned to look at Wang Chong. The greatest defense of this mountain were the steel modular walls that Wang Chong had laid down. Without these steel walls, Meng Zhao and Uzin's cavalry would have been able to charge all the way from the base of the mountain to the summit. Infantry were skilled at defense. Without these walls, the Annam Protectorate would not have been able to display its full strength. Chapter 583. There's no need to worry. On the summit, Wang Chong looked down in Tumi Sengza's direction. From a distance, he could see that Tumi Sengza was exuding an astonishing aura. His halo of black iron thorns enveloped the earth, and wherever it pressed down, countless bits of metal would emerge from the ground and quickly condense into metal soldiers. Tumi Sengza's halo of black iron thorns was even more powerful than Fenjie's, so he was able to summon more metal soldiers. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 metal soldiers had appeared around Tumi Sengza. Not only that, a group of Tang people infantry formed into a square formation and charged at Tumi Sengza. Before they could get close, their armor twisted and broke out of their bodies, transforming into metal soldiers. Their limbs transformed into swords, sabers, or spears as they swiftly began to battle with the Annam Protectorate soldiers. These metal soldiers did not have stellar energy to protect their bodies, but their advantage lay in their unpredictability. Their attacks were impossible to defend against, and they could not be killed. In a few short moments, before Tumi Sengza had even attacked, the metal soldiers he had summoned had thrown the battlefield into chaos. But most frightening of all was the damage that Tumi Sengza's halo of black iron was doing to the steel walls. Under the effect of Tumi Sengza's halo, the towering steel walls began to warp and transform into massive steel giants that charged up the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Giant metal fists smashed down from the sky, each fist carrying the weight of 1,000 June, causing dust to roil and the earth to quake. After the Battle of Arai and the Battle of Lion City, the remaining Tang elites could not even take a casual blow from these metal giants. A casual blow from these metal giants, a smash, a fling, or a collision, would cause all the Annam Protectorate soldiers in front of them to scream and fly into the air. Not a single person on the mountain was a match for them, and Tumi Sengza was still summoning even more of these metal giants, working with the massive fireballs descending from the sky to suppress the Tang soldiers. It appeared that Wang Chong's painstaking preparations were about to be destroyed. But even so, Wang Chong still had a smile on his lips, his expression calm. Although I don't know the origins of this Uzun general or how he managed to cultivate such a powerful black metal halo, if he thinks that this is enough to destroy the steel walls I brought from the capital for this battle, then he's far too naive. Chen Shu-sun was dumbfounded, his face blank. To a certain extent, he had watched Wang Chong grow up. But at this moment, as he gazed at the smiling youth at his side, his every movement composed and imposing, Chen Shu-sun felt somewhat unfathomable, although he was much older than Wang Chong. These steel modules have sturdy inscriptions on them. Every steel wall has sturdy inscriptions of various sizes. There are at least thousands of them. If that foreign general only wanted to transform 4 steel city walls, it would be fine. But if he wanted to twist all the steel city walls into his iron men, that would be wishful thinking. He's too naive, Wang Chong indifferently said as he looked down the mountain. Although he was young, Wang Chong's experience, vision, and knowledge left even a veteran general like Chen Shusun in the dust. If Chen Shusun knew that the body of this youth next to him contained the soul of the most powerful and revered war saint in the history of the Central Plains, he would probably be so shocked that he wouldn't be able to speak. The War of the Southwest was the Empire's first war, and also its most important. This was the place where the first domino would fall. This war concerned the future of the Tang dynasty and the Central Plains. So Wang Chong had no path of retreat and had to put all his strength into it. In this war, Wang Chong had not expected to encounter experts with metal element halos like Fenjie and Tumi Sangza, especially Tumi Sangza, whose black iron halo was far superior to Fenjie's, posing a massive threat to Wang Chong's strategy of turning defense into offense. But these steel modular walls were related to the life and death of the 100,000 Annam, Protectorate soldiers, and the safety of the nearly millions of civilians of the Southwest. Thus, when building these steel modular walls, Wang Chong had spent almost all of his wealth. Wang Chong had invested everything he had gained from the Hyderabad ore and the Wuxi steel swords. Not only that, in order to obtain enough money, Wang Chong had even sold the majority of his spirit vein mountain, causing all the great clans of the capital, the rich and powerful, and even the scions of the imperial household to go crazy. The enormous wealth accumulated from these things was enough to make Wang Chong one of the wealthiest people in the empire. He had more than enough money to build a few cities like Lion City, but in the end, Wang Chong had invested all of it into these steel modular walls. Inside each seemingly ordinary steel city wall, each inch of narrow steel was added with a large number of inscriptions of various sizes when it was cast. Almost all the inscription masters of the capital had been summoned by Wang Chong to participate in this unprecedented operation. This sort of operation had never appeared in the capital before, and no one had ever done it before. One could say that the price of these steel modular walls was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This was an operation of wealth. Wang Chong did not have the manpower to change the course of a war, so he could only work from the aspect of wealth. If Tumi Sangza wanted to deal with Wang Chong, if he wanted to turn this mountain of steel walls into ash and create the steel army he desired, he first had to overcome the countless toughening inscriptions of various sizes that Wang Chong had added to the steel walls. Although this was no problem for someone of Tumi Sangza's abilities, it was impossible to accomplish this without paying a price. Buzz! The air twisted and blurred. Wherever Tumi Sangza's halo passed, the steel walls at the base of the mountain would twist and deform as if they were alive. This time, Tumi Sangza's halo of black steel had enveloped at least 10 steel walls. If he could do this, not only would the mountain gain 10 steel giants of boundless strength that could never be killed, a massive hole would also be torn in the Nam Protectorate's defenses. But a moment later, Tumi Sangza's face paled as if he had been dealt a heavy blow, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. And to his left and right, the steel walls that were on the verge of being deformed by Tumi Sangza's halo instantly returned to normal, as if their connection to Tumi Sangza had been severed. The process of transforming the steel giants had been severed, although they were still a distance away and massive fireballs were crashing down. Qin Shusun quickly understood that Wang Chong was correct when he saw Tumi Sangza's pale face turn to the summit as if he had seen a ghost. He really can transform them. Qin Shusun's mind trembled as he suddenly understood. Not even a great general of Huishu who ate songs level might be able to transform all the steel walls I brought into metal element metal men, much less this foreign general. With his abilities, for steel giants was probably his limit. In the future, each additional steel giant he summons will consume a vast amount of stellar energy. If an expert of his level is willing to do this, I would welcome him with open arms. Wang Chong smiled. In front of the mighty war saint, no one could be so calm and relaxed. Not even Dalun Rosen could do such a thing, much less these foreign generals, or had to be fought step by step. If Uzin and Meng Shijiao hoped to defeat him like this, it was impossible. On the other side, Tumi Sangza clearly understood this principle and quickly changed his strategy. Roar! With a heaven-shaking roar, pitch-black halos exploded from beneath Tumi Sengza's feet. All around him, the steel men fiercely fighting on the front lines seemed to be attracted by a magnetic force, rising into the air and sucking toward Tumi Sengza's body. Clang, clang, clang. With a shrill clattering of metal, countless steel men and metal scraps drifted out of the ground and attached themselves to Tumi Sengza's body. These steel men and metal scraps rapidly melted, transforming into a thick armor that wrapped around Tumi Sengza. Tumi Sengza's figure continued to rise higher and higher. In just a few short moments, Tumi Sengza had vanished, replaced by a stalwart steel giant that was 10 samjang tall and seemed like a demon god. Dust roiled around him, soaring into the sky as a massive aura exploded from the steel giant's body. Where did this fellow come from? Isn't he too powerful? Not even Jiao Sero is as powerful as him. Uzun actually had such a powerful expert. At this moment, no one was more shocked than the people of the Mengshi Zhao Empire. After fighting side by side with Uzun for several months, they were most familiar with the 5 tiger generals under Huishu Wizong's command. As for the man before them, although they had seen him a few times, the 5 tiger generals were the ones leading the charge. But when they charged and broke through enemy lines, the 5 tiger generals were the ones leading them, so none of them had any impression of this valiant general. Of the 5 element halos, the metal element is the least cultivated and also the most difficult. Its success rate far surpasses the other elements. For this Uzun man to be able to use the halo of black iron to this level, he should have reached, or perhaps even approached, the higher level of the bronze halo. For this general to be able to think of this method, in terms of defensive power, he has already surpassed Jiao Sero. Your Highness Crown Prince, you cultivate the same halo of black iron as him. You should pay special attention to this person's next actions and learn from him. Perhaps he will be of great help to you. A voice came from behind them. It was Mengshi Zhao's great general, Duan Gechuan. Jai understands. Many thanks for great general's guidance. Fenjie sincerely said. Fenjie had always treated this great general, who had always been hiding behind the scenes, hiding in his father's shadow, with great respect. The surroundings quickly fell silent.